Gongye Zhang's expression instantly changed. He stared at Gucci in disbelief. The people from the Hall of Slaughter are actually coming? Why? He had long heard of the great reputation of the Hall of Slaughter. One had to know that the network was merely a force founded by a certain top-notch expert. In the Hall of Slaughter, it had already spread all over the world, and the one in the Feather Kingdom was only a small branch. In the Hall of Slaughter, there were still many forces that were above the network. This was an extremely terrifying force that made everyone in the world tremble. In fear, Gucci laughed and narrowed his eyes. Recently, the Hall of Slaughter has been preparing to establish a new leader, and the targets are Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan. As long as we get rid of them, we can claim that power. Do you think they will rush in crazily? Gongye Zhang was once again stunned. He knew that Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan were capable. However, they would not become such important training targets. Right? To be precise, it's about Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan's background and skills. There is an algorithm department in the Hall of Slaughter. After a rough evaluation of Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan, they are certain that they have the qualifications to become a top leader in the future. What the Hall of Slaughter likes to do the most is to let geniuses die young. At this moment, Gucci's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan have the audacity to oppose me. They are undoubtedly courting death. I have already contacted a person from the Hall of Slaughter. He will personally come and kill Ning Kaichen. There is only one thing you need to do, and that is to stop the Gongye family from supporting Ning Kaichen. Especially Master Jiao. *****. Jiang Ming didn't know that he had been targeted for a long time. After he finished cultivating, he immediately found Wu Ming, Rao Wuqing, and Zhai Tianfeng. We've been in Unending City for some time. It's time to put our previous plan on the agenda. Jiang Ming was determined to build the Flower Fruit Mountain. He would definitely not let go of this opportunity in Unending City. There were countless individual cultivators in Unending City. As long as he could seize the opportunity, the foundation of the sect would be completed. Individual cultivators are not easy to recruit. The reason why most people become individual cultivators is basically because they have a problem with their aptitude, or they are abandoned children, traitors, or criminals of certain sections. Recruiting these people is undoubtedly making enemies of the sects in the world. In addition, some powerful individual cultivators with extraordinary talent can also find their own resources to cultivate. They want freedom. Rao Wuqing spoke slowly. Wu Ming lowered his head. He was actually doing this for those individual cultivators with poor aptitudes. For example, Wu Ming himself had an extremely poor aptitude. He wanted to enter a sect, but repeatedly hit a wall and even suffered endless humiliation. Thankfully, he had obtained a great opportunity by chance and changed his fate. Otherwise, with Wu Ming's original aptitude, he would have probably turned into dust and disappeared in the long river of history hundreds of years ago. No, we have the advantage. In addition, we don't necessarily have to recruit individual cultivators from Unending City. We don't even have to limit ourselves to the Feather Kingdom. Following up, Jiang Ming immediately asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" "I have an idea." Zhai Tianfeng lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "We can totally use the name of the main branch of the Flower Fruit Mountain to recruit individual cultivators from all over the world. You have to know that with its reputation as a holy land, we can more or less recruit individual cultivators who are not weak and have good aptitudes. Even if they're not talented, you can promise them medicinal pills to improve. With this gimmick, there will naturally be a large number of individual cultivators who are willing to enter. We can worry about the rest later. Zhai Tianfeng explained this in great detail. He was very well versed in how to build a force. Rao Wuqing nodded his head in agreement. Tianfeng is right. We should aim for young geniuses too. Jiang Ming looked over and suddenly quivered. Jiang Ming rubbed his temples. He did not notice the strange look in Gongye Jiao's eyes. Don't tell me you're thinking of taking Master Jiao's power into the sect? Wu Ming frowned and shook his head. No, Master Jiao is the son of a saint. How can he submit to us? Why not? At that moment, a laugh was heard. It was Gongye Jiao. His words rendered Jiang Ming speechless. Even Rao Wuqing, who had come up with this plan, stood rooted to the ground. What was going on? He was still thinking about how to convince Gongye Jiao. Therefore, why had he taken the initiative to come over? Gongye Jiao tidied his robes and said indifferently, my goal is very simple. As long as you can guarantee the safety of my subordinates in the future, it's enough. His gaze fell on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. Master Jiao, what do you mean? They are extremely powerful, and they even have a deity transformation realm expert hidden among them. As long as they don't provoke Mo Lingche, they can do whatever they want in the Feather Kingdom. Why? Do they need me to ensure their safety? Ah, you are still too young. Or rather, you are unable to think long-term. After all, you can't predict the future. Gongye Jiao continued, let me tell you the truth. In the future, there will be a war in the Feather Kingdom. Even Mo Lingche, the reincarnation of an immortal, will not be able to escape. Although he will not die, he will flee to other places in a sorry state. At that time, the Feather Kingdom will become hell on earth. Do you believe me? Gongye Jiao's eyes were bright and piercing as he stared at Jiang Ming. The latter immediately froze on the spot and said in disbelief, Master Jiao, are you saying that the Feather Kingdom will be destroyed? When will that happen? Why? I can't figure out the reason. There's something big blocking my divination abilities. However, I can tell you responsibly that it won't be too long. We may only have about 10 years. I can't believe this. Why did I decide to establish the Flower Fruit Mountain here? Jiang Ming rubbed his temples. He did not notice the strange look in Gongye Jiao's eyes. In fact, Gongye Jiao had kept something secret. The source of the disaster that would bring ruin to the Feather Kingdom in his prophecy was actually Jiang Ming himself. If it were anyone else, they would definitely try their best to get rid of Jiang Ming. However, Gongye Jiao was not an ordinary person. He actually wanted to see what would unfold. I don't know how Jiang Ming lured out such a disaster. I'm really looking forward to it. It was also at this moment that a powerful force swept over, causing the ground to shake. The dark water mystical snake appeared. It's that brat, Ing Sha. Rao Wuqing narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, his bloodline power is extraordinary. It seems like he's about to break through to the next stage. If he does, he can fight against a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. He can even escape from a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Jai Tianfeng was also surprised. He looked at Jiang Ming and asked, "Did you help him?" Jiang Ming nodded slightly. Jai Tianfeng and the others were shocked. They realized that as long as they could stay with Jiang Ming, their future would be bright. It was also at this moment that another powerful force swept over. It's Wu Ming. After Wu Ming broke through to the nascent realm, his cultivation base had not improved much. He had not made any progress in other aspects either. He was even worse than Ing Sha. However, now, his spear technique had undergone a huge transformation. This is not an ordinary spear technique. This is the skyless spear technique. At this moment, Wu Ming had already completed a transformation and his combat power was not much weaker than Ing Sha's. What is this? Surely, he was not that strong. The skyless spear technique is also a mystic technique. Could it be? Rao Wuqing looked at Jiang Ming in surprise. When he saw the latter nod again, waves of shock rose in his heart. Jiang Ming was amazing. Although he did not know the exact grade of the skyless spear technique, it was definitely not some mediocre mystic technique. Most of the Golden Core realm cultivators of the Feather Kingdom found it difficult to obtain a mystic technique. However, Jiang Ming could have as many mystic techniques as he wanted. His foundation was extremely deep. Although Gong Yejiu had known Jiang Ming for a very short time, he had long noticed that Jiang Ming was extraordinary. He nodded slightly and looked at Jiang Ming. "Young Master Ning, what do you think of my previous suggestion?" "Don't worry, I still have many geniuses under me. As long as I give the order, they will be loyal to the entire sect. Anyway, I don't have long to live. I can leave the world with peace of mind if I entrust them to you." Jiang Ming's heart trembled as he stared at Gong Yejiu. He suddenly realized that there was no problem with the latter's physical body. The problem was his fate. I originally had no cultivation, nor did I have many methods that could defy the heavens. I was also unable to resist aging and the cruelty of the heavenly cultivation. After observing so many heavenly secrets, my life had long come to an end. Gong Yejiu laughed when he saw the look in Jiang Ming's eyes. He did not seem to take this matter to heart. Jiang Ming was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "Don't worry. With me around, I'll definitely not let anything happen to them." "When will you be able to advance to the soul formation realm?" Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Soon, I've already found an opportunity. If you hadn't called me, I would have already begun to try to break through my shackles and advance to the soul formation realm." Jiang Ming nodded. Soon, he turned his gaze and looked into the distance. "After you advance to the insightful emptiness realm, we'll establish a sect. However, I need to find a superior grotto heaven." Jiang Ming took a step forward slowly and led his people to the distance. Gong Yejiu looked at Jiang Ming's departing figure and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Ning Kaichen. Or are you Zhang Shan? No matter what your true identity is, let me see how far you can go." Soon, Jiang Ming led a group of experts from the mansion to a sect. Impudent. This sect was called the Great Cloud Sect. At this moment, someone sensed the raging aura of Jiang Ming and the others and immediately roared. "How dare you make a move on the Great Cloud Sect? Aren't you afraid of death? F***CK. The Great Cloud Sect elder instantly froze and knelt on the ground. the Green Cloud sect master and the others who had rushed over after hearing the news also prostrated on the ground. It was because Jiang Ming's team had extremely powerful cultivators. Moreover, there were thousands of Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm soldiers. This was the first time Jiang Ming had led so many people out. At this moment, Jiang Ming was more like a king. Of course, it was an act. I want this place. Do you have any objections? Jiang Ming said concisely. The Great Cloud sect was dumbfounded. Sir, our sect has never provoked you. Why are you attacking us? They had established their sect here for hundreds of years, and this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Naturally, they were extremely unwilling. Jiang Ming rubbed his temples and said impatiently, either give in or die. The Great Cloud sect master was silent for a moment before getting up and leaving. The other Great Cloud sect elders were also extremely fast. Soon, pretty much everyone had left. The only ones left were some weaker cultivators. Master, what should we do? A nascent soul realm cultivator from the mansion asked. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and said, let's establish a city. We'll recruit all the mortals and low-level cultivators. This will help our sect mine resources and create wealth. It will also prepare for the selection of sufficient geniuses in the future. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to this matter and directly left with a flick of his sleeves. The expressions of the remaining Great Cloud sect disciples changed drastically. What was going on? Were they really going to have to mine for resources and do construction work? How demeaning. The 36 towns of Great Cloud originally belonged to the Great Cloud sect. However, now they were all combined and renamed Flower Fruit City. Countless townspeople were gathered in Flower Fruit City and a series of rules were set. Oh my God! A total of 3 million people. The Great Cloud sect was not strong. However, there were many mortals and low-level cultivators under it. Ying Sha had a look of shock on his face. One had to know that other than the 3 grotto heavens and the 6 blessed lands, only top sects like the Divine Eye sect had a population of 10 million. Other than that, there were extremely strong sects with a population of about 3 million to 5 million. The Great Cloud sect did not even have a half-step soul formation realm cultivator. Therefore, it could only be considered a second-rate sect. Logically speaking, its population would reach a maximum of 1 million. In the end, after working hard, the population had doubled. With so many people, we will have enough manpower for mining, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. He and Ying Sha were currently in charge of mining spirit stones. Thus, they quickly found a relatively good spirit mine. However, this was a piece of land with an owner. Presumptuous. This is the Yi family's territory, how dare you trespass? An expert descended. He was at the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. Behind him were more than 10 other weaker Golden Core Realm cultivators who looked at Ying Sha, Wu Ming, and the others with vigilance. Shower, go up and reason with them. Ying Sha could not be bothered to waste his breath and let his new follower, Wang Shower, step forward. Wang Shower understood. He walked up and stared at these people, saying, seriously, everyone, it's said that the most precious treasures in the world belong to the virtuous. Besides, this spirit mine doesn't belong to the Yi family, right? This was originally a piece of and without an owner. The Yi family only discovered it not long ago and wanted to apply for the mining Writes here from the Feather Kingdom's royal family, right? Humph. The Yi family cultivator snorted coldly. And what about it? The territory that the Yi family has set their eyes on is destined to be theirs. The special approval of the Feather Kingdom's royal family will come very soon. Therefore, you irrelevant people can get lost. However, Wan Shower sneered and said, special approval? Your application was intercepted by us. Otherwise, how would we know about the spirit mine? Not to mention, as long as the special approval has not been issued, it would be a matter of who was stronger. Do you want to challenge us? At this moment, the expressions of the Yi family cultivators changed. They looked at Wan Shower, Ying Sha, Wu Ming, and the others in disbelief. Are you people taught by Flower Fruit Mountain sect here? Wan Shower nodded arrogantly. The Yi family cultivator narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he finally said, even if you are Flower Fruit sect's disciples, you have to follow the rules. The Yi family discovered the spirit mine first. Therefore, why should we give it to you? This was an unspoken rule. Whoever discovered it first would be the owner of it. Its purpose was to prevent any major conflicts from happening. It was also an unspoken rule that the royal family of the Feather Kingdom had tacitly agreed to. However, they did not care. The royal family? Don't make us laugh. My master is not even afraid of people from ancient sects and holy lands. Do you think he'll be afraid of the royal family? The Yi family cultivators gritted their teeth, but were helpless. Just as Wan Shower had said, Ning Kaichen and Zhang Shan had recently become famous. If they provoked them, the Yi family would meet a terrible end. For a moment, the group could only grit their teeth and say, fine. You win. However, we won't let this go. We'll teach you a lesson. The group left very quickly. Wan Shower ran back proudly. How was my performance? Was I good? Ying Sha nodded and said, yes. However, the attitude of the Yi family was not quite right. They seemed to have some confidence. That's right. In the past, these cultivation families that relied on the royal family were all cowardly. However, today, the Yi family dared say such vicious words. No matter how you look at it, it's strange. Wait. Do you think the Yi family has gotten support from a powerful faction? Like one of the three great grotto heavens? At this moment, Wu Ming said, no, they still rely on the royal family. After all, the grotto heavens and blessed lands are indifferent to politics. Most importantly, this area is too far away from the grotto heavens and blessed lands. They have no obligation to be the backer of any family. Ying Sha furrowed his brows, and after thinking for a long time, he suddenly clapped his hands. Could the royal family of the Feather Kingdom have made some big move? For a moment, everyone was stunned. If that was really the case, then blood would spill. At this moment, in the royal capital of the Feather Kingdom, the king of the Feather Kingdom stood in the main hall of the palace, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty! A soldier came and knelt on the ground. He lowered his voice and said, I just received news that a certain person from the Hall of Slaughter has already infiltrated the Feather Kingdom. The king nodded. He was not too concerned about this matter and directly asked, what about our helpers? The Ascension Divine Kingdom and the Huayanchen Kingdom have already sent out news that they will send an army over in a few days. At that time, they will help us wipe out and eliminate all the traitors who dare disobey the royal family. Hearing this, the king smiled. I've been suppressed for too long. Now, it's finally the best opportunity for me to counterattack. At this moment, the king was gloating. After 3 generations, his family could finally reign supreme. By the way, how's that sect master? Are they willing to cooperate with us? The king did not think much of the flower fruit sect. However, it was suspected that sect master Ning of the flower fruit sect was from a holy land. The king hoped to obtain the other party's assistance and support. When the soldiers heard this, they suddenly stopped talking as if they did not know what to say. The king sensed something strange and immediately shouted with a heavier tone. Speak. The soldier helplessly told him about the Yi family's matter, and the king's expression instantly collapsed. Amazing. He actually said that our royal family is useless. Such audacity. We must make him pay for this. How do we do that, Your Majesty? Contact the network and ask them to do their best to annihilate the flower fruit sect, especially Ning Kaichen. I want to hold him hostage. The flower fruit mountain will surely care about the sect master of the flower fruit sect. Jiang Ming was cultivating when a voice suddenly came in. Ning Kaichen, can I come in? Jiang Ming immediately stopped his cultivation and stood up to open the door. He sized up Gongye Jiao, who was dressed in green, and said with a smile. Master Jiao, please come in. Gongye Jiao walked in and looked at Jiang Ming. He could not help but exclaim. Your talent is truly stunning. In just half a year, you've grown to this stage. Although he did not have a cultivation base, he could naturally see a lot of details about Jiang Ming with his power of divination. For example, Jiang Ming had already advanced to the late stage of the innate martial realm, and his cultivation in the golden core realm was about to break through. Jiang Ming smiled and said, Thank you, Master Jiao. Without your strong support, I wouldn't have been able to complete such a major breakthrough in just half a year. That was indeed the case. If not for the support of Gongye Jiao's many subordinates, they would not have been able to complete the excavation of large amounts of spirit stones in a short period of time. This made such improvement possible. Without enough spirit stones to support him, no matter how good Jiang Ming's aptitude was, it was useless. Gongye Jiao only smiled at the flattery and said, Speaking of which, it has been more than half a year since the founding day of your sect, and you, the sect master, have been unwilling to show yourself. Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and said, I'm not good at managing forces. I might as well hand everything over to Wu Ming and the others. Besides, Wu Ming is also in seclusion to cultivate now. Rao Wuqing and Zhai Tianfeng manage the major things, who knew how far they could develop the flower fruit sect. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but frown. Gongye Jiao's expression also sank slightly. Many things have happened in the past 6 months. Many sects and factions have either been destroyed or submitted to the royal family. The flower fruit sect will be next. Jiang Ming nodded and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the royal family of the Feather Kingdom to have such great ambitions. I always thought that the king was just a puppet. In the end, he directly started a war between the royal family and the world of immortal cultivation. Although the flower fruit sect is still developing during this period of time, its speed of development has obviously slowed down. Some of the nearby cities and regions have people from the royal family moving in, which has curbed our development. In the long run, we will definitely suffer a considerable blow. Jiang Ming began to think about how to deal with it next. At that moment, Gongye suddenly said, "Do you want to think of a way to transfer the elite forces of the flower fruit sect out of the Feather Kingdom and develop in the outside world?" Jiang Ming looked at Gongye in shock. "Master Jiao, aren't you overestimating me? If I could develop in the outside world, I wouldn't have to stay in the Feather Kingdom." He smiled bitterly. Gongye shook his head and said in a deep voice, "What I mean is that we should choose some grotto heavens and blessed lands in the Feather Kingdom, to establish a sect." Jiang Ming was stunned on the spot and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Weren't the grotto heavens and blessed lands now controlled by the 9 great forces? Weren't the remaining grotto heavens and blessed lands in the hands of the Divine Eye sect and other factions?" Gongye nodded and said, "That's true. However, there are some places that the world does not know about. I have opened my heavenly eye. I have predicted that a grotto heaven mystic realm will soon appear. This is an excellent opportunity." His eyes were full of vigor as he waited for Jiang Ming's confirmation. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and nodded. "In that case, I'll make a trip." Gongye quickly led Jiang Ming to a place about 30 miles away from Unending City. Jiang Ming's expression changed drastically when he sensed the changes in the void ahead. This is a sign that the grotto heaven is about to open. The 3 grotto heavens and 6 blessed lands were colloquial terms for the 9 great sects based on where they were built. Grotto heavens and blessed lands were different from other spirit mines and spirit vein lands. Several of them could be opened at once. For example, in the previous era, 3 grotto heavens were opened one after another. However, it was also possible that a new grotto heaven would not appear for thousands of years. He did not expect one to appear outside Unending City. In at most 3 months, this grotto heaven will be completely opened. However, within 3 months, there will definitely be other forces eyeing this place. Therefore, Master Ning, you have to be mentally prepared, Gongye said with a solemn expression. Jiang Ming nodded. He naturally knew that this was a tough battle. The enemies were not just the 3 grotto heavens, the 6 blessed lands, and the immortal cultivation sects. Now, the royal family was also after them. Jiang Ming had never been able to figure out the background of the royal family of the Feather Kingdom. He did not know how strong they were. However, he knew that the royal family must have their own reasons for daring to flip the table. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming lowered his voice and said, "In that case, shouldn't we make preparations in advance?" Gongye raised his eyebrows and quickly said, "Before the grotto heaven opens, you still need to go to a place." Jiang Ming was stunned at first. "You mean, the general's tomb?" "That's right." Gongye nodded seriously and said, "According to my intelligence, many factions have obtained the general's token and are planning to explore it. There are even some foreign factions. Although they are not as powerful as the ancient kingdom blessed land, there are many factions that are comparable to the Divine Eye sect and the 6 blessed lands." Jiang Ming could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he had not experienced it yet, everyone knew that this would definitely be a fierce battle. "Master Jiao, I need your help," Jiang Ming said seriously. Gongye nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'm the son of a saint. I still have Quite a few connections outside of the Feather Kingdom, especially in the area of individual cultivators. I can find quite a lot of help for you. However, be wary of them. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and began to enter the second cultivation state. He planned to break through to the next stage. At the same time, Gongye Zhang also received the news. Countless forces have gathered, and you are about to enter the general's tomb? Should I prepare in advance to get rid of Ning Kaichen and the others? Ning Kaichen, Rao Wuqing, Wu Ming. At the thought of these three people, Gongye Zhang could not help but clench his fists tightly. The hatred in his heart could be said to be monstrous. Recently, there has been news that the flower fruit sect has poached a lot of our laborers and handymen, causing our manpower to lessen. Moreover, many people are not willing to work for us at all. In the past, we could still force them. However, now, if we were to be a little more forceful, more people would directly run to the flower fruit sect's side, causing the Gongye family's reputation to be even more tarnished. Gongye Zhang gritted his teeth. Gu Qi and Mo Rong did not care about this. Their eyes were constantly wandering over the information. After a long time, Gu Qi said, Elder Mo, do you think we should set off for the general's tomb now? Mo Rong nodded with an ugly expression and said, I have to go. After exploring the general's tomb, I need to return to the Immortal Feather Grotto. Heaven as soon as possible. Those people from the royal family were really stupid. They actually dared to defy the Immortal Feather Grotto heaven. They must be severely punished. In recent days, the commotion caused by the royal family was so big that even the Immortal Feather Grotto heaven was affected. Although it was not important, it had indirectly damaged the authority of the Immortal Feather Grotto heaven. One had to know that in the past, the position of Immortal Feather Grotto heaven was unshakable. In the end, with the disturbance in the royal family of the Feather Kingdom, many forces submitted to the royal family of the Feather Kingdom. More forces and cultivators in the world questioned the hegemony of the Immortal Feather Grotto heaven. Gu Qi nodded. He was also very dissatisfied with the actions of the Feather Kingdom's royal family. After all, they had a cooperative relationship with the Immortal Feather Grotto heaven. Now that the Feather Kingdom's royal family was causing trouble, causing his interests in the Feather Kingdom to be greatly damaged, he was naturally very dissatisfied. It was also at this moment that a powerful force swept out and arrived with a bang. Gu Qi narrowed his eyes. He's here. Soon, Gu Qi stood up and went out to welcome him. Everyone followed closely behind him and immediately saw a man in black robes walking out. Greetings, Your Highness. This was Sha Luo, a prodigy who wanted to compete for the position of the Prince of the Hall of Slaughter. At this moment, Sha Luo's gaze slowly turned over and he coldly said, Where is Ning Kaichen? He urgently needed to kill Ning Kaichen and then kill Zhang Shan. Gu Qi immediately smiled and said, Your Highness, there's no need to be anxious. Ning Kaichen is an unending city. However, we can't touch him with the protection of the Saint's Son. Sha Luo's expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, Since that's the case, I'll let him go for the time being. Do you have any way to lure him out? Sha Luo was indeed audacious. However, he was not an idiot. He would not offend the son of a saint. Who knew if the saint would be angry because of this? Not to mention him, even the emperor of the Hall of Slaughter was unwilling to offend a saint. At this moment, Mo Rong said, "We will immediately set off for the general's tomb. Ning Kaichen and the others will be there as soon as possible. We will then eliminate Ning Kaichen in the general's tomb. The saint's son won't follow us, right?" Sha Luo frowned. Mo Rong laughed out loud and glanced at Gongye Zhang. "Then we'll have to see Master Gongye's ability. We'll have to see if he can hold back that saint's son." Gongye Zhang's expression was extremely ugly. These people did not care about his predicament. Despite that, they were counting on him to do things. However, he had no choice but to reply, "Don't worry. With me around, nothing will go wrong." Gongye Zhang quickly headed to Gongye Jiu's residence. He met Gongye Jiu as a member of the same family. "Master Jiu." Gongye Zhang was just about to open his mouth to praise him. However, he was forcefully interrupted. "There's no need to say more. I won't go to the general's tomb. Therefore, it's your business to deal with Ning Kaichen. As long as they walk out of my mansion, their life and death have nothing to do with me." Gongye Jiu could not be bothered to waste his breath. Gongye Zhang was stunned at first. However, he immediately revealed a delighted expression. "Then, Master Jiu, your subordinates. They are already under the flower fruit sect's tutelage and are no longer under my control," Gongye Jiu said coldly, causing the corners of Gongye Zhang's mouth to twitch. With those people around, it would be difficult for the assassin and holy son Guqi to kill Ning Kaichen, right? Unfortunately, Gongye Jiu would not dwell too much on such matters. He sent the other party away and narrowed his eyes. "Master Ning, I can only do this much for you. The rest of the plan will depend on your own strength." Jiang Ming slowly walked out and smiled. "Master Jiu, don't worry. I am not a person with a false reputation." Gongye Jiu revealed a worried expression and said, "Master Ning, I know that you have extraordinary talent and are extremely shrewd. It's impossible to kill you easily. However, the situation this time is different. These are not ordinary assassins. They are slaughter seeds, and they represent the prodigies of the younger generation of the Hall of Slaughter. Even those foreign sects and powers are afraid of it. If you're not careful, the slaughter seed might join forces with everyone and attack you." Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. "If a slaughter seed wants to advance to the position of the prince, don't they need to complete the mission alone? Why did they join forces with others?" Gongye Jiu laughed bitterly and said, "He will indeed have to rely on himself. However, if the slaughter seed joins forces with other factions and causes other cultivators to surround your people, resulting in no one being able to support you, the slaughter seed will be able to attack you. Don't underestimate the appeal of a slaughter seed." In addition, there was no need to guess. The people from the network would definitely come this time and would do their best to support the slaughter seed. He stared at Jiang Ming for a long time. "You'd better be careful. If you really can't do it, don't enter the general's tomb." "No." Jiang Ming shook his head. Although the Black Sword had a lot of knowledge, it was limited. He needed to dig out the secret of the general's tomb to prepare for the establishment of the flower fruit sect. Gongye Jiu nodded in agreement and continued, "Since you are determined, I will not say anything more. Master Ning, be careful. Good luck." Soon, Gongye Jiu left slowly, leaving Jiang Ming to continue his cultivation. In a few days, Jiang Ming's cultivation had improved greatly. Although he had not advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, he was not far away. However, it is this last half-step that is difficult to cross. I need a fierce battle to sharpen my combat strength and find an opportunity to break through. Jiang Ming's brain kept working. Soon, he finally thought of a key solution. The slaughter seeds from the Hall of Slaughter. I can find slaughter seeds to temper my combat strength. When Jiang Ming thought of this, he immediately went to the vicinity of Gongya Zhang's residence, to take a look. He quickly confirmed the location of the slaughter seed and infiltrated it. Who is it? The slaughter seed's face fell. Someone actually sneaked in without his permission? He was courting death. In the next moment, the slaughter seed immediately burst out with a cold and murderous aura. It swept out like endless wind blades and caused the ground to tremble. Countless trees were directly cut in half. So strong. These were not ordinary trees. Even a full-strength attack from a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm would not be able to shake them at all. In the end, the other party had destroyed so many of them with just a casual move. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fled in fear. However, Jiang Ming did not show any fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up and he took a step forward. Die. In the next moment, Jiang Ming took out his weapon and attacked fiercely, cutting off many wind blades in front of him. The slaughter seed's face darkened as it whizzed over. You have some skill to break my wind blades. Unfortunately, it's not enough to be my match. The slaughter seed rose slowly, and his black robes billowed as it charged at Jiang Ming with a bang. This is... Jiang Ming's expression darkened. He was suddenly shocked. He wanted to dodge, but was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This is Golden Core realm mana. And he's in the peak of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Ming's expression kept changing. He understood that he was careless this time and immediately ran into the distance. The slaughter seed sneered. Trying to escape? Impossible. He took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of the Jiang Ming and attacked. Jiang Ming was grabbed by the collar. An even bigger wind blade whistled up, as if it would pierce through his chest in the next moment. Jiang Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. However, the wind blade was also completely offset. The slaughter seed was so shocked that he raised his eyebrows. What a powerful body. You're actually a martial artist. At this moment, Sha Luo took a few steps back and stared at Jiang Ming in bewilderment. It could not be helped. Martial artists were very rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Martial artists who had reached the innate martial realm were even harder to find. The most important thing was that if he were to engage in close combat with a martial artist at the innate martial realm, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Immortal cultivators would never engage in close combat with a martial artist. Most importantly, the other party was still so young. It was very likely that he came from some ancient sect of martial arts. Are you from the Martial Arts Heavenly Palace? Martial Arts Heavenly Palace? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly reacted and grinned. Yes, I'm from the Martial Arts Heavenly Palace. Sha Luo's lips twitched. How could he not notice Jiang Ming's shock? He immediately gritted his teeth. Do you think I'm a fool? Jiang Ming spread his hands and looked helpless. He said seriously, Hey. It was your own guess, and then I went along with it. Why would I be messing with you? Sha Luo became even more furious. Then, he suddenly froze and stared at Jiang Ming. You're Ning Kaichen. He finally recognized Jiang Ming. After confirming that the other party was Ning Kaichen, he wanted to kill him. However, Jiang Ming easily avoided him. Previously, Jiang Ming had used his immortal cultivation. Thus, he was naturally no match for the other party. However, if he used his martial arts skills, Sha Luo would not be able to finish him off quickly. Thank you for your storage ring. The loud laughter resounded between heaven and earth, attracting countless people to come over. In fact, they had long sensed the commotion here. However, they had not approached for a long time, afraid that the slaughter seeds would kill them as well if they were unhappy. When Gucci arrived and coincidentally heard those words and the wanton laughter, his heart immediately skipped a beat. Why did this sound so familiar? Ning Kaichen. It must be Ning Kaichen. Only he and Zhang Shan, the little thieves from the Flower Fruit Mountain, are so shameless. Gucci gritted his teeth. He wanted to let Protector Li kill Ning Kaichen. However, he was worried that he would offend the saint's son. Therefore, he could only give up for now. Sha Luo had the same thought. Therefore, he did not use force to kill Ning Kaichen. You're hilarious. I'll let you live for a few more days. When we reach the general's tomb, I'll personally kill you. However, what he did not know was that Jiang Ming already had a plan to deal with it. Another disguise? Rao Wuqing and the others, who had just rushed back after hearing the news, were stunned. Rao Wuqing, in particular, sized Jiang Ming up suspiciously. He felt that this guy looked familiar, like Yan Qixia from before. Don't misunderstand. I'm just trying to prevent trouble, Jiang Ming said. Seriously. Huai Mei, who had not shown her face for a long time, pursed her lips. There was no credibility in Jiang Ming's words. Ning Kaichen, do you want to consider not going to the general's tomb? Huai Mei asked in a low voice. She was always a little afraid. The previous incident in the mystic realm had left her with immense trauma. She had almost lost a group of people. However, she did not know that this was nothing at all. Jiang Ming naturally saw through Huai Mei's thoughts. He could not help but purse his lips and say, Huai Mei, you are inexperienced. You still need to experience countless hardships to grow better. Huai Mei was stunned. How rude. She took a few deep breaths and was about to say something when Zhai Tianfeng opened his mouth. I think it's feasible. After all, there are quite a number of nascent soul realm cultivators on our side. Even Wu Ming has advanced to the soul formation realm. Such a force is definitely not weak. As long as we disguise ourselves, I believe no one will dare to be our enemy. Although Zhai Tianfeng was a guy who was involved in scientific research, he was an out-and-out wild child. He was not satisfied with such a comfortable life at all. He loved excitement. Jiang Ming nodded and looked around before asking, those of you who are willing to go, step forward. Those who are unwilling to go, stay and guard the sect. However, before he could finish speaking, everyone began to register enthusiastically. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched when he saw this. Nonsense. If you all go, who will guard the sect? Jiang Ming did not want to return from the general's tomb and find out that his territory had been stolen. Most importantly, the grotto heaven was about to open soon. They still needed to continuously accumulate strength. After everything was settled, Jiang Ming went straight back to his room and met Gongye Jiao. Master Jiao, is there something you need me for? Jiang Ming's attitude toward Gongye Jiao was very difficult. He did not know why. However, he felt that this person before him was like a vast ocean, completely unfathomable. Gongye Jiao nodded. He sat down and stared at Jiang Ming for a long time before he suddenly chuckled. Master Ning, this time I'm looking for you because of what happened before. Jiang Ming was stunned. However, he immediately reacted and said in a low voice, is it because of that woman? That's right. Gongye Jiao nodded. He took a deep breath and said, I only told you about that woman's situation before. However, I didn't tell you in detail about her. Now, I'm going to tell you. After all, after interacting with you for this period of time, I understand that you're not someone who's so easily deceived. If I did anything to trick you, you would probably be able to see it. It's better to be honest with you. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. He had planned to avoid this matter and wait until the so-called woman died. However, now that Gongye Jiao had taken the initiative to discuss it again, Jiang Ming naturally would not refute it. After all, Gongye Jiao had contributed greatly to the flower fruit sect's current success. Regarding this woman, I suspect that she might be the reincarnation of an immortal from the upper realm. Another reincarnation of an immortal? Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. First Mo Lingche, and now her? Seeing through Jiang Ming's thoughts, Gongye Jiao smiled and said, there aren't many reincarnations of mighty figures and immortals in this world. However, they aren't too rare either. The Mo Lingche you know is actually one of the higher-level reincarnations of immortals. At this moment, Jiang Ming heard the Black Sword mutter, he's just a puny heaven immortal, and he's considered higher-leveled? Wouldn't it be heaven defying if he was a saint immortal? Jiang Ming did not know what heaven immortal or saint immortal was. He looked at Gongye Jiao and asked, what level is that woman? My current understanding of immortals is very limited. I only know that there are 3 grades of immortals, which are earth, heaven, and saint. Mo Lingche is the reincarnation of a heaven immortal, and that woman is the reincarnation of an earth immortal. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate the reincarnation of an earth immortal. These saints from the lower realm can't compare to her. Once she starts cultivating seriously, Gongye Jiao said with a heavy tone. Jiang Ming's heart trembled. How strong was she? Anyway, once one reached the earth immortal realm, their lifespan would be exceptionally long. They were not truly immortal. They would eventually die of old age. However, I can't afford to waste time. He could not possibly waste thousands of years, right? Therefore, in order to fulfill this promise, Jiang Ming had to take the initiative to kill that woman. However, how difficult is it to kill a reincarnated earth immortal? I have to think of a way as soon as possible. Jiang Ming's brain was working frantically. However, he could not find a good solution. At this moment, Gongye Jiao spoke. That woman is just a small fry. This batch of reincarnated immortals is similar to a sect or a force. They seem to be undisciplined. However, in fact, they have a strict hierarchy. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. If that was the case, how could he deal with that woman? However, that woman has an enemy. As long as you find that enemy, you can kill that woman. Most importantly, if you can cooperate with her enemy, it will be of great benefit to your cultivation path. When Gongye Jiao said this, Jiang Ming was completely moved. How strong is her enemy? He's also the reincarnation of an earth immortal. However, unlike that woman, he was once a prodigy of the upper realm and even had a close relationship with some forbidden existences. He's not the most invincible in the earth immortal realm. However, he's still one of the big shots. On the other hand, that woman's aptitude is ordinary. She's nothing at all. Gongye Jiao's words were filled with disdain. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly understood something. He stared at Gongye Jiao, who was in front of him. You foresaw this. Thus, is your lifespan about to run out? Gongye Jiao was stunned before he laughed bitterly. I am immortal. Even without these things, I should have died a few hundred years ago. Jiang Ming did not believe it. He did not continue to stare at Gongye Jiao. However, many doubts arose in his heart. After Gongye Jiao finished speaking and left, the black sword suddenly said, Bro, I suspect that this guy is that woman's enemy, the reincarnation of the so-called big shot from the upper realm. Jiang Ming nodded. He thought so too. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Gongye Jiao's divination ability was, he would not have such a deep understanding of the so-called immortals. One had to know that even his father could not do this. It seems that this guy is hiding a lot of secrets. Regardless, he did not dwell on this matter and directly began to take stock of his gains. There were some good things in the storage ring of a slaughter seed. 7 kill scripture. Heaven slaying sword technique. There are still quite a number of spirit pills. The most important thing is this. When Jiang Ming saw a token, his expression instantly became strange. Slaughter seed token. He was not some noob. Through Rao Wuqing and Zhai Tianfeng, he knew a lot about the Hall of Slaughter. The slaughter seed token was divided into several levels, namely the crown prince token, the prince token, and the seed token. They possessed great power. Most importantly, as long as you held the token, you were the owner of the token, and all the forces in the Hall of Slaughter would be at your disposal. Bro, you seem to have encountered a huge disaster. The black sword was speechless. You can take anything you want. However, if you take this token, Sha Luo will never let you go. Jiang Ming was filled with bitterness. He could imagine Sha Luo's rage and his desire to kill him. However, it did not matter. He came here to kill me. Even if I didn't snatch his token, he would still attack me. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for me to take this, right? Jiang Ming was now in control of this token and was fully qualified to mobilize all the experts of the network. We can totally overthrow some people. It had to be said that Ing Sha was an extremely outstanding assassin and spy. During this period of time, Jiang Ming had learned a lot of things, such as the hatred Mo Rong and the others had for him, as well as the operation they were about to carry out in the general's tomb, which was an assassination operation targeting him. You want to kill me? Sure. However, it depends on whether you're strong enough. A cold light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. He slowly got up and strode in another direction. At the same time, he gave an order. Gather. Let's go. The general's tomb was located at the border of the Feather Kingdom. At this moment, countless experts and forces had gathered here. There were members of the Divine Eye sect and other sects and aristocratic families from the Feather Kingdom. Some immortal cultivation forces from outside the feather kingdom had joined as well. This time, it's really a fierce battle. Huai Mei, who was hidden in the crowd, could not help but exclaim. Jiang Ming nodded and looked around. The weakest among them was at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. There were countless golden core realm cultivators among them, and there were even hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators. I can even sense the existence of some soul formation realm experts. Wu Ming opened his mouth. His gaze was extremely cold, as if he had encountered an irreconcilable enemy. Jiang Ming glanced at him, and the latter immediately looked over. Don't worry, I won't act immediately. After we reach the general's tomb, I will prioritize our mission. I won't delay the entire team's progress, because of personal grudges. This time, they had all changed their appearances. However, they were all dressed in long robes. They were also mixed with many defensive formations. Zhai Tianfeng walked over and said in a low voice, I sensed that the people from the ancient kingdom-blessed land are here as well. Hearing this, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, Are Mo Rong and the others here? Yes. There was no need to continue asking. Jiang Ming naturally knew that the slaughter seed was also there, and he even saw the other party very quickly. At this moment, Sha Luo's eyes were filled with malice, as if he was searching for something. After a long time, he slowly retracted his gaze. He didn't find me. Jiang Ming let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that his disguise would be easily discovered. Don't worry, Master, you're incredible. This disguise technique is even more powerful. Even Holy Lord Gu Hua can't see through it. Only Gongye Jiao could tell. It could be said that in the entire lower realm, there was almost no one who could see through Jiang Ming's disguise technique. The general's tomb has appeared. Everyone looked over and saw a huge coffin slowly rising from the ground. Most importantly, the top seemed huge. However, the bottom was nothing compared to it. The so-called general's tomb is actually a huge stone coffin? Jiang Ming's lips twitched. Rao Wuqing shook his head. It's not as simple as a stone coffin. It's a bronze coffin. However, the color on it has changed. Why does it look so familiar? Rao Wuqing thought about it carefully for a moment. However, he could not think of anything. He could only give up for now. At this moment, many people were tempted and wanted to enter the general's tomb immediately. However, they were forcefully stopped. You lot. Go in. A young man with an arrogant attitude spoke. He was clad in expensive clothing and was still eating some spiritual fruits that his maid, who was beside him, had offered. Countless people were dumbfounded and looked over angrily. However, they quickly shut their mouths. Jiang Ming was stunned. Were people so arrogant nowadays? They were not here for a vacation. That's the young master of the indulgence sect. The indulgence sect. This place had a reputation. It was a place where thieves and prostitutes gathered. At this moment, Zhai Tianfeng licked his lips and said with a smile, I've long heard that the indulgence sect's female cultivators have extremely deep attainments in the martial arts style of working in the bedroom, if you catch my drift. Huai Mei raised her eyebrows. If not for the fact that she could not beat Zhai Tianfeng, she would definitely have spat out a few words. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. These things were normal. Although the behavior of the indulgence sect was vulgar, there was a demand for it. It's normal to have sex. However, the indulgence sect has been vigorously capturing all kinds of cultivators over the years. Regardless of whether they are men or women, their fates are very miserable. This is especially true for this young sect master of the indulgence sect. He's even more famous for being a SC*M. There are at least 8,000 innocent girls who have died in his hands. Most importantly, he has targeted the young ladies of some huge sects and aristocratic families, or perhaps the cultivation partners of some immortal cultivators, Rao Wuqing said. He was wondering whether anyone would take advantage of this time to kill the indulgence sect's young master. However, it was obvious that no one had the courage to go up and cause trouble for the young master of the indulgence sect at this critical moment. Rao Wuqing suddenly sensed something, and so did Jiang Ming. They all looked in one direction, and a fur-clad man strode out. Dai, Hua Wudao. This fur-clad man was quite powerful. Hua Wudao also looked over and smiled disdainfully. Then, he grabbed a maid and threw her at the fur-clad man. Ah! The maid's beautiful face turned pale. In the next moment, she was punched, and a spray of blood gushed out of her body. He actually used his own maid as a weapon. Hua Wudao really has no limits. The corners of Jiang Ming's lips twitched. Even if Guqi was not in a desperate situation, he would not do such a thing. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly felt that Guqi was not that bad of a person. It was also at this moment that a powerful aura spread out, which caused many cultivators around to take a few steps back. The fur-clad man grabbed a huge spear out of thin air and attacked Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao, how dare you humiliate my fiancée and made her commit suicide? Today, I will definitely kill you. The spear struck. Hua Wudao's expression changed slightly. However, he still sneered. Kid. You're just a boorish fool. However, you have good taste in women. I have to say, your fiancé was amazing. Ah. The fur-clad man became even more furious. Just as he was about to continue attacking, a voice called out to him. It was Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's sudden shout broke the somber atmosphere. Many people turned around to look at Jiang Ming. What is this guy trying to achieve by attracting so much attention to us? At this moment, Huaimei wished she could crawl into a hole and die. Weren't they focusing on keeping a low profile? This was the opposite of that. Jiang Ming's gaze lingered around the scene. After a long time, he smiled and said, Sir, we can deal with these things in the future. There's no need to make a big fuss at this critical moment, right? The fur-clad man narrowed his eyes and pointed his spear at Jiang Ming. Are you going to stand up for Hua Wudao? No, I'm also here to kill Hua Wudao. After all, he once humiliated my cultivation partner, Jiang Ming chuckled. As soon as he said this, many people fell silent. Hua Wudao was disgusting. Even though cultivators were known to be cold and heartless, this person was definitely the first one to do such a cruel and inhumane thing. Jiang Ming continued, I want to kill him. I want to ravage him. I want to torture him. However, we are in a hurry to enter the general's tomb. As you can see, Hua Wudao has many experts protecting him. You can kill a mere maid. But can you kill all the experts of the indulgence sect? At this moment, the fur-clad man was silent. After a while, he stared at Jiang Ming. Are you planning to join forces with me? Yes. However, not now. Jiang Ming sighed. We are just a small sect, that is. Unknown outside the Feather Kingdom. We came out this time for the sake of the future of the entire sect. I think everyone's the same. You should be fighting for your tribe, right? Since you want to fight for your tribe, then you have to put aside everything else for now. I will naturally keep my word and attack Hua Wudao with you later. In the end, Jiang Ming said seriously, I, Zhou Buchan, swear that I will kill Hua Wudao. Jiang Ming was always a very dramatic actor. Huai Mei rolled her eyes, and Rao Wuqing was speechless. Wu Ming, Ying Sha, and the others were also rolling their eyes. If they did not know Jiang Ming's true identity, they would definitely believe Jiang Ming's words. Hua Wudao felt a chill run up his spine from being stared at. He wanted to get rid of Jiang Ming and the fur-clad man. At this moment, Wu Ming descended and released his aura. A soul formation realm cultivator. Everyone was stunned. Although there were a few soul formation realm cultivators present, they were all from the various holy lands. Even the Indulgent sect did not have a soul formation realm cultivator to protect Hua Wudao. As a result, Hua Wudao's expression changed completely. It was over. He had actually provoked a guy who had the protection of a soul formation realm cultivator. At this moment, Hua Wudao was extremely regretful. Why had he been so dissolute all these years and made so many enemies for himself? It was also at this time that Jiang Ming walked up to the fur-clad man and asked with a twinkle in his eye, "May I know your name?" Tuoba Kuei, the fur-clad man said in a muffled voice, causing many people to be stunned. It wasn't that the Tuoba tribe was powerful. On the contrary, the Tuoba tribe was extremely weak. How could they have nurtured a powerful prodigy at the peak of the Golden Core realm who was less than 100 years old? In the distance, Guqi's face instantly fell. He felt like he was a good for nothing. Sha Luo did not care about any of this. He was still looking for Jiang Ming, wanting to take back the slaughter seed token. It was also at this moment that figures descended one after another. One of them was called Luo Qing. "Captain, is this our master?" Someone looked at Jiang Ming and was slightly stunned. Wasn't it said that the seeds of the Hall of Slaughter were all alone? Why was there still a soul formation realm cultivator protecting him? Who cares who he is? As long as he obtains the slaughter seed token, he is a slaughter seed. This has been the rule of the Hall of Slaughter for so many years, Luo Qing said indifferently. The rules of the Hall of Slaughter could not be easily changed. Even the Emperor of Slaughter could not change them. Whoever obtained the slaughter seed token would be a slaughter seed, which also meant that the original slaughter seed might die. This was the reason Sha Luo was so anxious. Losing control of the slaughter seed token meant losing the identity of the slaughter seed. On the contrary, Ning Kaichen had become a slaughter seed. Sha Luo cursed in his heart. However, he had no way to deal with it. At this moment, Jiang Ming pulled Tuoba Kuei back to the team and comforted him. "Don't worry, I will definitely attack Hua Wudao. When the time comes, you and I will attack together and skin that man alive." Tuoba Kuei nodded. Rao Wuqing was silent for a long time before he sent a voice transmission to Jiang Ming. "Master, are you interested in this child's talent?" Jiang Ming nodded. "According to the records I saw in the Black Rock ruins, the Tuoba tribe was once extremely powerful. There were countless mighty figures among them. There was even more than one saint. In ancient times, the Tuoba tribe once founded a dynasty and even changed their name to Yuan. Although we don't know why the Yuan tribe was destroyed, the Tuoba tribe definitely has a strong bloodline. Tuoba Kuei's aptitude is quite good, and he's even more talented than Gu Qi. As long as we rope him in properly, the flower fruit sect might have a prodigy who can take charge. Jiang Ming had this plan in mind. He knew very well that the flower fruit sect did not lack geniuses and low-level cultivators. However, he needed a prodigy that could shake the world. Tuoba Kuei had advanced to the Golden Core realm before he was 100 years old. His aptitude was quite good. Moreover, he was different from most Golden Core realm geniuses. They all had countless resources to support them. However, how could Tuoba Kuei, a fellow from the grasslands, have any resources? It was definitely a wise decision to rope this guy in. Rao Wuqing's lips twitched. Jiang Ming was very perceptive. It was also at this time that many factions stepped forward and filled in the tokens, wanting to use this to open the general's tomb. No one hid anything, because they all wanted to enter the general's tomb. Of course, they were also united against the outside world. The forces that did not hold the general's token were all left behind. Among them, Gong Yezhang was also left behind. Gong Yezhang was furious. He glared at a cultivator from the ancient kingdom. Blessed land who had also been left behind. What do you mean? Why did you stop me from entering the general's tomb? Previously, I was told that as long as I do my job well, you will bring me into the general's tomb. Are you trying to break your promise now? His eyes were filled with anger. The cultivator glanced at him and sneered. Master Gongya, are you sure you have done your job well? I've already stalled everyone in the family. I guarantee that no one will come to save Ning Kaichen and his followers. Wasn't that the deal? Gong Yezhang's face turned even redder. He felt that these people were manipulating him. The cultivator snorted and said disdainfully, enough with this nonsense. To tell you the truth, Ning Kaichen and the others didn't appear here at all. The slaughter seed took care of him. This time, Gong Yezhang was instantly rendered speechless. He took a few steps back and said in a panicked voice, impossible. My men clearly saw that Ning Kaichen and the others had left Unending City. They must have come to the general's tomb. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to open the general's tomb. Without a general's token, could they have disguised themselves? When he asked this question, the cultivator sneered even more. He sized up Gong Yezhang as if he were looking at an idiot. Master Gongya, I'm afraid that you need to have your brain checked. Don't forget that the people of the Hall of Slaughter are best at disguising themselves. At this moment, Gong Yezhang's gaze was a little unfocused as he left in a daze. He had never expected that he would fail at the brink of success in the end. All his efforts had been in vain. Gongya Jiao was currently standing in a certain direction and watching Gongya Zhang. Master Jiao, do you want to go and see him? The green-robed man asked. Gongya Jiao shook his head and said, he has long lost his way. Such a person is destined to never achieve great things. He is useless to the Gongya family. He won't meet a good end. Soon, Gongya Jiao retracted his gaze and looked coldly in a certain direction. That woman is here too. The green-robed man's heart trembled. He could not help but look around as if he felt some great fear. Gongya Jiao patted his shoulder and chuckled. There's no need to worry. She wouldn't dare cause trouble in the Feather Kingdom. After all, Mo Lingche is no longer the little brat from back then. He has grown up. She is no match for him. The green-robed man was stunned. He looked at Gongye Jiao with some reluctance. Master Jiao, are you really planning to leave? Gongye Jiao nodded and looked in the direction of the general's tomb. That kid will grow stronger very quickly. If I stay, I will only be a burden to him. Moreover, if this incarnation of mine doesn't return soon, that person will probably fly into a rage. The green-robed man was completely silent. Actually, very few people knew that Gongye Jiao was not the son of a saint. The true descendant of a saint was named Gongye Huan. Gongye Jiao was merely one of Gongye Huan's incarnations. Master Jiao, if you go back, I'm afraid there's no chance of you surviving. Would he really cooperate with Master Ning? The green-robed man was most worried about this. Gongye Jiao laughed and said disapprovingly, if he doesn't admit it, then he's extremely stupid. It has nothing to do with Ning Kaichen. I can feel that Ning Kaichen has a bright future ahead of him. He won't be limited to the heavenly immortal realm. However, Gongye Jiao was not sure if Ning Kaichen would save him in the future. Cultivators would have incarnations after reaching a certain realm. Their original body was still intact. However, Gongye Jiao had long developed his own intelligence. No matter what, he did not want to become a part of others. He wanted to become himself. Moreover, he still had to find that woman. Back then, in order to force him to return, the original body used this woman to harm him. He was trying to kill him. Gongye Jiao was afraid that he would be targeted by that woman and affect Jiang Ming's future, so he chose to return. Ning Kaichen. You are my last hope. Jiang Ming knew nothing about this. At this moment, he entered the general's tomb with the main group and found that the surroundings were constantly changing, forming a relatively quiet area. It seemed to have given birth to some terrifying creatures. At this moment, Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he closed in step by step. At this time, Tuoba Kue grabbed him. Don't get close. Let them scout ahead. What did you sense? Jiang Ming was stunned. Tuoba Kue nodded and looked around. He lowered his voice and said, You should know the history of my ancestors, right? Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and said seriously, You mean, this place is related to your ancestors from the Yuanwei Empire? It has nothing to do with me. Tuoba Kue shook his head. This is the tomb of a great general under Murong of Northern Yen. He was even older than Yuanwei. However, there is a talent hidden in the bloodline of the descendants of Yuanwei. They can sense the existence of killing intent and blood qi. For example, there is an extremely majestic blood qi in this place. I suspect that there are many soldiers stationed here. Tuoba Kue's expression darkened slightly after he spoke. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly looked into the distance with a bad premonition. There was nothing. However, after a few breaths, a series of powerful footsteps resounded in the general's tomb, causing countless people's hearts to tremble. Armored soldiers appeared one after another. Jiang Ming could not help but gulp. He instinctively wanted to take a few steps back. However, there were people behind him. Why are you stumbling? Hurry up and move forward. Jiang Ming could not reply. He led the group to open a path and went straight to the back, allowing the people in front to face the soldiers who had appeared out of nowhere. This sudden appearance of armored soldiers caused the eyelids of countless cultivators to twitch. They vaguely realized that something was wrong. Jiang Ming lowered his eyebrows slightly, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Is this the army of the Morong family of Northern Yan? Tuobakue nodded and said with fear, these are regular soldiers. However, they are not something that the ordinary troops of this era can stand against. You have to know that the Morong family has always been known for their brutality and ruthlessness. Most importantly, they had been corrupted by the baleful aura after their deaths and have become the evil spirits they were. Now, their strength is probably even more terrifying. When Jiang Ming heard this, he immediately frowned. There were 800 Northern Yan soldiers. If they were to face them, many of these cultivators would die. In fact, these Northern Yan soldiers were not very powerful at first. There were many low-level Qi refinement realm cultivators among them. However, after the corrosion and decay of the evil aura, their strength had risen by many levels. Now, the weakest among them was at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. Is there any better way to deal with it? Rao Wuqing asked in a low voice. He had been observing the strength of these Northern Yan soldiers. However, he could not accurately judge them. He could only ask this question. Without waiting for Tuoba Kui's reply, Jiang Ming said, there's no need to respond. Let the people in front exhaust themselves. Tuoba Kui nodded approvingly and said, let those people from the indulgence sect go and die. I hope Hua Wudao dies along with them. However, it was obvious that his wish could not be fulfilled. At this moment, a majestic aura spread out, and a powerful force came crashing down. One of the Northern Yan soldiers started to move, followed by more and more of them. It was as if there was something controlling them, because these Northern Yan soldiers were like wild beasts without intelligence, attacking purely based on instinct. All of you, attack. Hua Wudao's voice came from the front. Clearly, he was ordering the captured cultivators to step forward. The eyes of the captured cultivators twitched as they retreated. They did not dare step forward. However, they still could not escape their miserable fate. Some people tried to escape from the hands of the indulgence sect experts. However, they were mercilessly killed. This scene made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Let me try. I'll fight them. Let's see how capable these undead soldiers are. An individual cultivator roared and took a step forward. He killed several Northern Yan soldiers who were at the peak of the Qi refinement realm and the early stage of the foundation establishment realm with his cultivation base of the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Seeing this, the other cultivators gritted their teeth and stepped forward. They knew that this was not the time to retreat. If they did not step forward, they would die. After all, dying in the hands of the Northern Yan soldiers was just death. However, if they were to fall into the hands of the indulgence sect experts, they would have to suffer. For a time, the two sides quickly engaged in battle, and the sounds of weapons colliding rang out endlessly. Jiang Ming also returned to his senses at this moment. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. How familiar was this scene? Back then, when he was still weak, he was also used as cannon fodder. Be prepared to attack or retreat at any time. Jiang Ming reminded everyone, and everyone immediately became tense. At the same time, Zhai Tianfeng began to set up an array formation. A third great array formation was set up, which made many cultivators jealous. They tried their best to squeeze in. However, Jiang Ming glared at them. This made them back away in fear, and some of them were killed mercilessly. Aren't we being a little too cruel by doing this? Huai Mei bit her lip. However, Jiang Ming sneered. If you want to be a hero, then fine. Get out and be a hero yourself. If you want to drag us along to be a hero, I don't mind sacrificing you first. Jiang Ming's words made Huai Mei's lips twitch, and she immediately shut her mouth. She did not understand Jiang Ming. How could he be so decisive? The battle raged on. It was also at this moment that a powerful force surged up and suddenly shot out in another direction. Accompanied by the sounds of collisions, the indulgence sect in front of him was forced into the battle. Hua Wudao's expression was particularly ugly. He immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivators, please hurry up and help. Get lost." Gucci shouted coldly, not giving this young master of the cultivation world outside the Feather Kingdom any heed at all. Hua Wudao's expression was particularly ugly. He did not dare disobey Gucci. He could only keep searching the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on some people. Everyone, please follow me, and quickly kill these undead soldiers as soon as possible. Seeing this, the experts of these forces also sneered. Why aren't they helping out? Huai Mei frowned in confusion. Jiang Ming glanced at it and said coldly, the experts of the indulgence sect are more than enough to handle those soldiers. They have many foundation establishment realm cultivators, golden core realm cultivators, nascent soul realm cultivators, and even a half-step soul formation realm cultivator. Hua Wudao is really cunning. Alas, karma is coming back to bite him. Jiang Ming spoke calmly, and his words made Rao Wuqing and the others nod. Secretly, it was obvious that Hua Wudao's plan had failed. However, he was not angry. There was only a hint of coldness in his eyes. You'll pay for this. Of course, we can take care of the 800 Northern Yen soldiers. However, don't think about watching from the sidelines. As soon as he said this, many people were stunned. Jiang Ming's eyelids trembled and he exclaimed in a low voice, this idiot is King trying to cause trouble. As expected, Hua Wudao suddenly waved his hand. Soon, several powerful auras spread out, causing the expressions of countless cultivators to change. Gucci's expression was particularly ugly. Hua Wudao, you're too much. You actually lured out other cultivators. Aren't you afraid of being killed in retaliation? Jiang Ming looked over, and his expression was particularly ugly. At this moment, there were countless figures coming over. It was terrifying. Hua Wudao laughed and said with a ferocious expression, don't be ridiculous. Since you're still unwilling to help me, I won't let you off easily. He was a lunatic. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. He had never seen someone so crazy in the world of immortal cultivation before. Is he the piece of trash you want to kill? Jiang Ming asked, casually. Tuoba Kuei clenched his fists and said in a low voice, I don't want to just kill him anymore. I have to find another way to torture him. Jiang Ming nodded slightly and did not dwell on this matter. He took a step forward and his aura spread out at this moment. Rumble. Along with the rumbling sounds, a huge ferocious blade lunged out and killed many Northern Yen soldiers. How terrifying! Many cultivators exclaimed, especially those Golden Core Realm cultivators who widened their eyes in disbelief. Obviously, they never expected that Jiang Ming could display such power. It was amazing. Zhou Buchan is quite powerful. In the distance, Gucci narrowed his eyes slightly. He had also entered the Golden Core Realm. However, he knew that even if he reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he would not be as strong as Jiang Ming. How could a country as strong as the Feather Kingdom produce so many monstrous prodigies? At this moment, Guqi's heart ached. Before he could recover, many northern Yan soldiers had already arrived before him. Fortunately, he had a large group of cultivators from his sect to protect him. It was also at this moment that Guqi suddenly raised his hand and slapped down. Bang! A large number of Northern Yan's Qi Refinement Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm soldiers were killed. That's the ancient essence spirit palm. I didn't expect Guqi to actually cultivate this mystic technique. Although his aptitude and comprehension aren't as good as Holy Lord Guhua's, he can't be underestimated. Rao Wuqing stared at Guqi's figure and muttered inwardly. However, he soon burst into laughter. He does have some power. However, it's limited to some mystic techniques and is still far inferior to my sect master. At this moment, Jiang Ming had sneaked into the center of the battlefield. Every time he made a move, there would be a Golden Core realm Northern Yan soldier who would die immediately. This was Jiang Ming's terrifying combat strength. It was not something that any old cultivator could compare to. However, Jiang Ming was limited to this. He would not show all his trump cards. He even kept pulling people from other forces to help him out. He needed to keep up his facade. Damn it! Someone clenched his fists tightly, and the hatred in his eyes surged crazily. They had never expected that Hua Wudao would first trick them, and then this Zhou Buchan would drag them down. Many cultivators were injured or even severely crippled. Although no one had died yet, they all knew that if Hua Wudao had not attracted so many demons, they would not have ended up like this. Their original plan was to explore the general's tomb and find several treasures. They did not want to be crippled and get nothing. At this moment, Jiang Ming took another big step forward. The spiritual energy in his body surged crazily, and many people were stunned. Jiang Ming killed many cultivators with his blade, which was admirable. However, in the next second, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Because Jiang Ming showed an exhausted posture and waved his hand repeatedly. Everyone, I have already tried my best. It's all because of that little B********, Hua Wudao. It's a pity that I can't fight with all of you. He immediately retreated several hundred feet, and so did Rao Wuqing and the others. The pressure on all the cultivators was increasing due to Jiang Ming's sudden retreat. However, no one got mad at him. On the contrary, their anger toward Hua Wudao increased exponentially. That's right, it's all because of Hua Wudao. If it weren't for this guy, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Damn it. I must kill this B******. No, I want to make him suffer. Countless people were roaring, and their voices against Hua Wudao grew stronger. Some cultivators even chose not to fight with the Northern Yan soldiers and instead attacked the people of the Indulgence sect. Huaimei was dumbfounded. She looked at Jiang Ming. What should we do now? Jiang Ming glanced at her and suddenly regretted it. Why was she so stupid? Do as you see fit. Jiang Ming said unhappily and led Rao Wuqing and the others to the other side. It was a mess ahead, and people were dying continuously. The Indulgence sect experts led by Hua Wudao felt even more pressured and regretful. Jiang Ming and the others took advantage of the time when they were making a fuss and quickly came to the front. Young Master Zhou, what should we do now? Rao Wuqing asked. Jiang Ming looked around and finally made a favorable judgment. Wu Ming, take a team to intercept and kill the slaughter seed. If you can kill Guqi, kill him along the way. Rao Wuqing, let's continue to go deeper. I have a feeling that there's some secret hidden in the depths of the general's tomb, and it might be related to Murong Beiyan. When Jiang Ming said this, he could not help but take a deep breath. At this moment, Tuoba Kuei also said, "You're right. The Tuoba tribe has always believed that the formation of the general's tomb was not without reason. Or rather, it was not simply the place where a general of Murong Beiyan died. It was very likely related to the Murong royal family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up and he asked, "What is the basis of your judgment?" The Tuoba tribe had not declined to this extent during the Northern Yan dynasty. Many of the Yuan Wei elders were famous during the Northern Yan dynasty. They were either rulers or hermits. As a result, we had a strong foundation and a faction in the Northern Yan dynasty. During this process, we vaguely discovered something amiss. He gritted his teeth and said, "The ancestors of the Murong family of Northern Yan might have some connection with some unknown mysterious force. Moreover, they kept doing some inhumane things to worship the heavens. They even used humans as sacrifices." Human sacrifices? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched a few times. Although this was the world of immortal cultivation, where strength was paramount, there were also some people who would be unimaginably cruel. Was this still a practice? The matter of human sacrifices is very likely related to an evil god. The Black Sword's voice came out and stunned Jiang Ming. What do you mean? The evil gods refer to a type of god, the Black Sword explained patiently. Although I haven't found any other gods in your era, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. Perhaps they still exist outside the Feather Kingdom. Otherwise, there wouldn't be legends of the Great Desolate Land and the Great Desolate Barbarian God. Jiang Ming nodded subconsciously when he heard the Black Sword's words. Then he thought of something and took a deep breath. You mean to say that the royal family of Northern Yan has always been related to an evil god? It might not be the Northern Yan's royal family. It could also be the owner of this general's tomb. Bro, ask this kid about the situation of the owner of this place. Jiang Ming nodded and immediately looked at Tuoba Kuei. How much do you know about the general's tomb? I don't know much. However, I do know much more than you. The owner of the general's tomb wasn't Murong Beiyan's man from the beginning, but the descendant of a general of the Hellion Xia Empire, and also a young and promising general of the Hellion Xia Empire. However, in these kinds of battles, there will always be problems. In the end, this young general's family was slaughtered. What was interesting was that this young general actually escaped and became a subordinate of the Northern Yan dynasty's founding emperor. He rose up step by step, killing many enemies on the battlefield and earning a stellar reputation. He laid the foundation for the establishment of the Northern Yan dynasty and was conferred the title of Great General. He was one of the 6 pillars of Northern Yan and was known as Su Rintu by the people. Su Rintu? This time, Rao Wuqing exclaimed in surprise, was it Su Rintu who once went straight for the enemy and almost destroyed the entirety of the Hellion Xia Empire? Jiang Ming glanced over and frowned. What was going on? Why did he not know anything about this? At this moment, Rao Wuqing explained, Su Rintu's full name is Su Rinshao. He's a ruthless person. During a war with the Hellion Xia royal family, he killed hundreds of thousands of their soldiers in one go. At this moment, Tuoba Kuwei suddenly jumped up. I remember now. I told you that the armor of the soldiers that appeared at the rear was a little unfamiliar. It was not the armor of Northern Yen. Now that I think about it, it seems to be the uniform of the soldiers of Hellion Xia. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Was the burial ground of the great general of the Northern Yen dynasty actually hiding the deceased soldiers of Hellion Xia? Rao Wuqing gritted his teeth as he said with an ugly expression, if it's the Hellion Xia soldiers, I'm afraid everyone here will be in trouble. You have to know that during the reign of the last emperor of Hellion Xia, the strength of the country was declining. However, the strength of the Hellion Xia soldiers reached tyrannical heights. They constantly fought wars. They had long become a terrifying army with a fierce reputation. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many forces restraining Hellion Xia, Northern Yen would never have established a country. As an elder of the ancient kingdom-blessed land, Rao Wuqing had a deep understanding of this matter. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and asked slowly, you mean to say that all the cultivators outside will suffer? That's right. The strength of the Hellion Xia soldiers is too shocking. Not to mention that there are thousands of Hellion Xia soldiers outside. I'm afraid that at least 800 cultivators have died. Those who came this time were at least at the Foundation establishment realm. These cultivators were not easy to kill. Many people wanted to escape. At this time, Jiang Ming saw Gu Qi and his sect members running somewhere discreetly. Obviously, Gu Qi and his sect members were smart people. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to reap more benefits. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of Gu Qi. Their faces were unfamiliar. However, Jiang Ming knew that they were Wu Ming and the others. Let's go. With Wu Ming and the others covering the rear, Gu Qi and the others won't be able to enter for a while. Now is the best time for us to fish in troubled waters. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth could not help but curl up. He led everyone in and rushed in. At this moment, Gu Qi also saw the strange situation here and his face immediately fell. Move aside. In the end, a cultivator walked out. Move aside? Ridiculous. I've been unhappy with your sect for a long time and now you want us to move aside? Don't anger me. Gu Qi became even more irritable. How arrogant. How dare you provoke us? I'll show you the might of our sect. Gu Qi's expression was extremely cold. The ancient kingdom-blessed land was once the supreme ruler of the ancient kingdom border region. Many regions and countries outside the Feather Kingdom were formed after the fall of the ancient kingdom border region. It could be said that ancient kingdom-blessed land was still the uncrowned king in this area. No force could provoke it. The cultivators on their side understood this. However, they still did not care. Jiang Ming asked them to intercept Gu Qi and the others. Therefore, this mission had to be completed properly. Wu Ming slowly took a step forward and glanced at Protector Li. You're not my opponent, scram. Protector Li was furious. How impudent. We're both soul formation realm cultivators. Therefore, why do you think I'm no match for you? Protector Li was about to attack. However, Wu Ming continued to laugh coldly. He then took a big step forward, his gaze extremely cold. Stop being stupid. If you have the audacity to fight me, then prepare to be killed. In the next instant, Wu Ming's body erupted with an unparalleled might, stunning Protector Li. The latter stared at Wu Ming in disbelief for a long time. What is this? Why is your bloodline power so terrifying? No one knew that the leader of the flower fruit sect, Wu Ming, was from the royal family of Helian Xia. In fact, his real name was Helian Bo. Everyone who has ever hurt my country will pay. The owner of this place is my first target. Don't stand in my way. Wu Ming was like a ferocious beast, roaring uncontrollably. The expressions of Gu Qi and the others changed. The bloodline of the Helian Xia family was a terrifying and evil bloodline. They could not easily provoke them. At this moment, Mo Rong's expression was exceptionally gloomy. He had never thought that the person he was so eager to kill would actually come from such a background. No matter which bloodline he belongs to, he must die. If he really does something to support the individual cultivators, it will be a huge blow to the Mo family. The Mo family was different from the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. They relied on continuously exploiting the weakest people in society. If they did not have those individual cultivators and mortals, the Mo family's profits would plummet. Mo Rong, who was born into a noble family, naturally did not want to see this scene. Most importantly, he was the ancestor of the Mo family. Mo Rong was Mo Lingche's son, an elder of the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. However, he had established his own family outside. Even though he claimed that the first family head and ancestor was Mo Lingche, in reality, the ancestor of the Mo family was Mo Rong. In order to develop the Mo family step by step and become the new royal family of the Feather Kingdom, Mo Rong had put in all his effort. Naturally, he did not want to see Wu Ming rise up and destroy all his efforts. Mo Rong was just about to attack when Wu Ming's strength was displayed. Mo Rong, I'll give you a piece of advice. Run to the side and watch my sect. Master said that as long as I stop Gu Qi and the slaughter seed, it doesn't matter what I do. Therefore, if you insist on becoming my enemy, I don't mind personally destroying you. Wu Ming threatened him coldly, causing Mo Rong to almost choke. Elder Mo, this person is incredibly arrogant and has humiliated you. Shouldn't you punish him or even kill him? Gu Qi opened his mouth to egg Mo Rong on. How could the latter not understand this? However, he still took the bait. There's no need for you to say anything. This person will definitely die. However, I still hope that your sect can support me and help me kill this. The asterisk starred. Mo Rong was actually asking the sect to help. Mo Rong did not want to go forward and fight a bloody battle for no reason. One had to know that Wu Ming had already advanced to the soul formation realm. He was definitely not a match for him. Protector Li slowly took a step forward and said coldly, I will naturally do my best to help you, Elder Mo. However, I still hope that you will not use us. Wu Ming has a grudge against you. However, he doesn't have much enmity with our sect. Even if he chases after us, it's fine. At most, we'll take a detour. Even though he had said that, Protector Li had long since wanted to kill him. Ning Kaichen was someone who would definitely die. Obviously, this meant killing Wu Ming as well. Mo Rong's expression became even gloomier. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to give up. I'll make a move. However, I hope you won't drag me down. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Elder Mo. We, the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land, have always been very honest. We will never abandon our friends, nor will we stab them in the back. Gucci gave him a fake smile. His words caused Immortal to frown, and the look in his eyes was obvious. It was also at this moment that Wu Ming took the initiative to attack, causing the other party's heart to tremble. Wu Ming, you're quite audacious. Protector Li did not anticipate Wu Ming's actions and was caught off guard. He staggered back and his face fell. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill your wish. Die. The next moment, Protector Li pulled out a sword and slashed at Wu Ming, as if he wanted to tear Wu Ming into countless pieces. On the other side, several experts gathered here, and soon, they used many shocking lethal moves, all of them attacking Wu Ming. Wu Ming, even if you are also a soul formation realm cultivator, you will definitely die when faced with so many attacks from me. Protector Li laughed coldly. He was just an individual cultivator from the Feather Kingdom. Even if Wu Ming was at the same realm and had the support of the powerful bloodline of the Hellion Xia family, he was still not his match. A sonorous sound erupted and reverberated in the air for a long time. At this moment, Protector Li took a step forward, the sword in his hand, gleaming, ready to tear his opponent into pieces. Slash! A flower fruit sect cultivator was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, those people did not care and continued to charge over, completely angering Wu Ming. I'm your target. How cowardly of you to hurt my disciples. Wu Ming roared, and all the power in his body surged crazily, turning into a huge blade that fell down, immediately wanting to cut the group of people not far away into pieces. Get lost. At this moment, someone was completely furious. He immediately condensed sword chi in his hand, wanting to block Wu Ming's lethal move. In the end, he died an extremely miserable death. When more people saw this scene, they were all shocked. Wu Ming's killer move was too terrifying. How could a nascent soul realm cultivator be killed so easily? Some people looked up in bewilderment, as if they wanted to see what was going on. However, they soon discovered something amiss. An intense wave of sword chi swept over. It was a 10,000 sword array. The terrifying power contained in it was not something that mortals could imagine. The expressions of the cultivators from the ancient kingdom-blessed land completely changed. They had seen many experts. However, they had never seen anyone act so ruthlessly. Wu Ming was completely different from the experts they had met in the past. And this was the unique characteristic of individual cultivators. As an individual cultivator, he did not have any background or support. He could only rely on himself. Therefore, once he encountered any setbacks, he would naturally do his best to kill the enemy. On the other hand, although the cultivators of the major forces had incredible resources, the temperament of their cultivators might not be comparable to that of the individual cultivators. As the top individual cultivator in the Feather Kingdom, Wu Ming's methods were naturally cruel and ruthless. In an instant, he killed many people and forced the rest to retreat step by step. It was also at this moment that Protector Li finally snapped out of his daze. He glared at Wu Ming, unable to suppress the rage in his heart any longer. Brat, you're courting death. He suddenly threw a punch, wanting to kill the person in front of him. However, it was clear that Wu Ming knew that Protector Li's strength was extraordinary. Therefore, he had been avoiding a head-on clash. Wu Ming was also a fierce person. Facing the siege of Protector Li and the others, not only did he not panic at all, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. and launched a counterattack. Damn it! Why is this guy so powerful? Protector Li's expression was particularly gloomy. He had thought that no matter how strong an individual cultivator was, there would be a limit to their strength. At the very least, an individual cultivator would not be able to compare to a soul formation realm cultivator from a powerful sect like himself. However, the result was far beyond his expectations. This made Protector Li feel even more unbalanced. Weaklings like you always have so much confidence. Wu Ming shook his head and chuckled. Then, he raised his hand and slapped the man in the face, sending Protector Li flying. Guqi's expression changed drastically. A martial artist? No. This is a pure body refinement cultivator. At this moment, Guqi faintly realized that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to run away. However, it was too late. He was caught by Wu Ming, and Sha Luo was also firmly caught. ***, let me go. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Be careful, you and the faction behind you will suffer. Sha Luo's roar was filled with grievance. Of course, I know who you are. Wu Ming chuckled. I also know that you're not just bragging. However, none of this is important. Do you understand? Sha Luo's expression changed drastically. He was terrified. What exactly do you want? As long as you bring it up, I can fulfill your wish. There's no need to put yourself in such a desperate situation. However, he was smacked to the ground. Enough with the nonsense. My sect master said that I have to take you down. Therefore, I have to take you down. There's nothing else to say, understand? Wu Ming had an impatient look on his face. How useless was this kid? As if sensing Wu Ming's ridicule, Sha Luo's mood worsened. If he could, he would choose to commit suicide now. Unfortunately, Wu Ming would not give him this chance. He pulled him and ran into the distance. His speed was shocking. Soon, Sha Luo saw Jiang Ming. It's you, Zhou Buchan. No, you're Ning Kaichen. Sha Luo stared at Jiang Ming and exclaimed. Jiang Ming smiled and said, yes, it's me. You're a slaughter seed, right? It's an honor to meet you. As he spoke, Jiang Ming reached out to shake hands with Sha Luo. However, Sha Luo spat on the back of his hand. Who do you think you are? Why are you doing this? Jiang Ming wiped the back of his hand and said with a smile, the reason is very simple, you are not worthy. When Sha Luo heard this, he was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to say something, the entire passageway suddenly rumbled. Footsteps sounded out one after another. It was solemn and orderly, causing one to be frightened. It's the Helianxia family's steel cavalry. Rao Wuqing's expression was extremely gloomy. Wu Ming said, we can only avoid the cavalry for now, especially after they have been corrupted. They are even more cruel, and we will never be able to fight back. Wu Ming's expression was extremely solemn, causing Jiang Ming and the others to pay more attention to the sudden appearance of the cavalry. Quickly hide. With Jiang Ming's order, everyone went into hiding. Even Sha Luo and Guqi did not dare make any more noise. They were afraid that if they were not killed by Jiang Ming, they would be killed by a group of undead people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone tried their best to hold their breaths. It was not until the figures of the soldiers passed by that the group of people let out a breath. That's great. Guqi exhaled. Just as he was about to crawl out, a spear pierced through his chest and nailed him to the wall. Ayaya! Gucci let out a miserable wail, causing many people's hearts to clench tightly. They all understood that the Hellion Xia family's cavalry and nether soldiers had not left, but were toying with them. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. It was too strange. It was as if these undead soldiers of the Hellion Xia family possessed some sort of intelligence. They actually knew how to deceive and scheme against people. Everyone hid slowly and held their breaths as much as possible. However, Jiang Ming knew that now was not the best time to hide. Wu Ming understood. Wu Ming took a step forward, and a powerful mystic technique blasted out, causing the soldiers to scatter one by one. Then, Rao Wuqing also chose to attack. In the medium-sized passageway, Jiang Ming looked at another person. Old Zhu, you are in charge of bringing the people and quickly leaving. But what about you? Old Zhu was originally an individual cultivator. After being rescued by Wu Ming from a certain sex mine, he advanced to the peak of the Golden Core realm. In addition, he was relatively smart and soon became an expert. At this moment, Old Zhu looked nervous. The strength of the Hellion Xia family cavalry in front of him was too shocking. There were some nascent soul realm soldiers among them. You're in charge of bringing them away. Jiang Ming waved his hand and said, the other things have nothing to do with you. Old Zhu gritted his teeth and said seriously, then Master, take care of yourself. Then, he turned around and waved his hand. Everyone, leave with me. Immediately, a large number of people rushed out into the distance, afraid that they would be killed. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly attacked with his blade. Let us see how strong you are. At that moment, Jiang Ming's fighting spirit was boiling. He held the blade and fought with these undead soldiers. At the same time, Wu Ming and the others started a massacre. It had to be said that Soul Formation Realm cultivators were extraordinary. They could wipe out thousands of troops with one move. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen nascent Soul Realm and Golden Core Realm soldiers fell to the ground. Master, it seems that with Wu Ming around, we can support the overall situation. Jai Tianfeng grabbed Gu Qi and Sha Luo and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded. However, his face immediately darkened. The team that had just withdrawn had encountered an ambush. Jiang Ming's expression kept changing. He immediately wanted to go to the other side. However, a figure blocked his way. There at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, Jiang Ming's expression froze. He subconsciously brandished his blade, wanting to kill the figure in front of him. However, he was easily blocked by the other party. Kill. 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 This undead soldier kept repeating this one word like a robot. Each time it uttered this word, its killing intent rose. However, Jiang Ming was not afraid. Jiang Ming used his lethal move, and a bolt of lightning blasted out. However, before Jiang Ming could pull himself away, he was surprised to find that the undead soldier had actually reassembled itself. Its aura became more and more powerful, and it was about to enter the peak of the Golden Core realm. A cold light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. He once again held his sword and attacked. However, it was easily blocked. Bang! Jiang Ming was sent flying backward. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. He had never thought that the monster in front of him would be so powerful. Jiang Ming endured the intense pain and then slashed out again. However, the undead soldier was completely fine. "Master, we can't hold on any longer." Ing Sha's expression was especially ugly. He was covered in wounds and could not even transform into his true body. Jiang Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "Retreat." He knew that he had to move forward now and meet up with the others to ensure that his side would be unscathed. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming sent an order through the slaughter. "Seed token. Hurry up and come over to support us." Luoqing, who had been lazing around at the back, was instantly stunned. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape, hoping that no one would contact him. After all, this place was really dangerous. Luoqing did not want to lose his life in vain. However, now that the slaughter seed token was out, if he did not go, it was very likely that the news would be sent back to the Hall of Slaughter at the first moment. He would meet a terrible end in that case. Luoqing gritted his teeth and strode forward. At this time, Jiang Ming led everyone to a destination. After seeing everyone around him, his eyes could not help but tremble slightly. They were all injured. There were even 3 or 4 people who had died. Jiang Ming did not say anything for a long time and just walked up to someone. "Old Wu, I'm sorry." Jiang Ming patted his shoulder. This was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. One of the people who died was his son. On the other side was De Wu, whose head was lowered and his eyes were red. "It's all because of you. If you had not brought us in, my brother would not have died." De Wu roared and wanted to fight Jiang Ming to the death. However, he was stopped by Old Wu. ****. Old Wu slapped De Wu. "This is our master. From the moment we swore our allegiance to him, we had to serve him. Didn't you see what happened just now? Master would rather leave behind his own men and let us escape. He did not let us down. However, you actually want to push the responsibility to Master? How despicable." As he spoke, Old Wu wanted to give his eldest son another slap. However, Jiang Ming stopped him. "Old Wu, don't hit him. I've really let your family down. If I had anticipated this, little Wu wouldn't have died." Jiang Ming really blamed himself. He never expected things to come to this. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows, because he realized that there was movement from little Wu's corpse. Rustle. Little Wu suddenly stood up and opened his eyes, which were filled with green light. "Little Wu." De Wu was overjoyed and wanted to go forward. However, Jiang Ming blocked his way. "Move aside. My brother is not dead. I want to check on him." De Wu roared. Old Wu stared at his youngest son for a long time. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "He's no longer your brother. Little Wu has been turned into an undead soldier." "What the hell?" Everyone was stunned and immediately looked at the other corpses. As expected, these corpses also stood up one after another, like zombies. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. Obviously, these people in front of him were dead and had long turned into undead soldiers. Old Zhu strode over and asked in a low voice, "Master, what should we do next?" At this moment, Gu Qi, who had been scared into silence, suddenly said, "It is not an easy task to deal with the undead. You need to practice a special technique." "You mean the technique of the Celestial Master sect?" Jiang Ming frowned. In the beginning, the Celestial Master sect was just a cultivation orthodoxy. However, it branched out into several forces. For example, one of the three great grotto heavens, the immortal feather grotto heaven, could be considered a branch of the celestial master sect after countless generations. However, the celestial master path was very difficult to cultivate. It required one to have an incredible physical body. Moreover, one needed to have a high affinity with the netherworld and the great cultivation. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming frowned. There did not seem to be anyone from the celestial master sect among them. I'm from the celestial master sect. At this moment, someone spoke. It was Sha Luo. Sha Luo's words startled everyone, and they immediately revealed a mocking smile. This slaughter seed was really willing to tell any lie in order to save his life. Sha Luo saw this and immediately understood that they did not trust him. He said, I was once a member of the Celestial Master Sect's Dragon Tiger Mountain. I only returned to the Hall of Slaughter to cultivate later. Jiang Ming was stunned. There was also the orthodoxy of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the mortal world. He did not expect that it also existed in the world of immortal cultivation. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming's gaze turned to Sha Luo. How confident are you that you can kill these soldiers? As long as you don't hinder me, I have full confidence. Sha Luo's words caused many people to question him. However, Jiang Ming chose to trust him unconditionally. Then I'll leave the task of killing these soldiers to you. Jiang Ming added. If you can kill them, I will let you join the flower fruit sect. Sha Luo's mouth twitched. Why would he do that? He was a slaughter seed, and he was also the successor of a major faction in the Hall of Slaughter. Was there a need for him to join an unknown faction like this? Whatever. In order to survive, Sha Luo immediately took a step forward and harnessed all of his golden core realm mana. Profound nascent transformation. Boom. In an instant, a strange power exploded and bombarded the undead soldiers, causing them to retreat. The undead soldier that Little Wu had transformed into was roaring non-stop. He did not feel any pain at all and was about to step forward while withstanding the attack of the profound nascent transformation. Sha Luo's expression changed. How is that possible? The profound nascent transformation is the most powerful celestial master path technique I've ever cultivated. Why can't it be of any use? At this moment, many people shook their heads, feeling that Sha Luo would not be able to deal with these soldiers. Jiang Ming did not say anything. He just glanced at Old Wu and De Wu. Old Wu felt Jiang Ming's gaze and immediately smiled. Master, don't worry. We won't have any complaints. To put it simply, he wanted to let Jiang Ming finish off Little Wu completely. De Wu's expression changed. Father, how can you allow Little Wu's corpse to be desecrated? Shut up. You stupid B*****, don't forget that Xiao Wu is now an undead soldier. Do you want your brother to have died without dignity? De Wu was suddenly speechless. At this moment, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and slowly took a few steps forward. His eyes were also filled with a cold light. I understand. He did not say much. His entire body was filled with the power of lightning as he slashed at the undead soldiers with a bang. These undead soldiers suffered heavy injuries and soon lost their lives. Sha Luo, who was still attacking, was completely stunned. In the next second, Jiang Ming's hand landed on his neck, and he fell to the ground weakly. Before he fainted, Sha Luo stared at Jiang Ming. You be****, how dare you? Trick me? Jiang Ming smiled and did not say anything. Gucci was dumbfounded. He never expected the scene to unfold like this. "Master, why are you doing this to this kid?" Rao Wuqing asked in confusion. "He's trying to trick us," Jiang Ming said with a faint smile. "Can't you tell?" Rao Wuqing and the others were stunned. At this moment, Zhai Tianfeng explained, Sha Luo seemed to be doing his best to fend off the undead just now. However, in truth, he was secretly using a technique to control these soldiers to use them against us. Unfortunately, he didn't expect our master to be proficient in the art of lightning, which is specifically used to restrain the undead. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. No wonder Sha Luo was so eager to take action against the undead. It should be known that the Celestial Master sect was the best in dealing with evil things like the undead in the world. However, it did not mean that other immortal cultivation techniques could not do the same. Everyone looked at Jiang Ming with surprise in their eyes. This person was truly formidable to be able to see through Sha Luo's schemes with a single glance. If it were anyone else, they would never be able to do this. At this moment, Jiang Ming turned his head, and his gaze turned from cold to gentle. "Everyone, we have lost many comrades this time. I am very sad. However, we have already stepped into the general's tomb. I hope that everyone can do their best to protect themselves. Of course, I swear that I will do my best to protect you." At this moment, Jiang Ming was definitely not the individual cultivator who lived in seclusion all day long. He was definitely the leader of the flower fruit sect who truly had a sense of responsibility. He took a step forward, and his body was filled with strong golden core realm mana and innate spiritual light. Kill. He held the blade in his hand and charged at the undead soldiers. At the same time, a large number of undead soldiers charged over. The other end was also blocked. Seeing this scene, Old Wu could not help but take a deep breath and roar. "Everyone, success or failure, depends on this move. Let us follow the master's footsteps and carve out a bloody path. Let these be asterisk starred see that the flower fruit sect is not so easy to bully." With Jiang Ming leading the way, many of the flower fruit sect's experts were moved, and their blood surged. At this moment, all the cultivators roared and rushed into the distance. Seeing this scene, Rao Wuqing and the others were also inspired. "Zhai Tianfeng, we have stayed in the sect for too long. Compared to these people, we lack courage and bloodlust. Since we've said so much, let's go all out." Zhai Tianfeng laughed and said, "I would like to see just how strong we are." Countless cultivators rushed out, not giving the undead soldiers any chance to react. Bang! 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 Jiang Ming wielded his blade like a god of death. Every time he attacked, there would be corpses littering the ground. The other flower fruit sect cultivators became even more ruthless. Whoever dared to block the way would die. And this was Jiang Ming's goal. Previously, the flower fruit sect only had a few people. However, they did not have a soul. A force without a soul is destined to be a motley crew. However, after Master's encouragement, the flower fruit sect has already given birth to its own soul. Ha ha ha. Our master is really amazing. Wu Ming laughed. He saw hope in Jiang Ming. The world's individual cultivators finally had a backbone. At the same time, Gucci stood rooted to the ground. He could not understand why these people were so excited. Wasn't it just a small sect? Why was it more united than the ancient kingdom? Blessed land? As Jiang Ming charged forward, all the flower fruit sect cultivators were excited. They held their swords and charged at the forefront, making Gu Qi extremely surprised. Why are they doing this? Shouldn't they do their best to protect their own interests and lives? Why do they have such a high fighting spirit? Gu Qi muttered to himself. He really could not understand the thoughts of these people. At this moment, Zhai Tianfeng walked over. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful arc. Do you think that everyone is like you and the people of the ancient kingdom? Blessed land, who only care about their own interests? Do you think Master relied on despicable methods to become so strong? Did Ning Kaichen not use those methods? Gu Qi asked indignantly. Zhai Tianfeng's answer was simple and clear. No, you think Ning Kaichen would use some kind of soul imprint on them? Let me tell you, there is no such thing. They all sincerely followed Ning Kaichen because Ning Kaichen is a natural leader. For a moment, Gu Qi was completely silent. He suddenly realized that everything he was proud of in the past seemed to have shattered at this moment. It turned out that he, Gu Qi, was a loser from the beginning to the end. At this moment, Jiang Ming's figure suddenly flashed, and he suddenly disappeared into the crowd to start a massacre. The undead soldiers were slaughtered one after another. Jiang Ming's cultivation was constantly improving. His cultivation level isn't high. However, his combat strength is very strong. This isn't just because his comprehension of fighting is high, but also because of his combat skills and raw determination. Zhai Tianfeng admired Jiang Ming even more. As an array master, Zhai Tianfeng's weakness was in combat. Therefore, he admired the prodigies in combat the most. Jiang Ming was undoubtedly the most talented fighter that Zhai Tianfeng had ever seen. Naturally, he yearned for such talent. Gu Qi was completely silent. He had also advanced to the Golden Core realm. However, he believed that he was at the same level as Jiang Ming. Even if they were both in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, he would never be Jiang Ming's match. This was the difference. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly. After killing so many undead soldiers, he was indeed a little tired and needed some rest. Looking back, all the disciples of the flower fruit sect were fighting hard. Jiang Ming's lips curled up slightly. He had finally successfully molded the soul of the flower fruit sect. After doing this, I can start the second step. I want them to understand that all their hard work has paid off. Jiang Ming had always been indifferent. However, he also understood that he needed to establish a force. Once he wanted to establish a force, he could not continue to live in seclusion. He had to be as responsible as possible. At the thought of this, Jiang Ming looked into the depths. At this moment, the flower fruit sect was about to win. However, with a loud boom, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, causing everyone to shiver. What happened? Why did the atmosphere here become so cold? Everyone's eyelids twitched slightly as they vaguely realized that something was wrong. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming turned around and stared in one direction. The terrifying atmosphere came from the other end. There must be some terrifying existence hidden within. What should we do? At this moment, Jiang Ming's brain was working rapidly as if he wanted to find a reasonable solution. However, he could not get one. At this moment, Jiang Ming was suddenly stunned. He looked back and saw a large group of people running over. He immediately shouted, "Don't come over." However, it was too late. When the people from the network passed by that side of the passageway, a huge bloody mouth suddenly bit them. A dozen cultivators died immediately. What the hell? The assassins from the network were almost scared out of their wits. They immediately ran to Jiang Ming's side. However, the bloody mouth chased after them relentlessly. Zhai Tianfeng set up the array formation. Wu Ming, stop it. The two of them took a step forward in unison. Zhai Tianfeng immediately began to set up defensive array formations, and they were stacked together to form an even more advanced defensive array formation. Wu Ming stood in front of him, holding a spear in his hand to block the bloody mouth. He pierced through it. The bloody mouth quickly shrank back, and everyone's eyes lit up. As expected of our leader. He's indeed extraordinary. That's right. We were almost scared out of our wits. However, our leader was able to force this monster back. His strength is definitely impressive. With our master and leader here, we should be very safe. At this moment, Luo Qing walked over with an extremely ugly expression. Are you Ning Kaichen? The corners of his mouth twitched violently when he recognized Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, yes. Luo Qing scoffed in anger. He had been giving orders to arrest and kill Ning Kaichen. However, in the end, Ning Kaichen had become the owner of the slaughter seed token. How could he deal with him? You still want to kill me? Jiang Ming's lips curled into a playful smile. Luo Qing took a deep breath and slowly said, I would never do such a thing. Those with the slaughter seed token could command the network unless someone with a higher level slaughter seed token came out. However, it was obvious that such a person was not here at the moment. Thus, Jiang Ming could command him. Thinking of this, Luo Qing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Sir, what should we do next? Obviously, Luo Qing was not convinced. However, Jiang Ming waved his hand indifferently and said, lead your men and form a formation. You must follow my group to prevent other factions from infiltrating. Jiang Ming was not afraid of these demons and monsters. He was afraid that other forces would stab him in the back. Luo Qing nodded and did not dwell on this matter. It was also at this moment that he noticed Sha Luo and his mouth twitched. Although he did not know Sha Luo, he could tell from his appearance that he was definitely a true slaughter seed. Unfortunately, he had lost. Sha Luo also slowly woke up. He pointed at Jiang Ming and was about to curse when he was knocked out by another hit. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. That bloody mouth has actually evolved. The bloody mouth had indeed evolved. In the repeated confrontations with Wu Ming, this bloody mouth did not show any signs of being defeated. On the contrary, it became more and more powerful. A suffocating aura spread out, making people feel sick and terrified. However, the most dangerous thing was that this thing actually had intelligence. Knowing that it was no match for Wu Ming, it evolved again and charged toward the flower fruit sect members. Tianfeng, can this array formation block it? Jiang Ming asked. Zhai Tianfeng nodded confidently and said, don't worry. It definitely won't be able to break my defense. What? In the next moment, Zhai Tianfeng clenched his fists tightly because a large group of cultivators from other factions had rushed over and attacked the defensive array formation with all their might, especially Hua Wudao and the others. What's wrong with you? Zhai Tianfeng stared at Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao chuckled. Of course, I'm going to leave you behind to cover the rear. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble? Zhai Tianfeng was furious. He wanted to say something. However, he was stopped by Jiang Ming. It's useless to argue with them now. Do you have any way to strengthen the array formation? This time, Zhai Tianfeng said with a long face, Master, I've already done my best. This composite array formation is my highest level. It's impossible to strengthen it further. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. If that was the case, they could not continue to hide in the array. Everyone, prepare to retreat immediately. Without saying a word, they immediately chose to run into the distance. They were so fast that it dumbfounded people. Damn it! How dare these B***starts run away? Go up and kill them all. Hua Wudao's expression was extremely cold. A cultivator from one faction asked with a serious expression, why don't we just follow them? Why did they even stay behind to eliminate those undead soldiers? This is very strange. Don't be stupid. These undead soldiers like the aura of living people. As long as we cripple them and don't kill them, the undead soldiers will temporarily stay here. We can take this opportunity to go further. Understand? Hua Wudao's words made sense. The cultivators from all the factions hardened their hearts and immediately rushed over. Jiang Ming's face turned completely gloomy. You guys are really something else. He turned around and shouted, run. Don't stop. All of the flower fruit sect cultivators rushed into the depths of the cave. However, they still could not block the joint attack of so many cultivators. Soon, the flower fruit sect cultivators fell one by one, including De Wu. De Wu. When old Wu saw his eldest son die in battle, his expression instantly changed drastically. He charged back at the cultivators of these forces with a roar. At this moment, old Wu only had one thought, and that was to destroy these people and take revenge for his son. He could accept that his youngest son had died in the battle against the undead soldiers. However, he could not accept that his other son had died because of the greed of others. The most important thing was that he had the chance to block the attack for his son. However, he was half a step away. Old Wu went crazy. The other flower fruit sect cultivators were upset as well. If you dare kill our people, then don't think about getting away. They rushed out one after another, wanting to kill the cultivators of these forces. When Jiang Ming saw this scene, he was upset as well. Wu Hen, Ying Sha. No need to hold back, kill all these sons of B***cheese. Yes, master. Wu Hen and Ying Sha had both reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Soon, a large number of Golden Core cultivators fell at their hands. After killing one cultivator after another, Jiang Ming took another big step forward. His aura swept out crazily and killed one cultivator after another. It was also at this time that Hua Wudao suddenly approached Jiang Ming and wanted to kill him. Hua Wudao, your enemy is me. Tuoba Kue roared and suddenly appeared to block Hua Wudao's attack. He had been waiting for a long time, and finally, he had the chance when Hua Wudao left the formation of the indulgent sect. As the whistling sound echoed out again and again, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Tuoba Kue's hatred for Hua Wudao was monstrous. In an instant, he unleashed countless powerful killing moves, wanting to kill his opponent on the spot. At this moment, Jiang Ming took a step forward and charged into the crowd with a long sword in his hand. He was like a fierce tiger, and these cultivators were like sheep waiting to be slaughtered by him. Bro, you have the desolate dragon bloodline. You can try to devour their blood to repair and increase the purity of your bloodline. At this moment, the Black Sword's voice reached his ears. Jiang Ming was stunned when he heard that, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Good. He did not waste any time. He immediately waved his sword and shot out sharp beams of sword chi. Every time he killed someone, he would absorb the blood chi of the other party. It was also at this moment that some powerful figures arrived. Die. This time, the Indulgence sect sent 7 or 8 nascent Soul Realm elders. Some of them were fighting with Rao Wuqing, Zhai Tianfeng, and the other nascent Soul Realm experts of the Flower Fruit sect. As for the remaining 2, one was to deal with Tuoba Kuei, and the other was to deal with Jiang Ming. Ha ha ha, Ning Kaichen and Tuoba Kuei. One is a prodigy of the Flower Fruit Mountain, and the other is the future hope of the Tuoba tribe. If I kill you, I can go to the Hall of Slaughter and become a Prince of Slaughter. At that time, my status will definitely soar, and it's definitely not something that you can compare to. At this moment, Hua Wudao burst into laughter. He had long known about the bounty on Ning Xiqen's head. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with anger. So many Flower Fruit sect cultivators had died. If he did not avenge them, his position as the sect master would really become a joke. However, no matter how ruthless Jiang Ming was, his combat strength was ultimately limited to the Golden Core realm and could not be compared to a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Soon, Jiang Ming's body was covered in wounds. He could only fight and retreat, leading everyone to a relatively safe place. Come here. Someone roared loudly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Clearly, he was an expert. He actually ran over in hot pursuit. Get lost. Jiang Ming roared and killed the other party. At the same time, Zhai Tianfeng began to set up an array formation. Immediately, a relatively high-level array formation appeared. At the same time, it also contained many of Zhai Tianfeng's trump cards. Damn it, this is an array formation, comparable to a 5th-grade array formation. I've invested a lot this time. Zhai Tianfeng cursed. He was not stingy. However, he hated these people who hit him when he was down. It was not a big deal that they had suffered heavy losses this time. However, the problem was that they had not died in the hands of the undead soldiers, but in the hands of a group of villains. At this moment, Wu Ming also chose to retreat. Immediately, no one could suppress the bloody mouth. Countless cultivators were devoured, and in an instant, the people on the other end wailed endlessly. Let us come in and hide, someone shouted, trying his best to squeeze into the defensive array formation. Hee hee, weren't you guys happy to kill us just now? However, now you want to seek our protection? How ridiculous. Zhai Tianfeng sneered. At the same time, Wu Ming arrived and killed many people who wanted to squeeze into the array formation. He then looked at Jiang Ming. Master, what should we do next? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and said decisively, continue going deeper. Zhai Tianfeng, stabilize this array formation and let it follow the team. Understood. Very soon, someone came forward to protect Zhai Tianfeng, ensuring that the entire defensive array formation would not have a single flaw. At this moment, Jiang Ming walked forward. His eyes lit up. He wanted to see what was in the depths of the cave. If there was a chance, he would use external forces to eliminate everyone who dared to hurt him and the disciples of his sect. Although it was normal to take advantage of an enemy's weakness, from his point of view, the other party was wrong and a monster. As soon as Jiang Ming left, the faces of the various forces instantly darkened. Young master, let's quickly retreat. The strength of that bloody mouth is too shocking. It has almost reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. We are definitely not its match. An elder of the indulgence sect stepped forward. Hua Wudao was furious. He was just one step away from killing Jiang Ming and the others. However, these people had escaped, and his side had suffered heavy losses. I can't care too much. Let them stay now. That's right, let's build a high wall here to stop them. Soon, powerful auras spread out and formed a huge barrier, blocking the cultivators on the other side. What the hell? The cultivators from these forces were all enraged. They wanted to break through the barrier, but had no way to do so. They could only shout, "What do you mean, Hua Wudao? Quickly remove this barrier and let us pass." This barrier could block everything. Even half-step soul formation realm experts could not break through. These nascent soul realm and golden core realm cultivators were unable to break through the barrier. Normally, it would not matter. However, the problem was that there was still the bloody mouth eyeing them. If they wanted to live, they had to break through the barrier. Hua Wudao sneered. It's your honor to stay behind to cover my rear. Don't be ungrateful, understand? Hua Wudao, you heartless fellow. You. Someone roared angrily. However, they did not think that Hua Wudao would fare well after attacking the flower fruit sect. It was also at this moment that everyone chose to retreat for a short period of time. However, the cultivators on the other side were completely devoured by the bloody mouth. Let's go all out. A few early and mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivators hardened their hearts and decided to join forces to stop and destroy this bloody mouth, which they found out was a demon. Unfortunately, the demon's strength was too shocking, and they could not compare at all. As they collided with each other, the nascent soul cultivators fell to the ground one by one. In the end, they were no longer breathing. At this moment, everyone was stunned in place. They had never expected that the situation would develop to this point. It was also at this moment that some people slowly took a big step forward, their eyes flickering with a bright light. What should we do? These people were in complete despair and were especially regretful. If they had not made things difficult for themselves and attacked the flower fruit sect, they might have been able to retreat with the flower fruit sect. At the very least, they would have been the first to retreat. At this moment, everyone's hatred for Hua Wudao reached a monstrous level. However, it was useless. On the other side, the survivors of the other forces gasped when they saw this scene. Hua Wudao was too ruthless. However, they could not say anything. After all, they had to be careful. Jiang Ming naturally knew what was happening behind them and did not care at all. Colluding with someone like Hua Wudao was a death sentence. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming and the others finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the mess around them, a cold light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. These stones seem to be quite old. That's right, these stones are interesting. They weren't formed in the past 1,000 years. They were formed during Morongbayan's era, after being artificially carved and forged, someone said in a low voice. Jiang Ming glanced at this person and immediately asked, "What's so special?" About Morong Bayan's stoned? This person was old Zhu's younger brother and was called Little Zhu. There are indeed many rumors about Morong Bayan's strange stones. It is said that during Morong Bayan's era, there was a cultivation sect called the Strange Stone Gate. They were good at carving all kinds of strange stones and creating all kinds of stone guardians. These stone people don't know pain. Their bodies are strong, and they don't know what fatigue is. Under such circumstances, these stone people's combat strength is naturally extraordinary and unpredictable. At this point, Little Zhu suddenly paused as if he had thought of something. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming and the others felt their hearts tighten. They turned their heads abruptly and saw that the strange stones had changed their positions and were constantly combining to form stone men. This is a stone guardian. Little Zhu exclaimed, it's comparable to a golden core realm cultivator. The strongest among them has even reached the peak of the golden core realm. The stone guardians were once the highlight of Morong Bayan's era. Their strength was shocking, and they could turn the tide of any battle once they appeared. Now, with the appearance of these stone guardians, Tuoba Kuei's expression became even more unsightly. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Master Ning, we won't be able to resist these stone guardians anymore. It's best to retreat as soon as possible. Everyone's expression darkened. Retreat? Where could they retreat to? Tuoba Kuei could not help but take a deep breath and slowly added, Master Ning, what do you think we should do next? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment, and his eyes flashed with determination. What else can we do? Naturally, they will charge forward and kill everyone until they are completely annihilated. Jiang Ming never expected that he would face more danger by bringing so many people with him this time. However, now that he thought about it, he might have to come alone in the future. Otherwise, bringing such a large team over would be a huge burden. Anyway, now was not the time to talk about this. Jiang Ming rushed forward with his blade. This time, Guqi finally realized that the blade in Ning Saichen's hand seemed to be his. Damn it. Zhang Shan, Ning Kaichen, you two be asterisk stards. Guqi gritted his teeth in hatred. However, there was nothing he could do. At this time, Jiang Ming took the initiative to attack the other flower fruit sect cultivators naturally did not want to fall behind and rushed to the front line. At the same time, Jiang Ming no longer used his immortal cultivation techniques. Instead, he used all his martial arts techniques. He's so strong. Some people were secretly amazed. Jiang Ming's combat power was terrifying. Every time he attacked, someone would die instantly. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly turned around and slashed at a stone guardian, causing sparks to fly. Suddenly, the stone guardian let out a shrill scream. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. According to what he said before, the stone guardians did not know fatigue or pain. However, now it seemed like that was not true. It was also at this moment that a glint suddenly flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. No matter what the situation is, since the stone guardian can feel pain, it's enough to show that the stone guardian can still be killed. At this moment, all the cultivators of the flower fruit sect were excited. They charged at the stone guardians and attacked them again and again. As the whistling sounds rang out, all the cultivators of the flower fruit sect became more and more excited. Their morale was incomparably magnificent, and in an instant they erupted with suffocating combat strength and lethality. Many stone guardians took many steps back, their expressions especially ugly. with such power, we can definitely win. Someone was overjoyed. However, at this moment, his head was cut off. Blood dyed the ground red. Seeing this, Jiang Ming subconsciously stood rooted to the ground. He then looked at the stone guardians and shouted, "Stop!" Everyone stopped and retreated a few steps. Rao Wuqing walked over at this moment, his expression extremely solemn. Something's wrong. Why do these stone guardians have intelligence? It's not that they have intelligence. Someone is controlling them. Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths. When everyone heard this, they subconsciously stood rooted to the ground. It was obvious that they had never expected this to happen. It was also at this moment that Ming Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, immediately enter level 1 combat stances. No matter what, we have to rush before they. No, we have to act before the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, we will fall into a passive situation." For a moment, everyone was shocked and immediately chose to attack further. Away. With these attacks, all the flower fruit sect cultivators once again fell into a fierce battle. However, unlike the first time, they were in a battle formation this time, and they were completely wary of the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, the people from the indulgence sect arrived one after another. Hua Wudao's expression was extremely gloomy. Stone guardians. These flower fruit sect cultivators are jinxes. Wherever they go, so many dangerous things appear. How irritating. He had been extremely aggrieved along the way, and now, he was venting all his anger on these people. It was also at this moment that a fierce attack struck Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao's face instantly turned pale and his aura became even more dispirited after being messed with by the stone guardian. At this moment, the stone guardian roared and charged at Hua Wudao with all its might, as if it wanted to kill him. Jiang Ming was stunned. The person behind this stone guard seemed to have a deep hatred for Hua Wudao. Tuoba Kuei, do you still know the partners, family, or friends of the people who were harmed by Hua Wudao? Tuoba Kuei shook his head and revealed a look of resentment. If he dies, it's good for all of us. He deserves it. At this moment, Jiang Ming was completely speechless. Although his hatred for Hua Wudao was monstrous, he had to look at the situation logically. Tuoba Kuei was too emotional and irrational. He was destined to be useless. Jiang Ming turned his gaze to the stone guardians and shouted in a low voice. Zhai Tianfeng, observe these stone guardians carefully. See if they have any restrictions or formations on them. If they do, break them quickly. Zhai Tianfeng nodded and immediately got started. At the same time, Jiang Ming was also in a difficult battle. Fortunately, they had Wu Ming, a soul formation realm expert, on their side. Otherwise, they would have had a hard time fighting. It was also at this moment that a majestic power rippled out. Jiang Ming suddenly freed his hand and punched a stone guard. He suddenly found that after it shattered, a crystal-like thing appeared. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and bent down to observe for a while before his eyes widened. I understand now. These stone guardians all have energy bodies similar to crystals. As long as we break it, these stone guardians will definitely collapse. After Jiang Ming confirmed that this energy crystal was closely related to the stone guardian, his mind raced and he quickly came to a conclusion. Everyone, do not launch any attacks. Use your spiritual energy to invade their bodies. You must destroy the energy crystals in their brains in the shortest time possible. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to do as they were told. From time to time, a large number of stone guardians collapsed. He was extremely excited. In the distance, Hua Wudao and the others did the same. When they saw the stone guardian that attacked them fall, the corners of their mouths immediately curled up. I thought these guys were hard to deal with. However, now it seems like the ride is turning. We can let Ning Kaichen eventually get killed by fighting back against them. When his mocking words reached everyone's ears, the group of flower fruit sect cultivators who heard it immediately scoffed at him. You think you're so smart. However, it's our sect master who found out the Stone Guardian's weakness. You're just an arrogant fool. Someone laughed. Hua Wudao's expression changed instantly. You're courting death. He immediately wanted to kill the guy who dared to mock him. However, he was stopped by Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen, what do you mean? This guy is mocking me. Don't tell me you want to protect him and become my enemy. Hua Wudao's expression was extremely sinister. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to pay attention to him and asked, did you harm someone, causing her family, relatives, or friends to treat you like this? At this moment, Jiang Ming's tone was obviously much heavier, and Hua Wudao's face fell. Ning Kaichen, what do you mean? Jiang Ming did not bother to listen to him. He raised his hand and slapped him. How dare you attack my sect master? Prepare to face the consequences. An elder of the Indulgence sect wanted to go forward and cripple Jiang Ming's arm. However, he was stopped by Wu Ming. All of you, stay back. Jiang Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He gave Zhai Tianfeng a look. The next moment, Zhai Tianfeng immediately activated a large array formation. This was an array formation that he had obtained from an ancient book. Once activated, it would contain terrifying power that ordinary people could not imagine. It was also at this moment that everyone's hearts trembled. They had never thought that things would develop to this point. Hua Wudao's expression changed instantly. Ning Kaichen, what do you mean? You actually want to cut off our escape route? He looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Jiang Ming just said calmly, didn't you treat the people of other factions like this before? It was you who led the attack on the flower fruit sect, causing us to lose many comrades. Now, I'm just taking revenge. Is there a problem? Jiang Ming decided to settle the score with Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao's expression turned even uglier. He never expected Ning Kaichen to be so ruthless. Ning Kaichen, you're courting death. Shut up. I'll say it one last time. Tell me who you've harmed. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you completely. Jiang Ming shouted. Hua Wudao wanted to go crazy and kill him. However, when he turned around, he saw that the demon's mouth and the other undead soldiers were charging at him. If he didn't run away now, he would definitely die. In his anxious state, he could only grit his teeth and say, I don't know. Tuoba Kuei walked over and sneered, this guy has harmed countless people. How? Can he remember which one clearly? However, if he did not figure this out, it would not be easy for Jiang Ming to deal with the so-called mastermind. Jiang Ming frowned. After thinking for a long time, he slowly let out a breath and turned to leave. Hua Wudao's expression changed drastically. Ning Kaichen, you can't do this to me. I am the sect master of the Indulgence sect. If you treat me like this, you will offend the entire Indulgence sect. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out, "Do you think you're that important?" At this moment, the entire place was silent. Hua Wudao could not help but take a few deep breaths. His eyes were filled with resentment. If he could, he would have killed Ning Kaichen and the others on the spot. Unfortunately, the undead soldiers and the demon's mouth were already closing in, and he had no way to survive. Soon, the experts of the indulgence sect died tragically. Hua Wudao was about to die. Fortunately, he had the protection of a few nascent soul realm cultivators. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Tuoba Kuei's expression instantly became much better after the battle ended. "Master Ning, I was too headstrong before and wanted to kill Hua Wudao so badly that I delayed many important matters. However, from now on, I swear that I will do my best to serve you," Tuoba Kuei said seriously. Jiang Ming nodded subconsciously and said seriously, "Hua Wudao might not be dead yet. However, he has been tortured to a miserable state. His end is about to arrive. You really don't have to care too much about him. In addition, we have to be wary of the people here. The person controlling the Stone Guardians is only one of our enemies. There are many others surrounding us." Jiang Ming was eager to know who this so-called enemy was. If he could secretly learn the methods to control these Stone Guardians, his trump cards and combat strength would definitely rise to a higher level. At this moment, in a relatively hidden place, a voice rang out. "You have failed." A young man in white nodded subconsciously and said, "I really failed. I couldn't kill Hua Wudao." The mysterious voice snorted coldly. "You know that I don't care about Hua Wudao. I'm referring to the Tuoba and Hellion bloodlines. The reason I brought you here is because you have the royal bloodline of Northern Yan. I hope that you can use this opportunity to eliminate these people and accumulate some prestige in the council. However, you've really disappointed me. For a single woman, you actually gave up this great opportunity and only wanted to deal with a lecherous hungry ghost. What is wrong with you?" The other party roared endlessly, his eyes filled with anger. This time, Morong Xianglin was so shocked that he fell to the ground on his behind. His expression became especially ugly. He never thought that this elder would be so fierce to him. Most importantly, he had yet to kill Hua Wudao. However, after being reprimanded by this elder, Morong Xianglin could only grit his teeth and say, "I will follow your instructions. I will definitely pay attention next time. If you do it again, don't blame me for being rude. Even if you're a descendant of the Morong royal family, I won't let you off." The mysterious voice snorted coldly and paused. "I didn't expect that this time. Not only did we attract the Yanwei lineage and the Tuoba clan, but we also attracted the descendants of Hellion Xia. This is the best opportunity to kill them, steal their power, and fuse it with the Morong bloodline to create an even stronger bloodline. We can't miss it. Morong Xianglin, you have to remember what I said. If you want to achieve great things, you should not be indecisive. Otherwise, you are destined to be a good-for-nothing." Understood. Morong Xianglin's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. He was also anxious and wanted to kill the two of them so that he could prepare for the next step. However, soon, the mysterious voice paused again. "Other than the two of them, the leader of the group seems to be Ning Kaichen. He definitely has a lot of secrets. I can also feel that there is a powerful heretical bloodline power hidden in his body. It seems to be related to the primordial. If we could dig out his bloodline power, it would definitely be a great thing. At this point, this elder was clearly excited. He could not wait to compete and see how powerful he could become after this. It was also at this moment that waves of majestic power erupted. The killing intent has already begun. Now is your chance to go on stage. Morong Xianglin, you must remember this. If you want to restore the glory of the Morong family of Northern Yan, and let the glory of the Morong family descend upon this land once again, your hands will be stained with blood. There is no other way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming's heart trembled, and he clearly felt that something was off. At the same time, Tuoba Kuei and Wu Ming also took a step forward, their expressions turning ugly. Just now, we all felt that some mysterious existence was spying on us, and could attack us at any time. Master, I'm afraid we've been targeted. It's very likely that they're from the Morong royal family. The two of them spoke in unison. One of them was of Tuoba Yanwei's bloodline, while the other was a descendant of the Hellion family. Jiang Ming nodded and said in a deep voice, the other party has also targeted me. They should be coveting my bloodline power. It seems that the other party's goal is bloodline power. Everyone, our future path will be even more difficult. Ning Kaichen, Guqi said. Don't forget that other than the ancient kingdom, blessed land, there are also the successors and experts of the other holy lands and ancient sections. So, it's not just us who can threaten your life. There are many more people out there. What exactly are you trying to say? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, with a sinister smile. Although Guqi had a high status and would be treated with respect by ordinary people, he was no different from a burden to Jiang Ming. Seeing Jiang Ming's stance, Guqi's eyelids twitched a few times, and a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. Jiang Ming, if you really dare to kill me, you will face the ancient kingdom. Blessed land's endless revenge. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you tell me everything you know now, and not threaten me here. Do you understand? Jiang Ming said calmly. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Guqi. Hearing this, Guqi's lips twitched. Then, he took a few deep breaths and nodded. I understand. He had known Ning Kaichen for a long time. Therefore, he naturally knew how ruthless Ning Kaichen was. He immediately lowered his voice and said, Ning Kaichen, you should understand that the Feather Kingdom is only a tiny place in the vast world of immortal cultivation. There is a vast and boundless world outside the Feather Kingdom. This time all the major forces in the western region of the South Continent have come. There are no less than 3 to 5 holy lands and ancient sects, not to mention the ancient Yin sect. Tuoba Kuei's expression changed when he heard the name of the ancient Yin sect. How is that possible? Why did even the people of the ancient Yin sect appear? Tuoba Kuei was in disbelief. Jiang Ming glanced at him. Is there anything special about the ancient Yin sect? The ancient Yin sect and the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven are similar in nature. If the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven is the true ruler of the Feather Kingdom, then the ancient Yin sect is the true ruler of the Yin Yang Empire. The ruler of the ancient Yin sect is the true sovereign Lord. Compared to the other holy lands, ancient sects, and other factions, the ancient Yin sect is immensely powerful. He could not help but lower his voice as a bright light flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that Tuoba Kue had lost all his morale. Going against the ancient Yin-Yang sect was no different from going against the Yin-Yang Empire. Moreover, the power of an ancient nation was not something they could compare to. The most important thing was what Guqi said after that. From a certain perspective, our sect is actually one of the forces of the Yin-Yang Empire. In that case, you should understand what that means, right? Jiang Ming was silent for a long time. Guqi's words were clear, all the forces that came this time were under the ancient Yin-Yang sect. The corners of Guqi's mouth could not help but curl up. It was as if he saw Jiang Ming kneeling down and begging him in fear. However, in the next moment, Guqi was stunned on the spot and revealed an incredulous expression. Even if the ancient Yin-Yang sect and other factions come, I won't be afraid of them at all. At worst, we'll just fight back. At this moment, Jiang Ming was in high spirits and full of confidence. When the others saw this scene, they nodded their heads. If they dare to come here, then we'll kill them all. As soon as Jiang Ming said that, the entire place fell silent. Guqi stared at Jiang Ming for a long time. His lips moved for a long time. However, he could not say a word. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared on the spot, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Someone is coming. Wu Ming's expression was particularly gloomy, as if he was facing a great enemy. Clearly, the person who came this time was not weak. It was very likely that he was a soul formation realm expert. A powerful force swept over, crushing everyone present. As expected, he was really an expert at the soul formation realm. This time, it was none other than Protector Li of the ancient kingdom blessed land. Clang. Wu Ming held his spear and looked warily at Protector Li. The latter raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "There's no need to be shocked. I left a bug on the Holy Sun's body. It's easy to find him." Wu Ming remained on guard and said coldly, "Why don't you tell me what you want to do first? I came here this time for one thing, and that is to cooperate with you." Cooperation? Wu Ming was stunned by Protector Li's words. Jiang Ming and the others were also stunned. They had never expected Protector Li to suddenly say such a thing. "Why do you want to cooperate with us?" At this moment, Jiang Ming looked puzzled. Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the entire arena. "I shall explain why I want to work with you, but only with Ning Kaichen. The rest of you aren't qualified to talk to me yet." Protector Li had a smug look on his face. They were at the soul formation realm, but cultivators at the same realm were further categorized into different categories of strength. Even though Wu Ming was the sect leader of the flower fruit sect, in the eyes of Protector Li, the flower fruit sect was just a silly thing and not something to be taken seriously. It was just a subsidiary of a powerful sect and could not hold a candle to the 3 grotto heavens and 6 blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ming as if asking for his opinion. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ming nodded and said, "Come over." Wu Ming wanted to follow, but was stopped. "There's no need for you to follow me. I trust that Protector Li won't hurt me." His real intention was to let Wu Ming watch Guqi die and to prevent someone from suddenly saving Guqi. As long as Guqi was still in their hands, they would be absolutely safe. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but smile. At this moment, Protector Li suddenly said, "Relax, we are sincerely cooperating this time around. Moreover, we want to join hands with you to kill these people from the ancient Yin-Yang sect." "Protector Li, you're crazy." Gucci had a smug look on his face as he thought that Protector Li had come to save him. He did not expect Protector Li to say such a thing. Was his brain fried? Did he actually want to deal with the people of the ancient Yang sect? At this moment, Protector Li glanced over and said coldly, "Holy Son, you can make the decision for other matters. However, this is a mission given to me by the Holy Lord. Naturally, I'm fully responsible for it. You have no right to question me, alright?" Gucci was completely silent. Why did this matter involve his master, Holy Lord Gu Hua? Jiang Ming was also stunned. He did not expect this to happen. However, since he had already said this, he naturally would not say anything more. He would first ask about the situation. Soon, the two of them arrived at a relatively remote area. Protector Li took a deep breath and slowly said, "Master Ning, I think you should have learned about the existence of the ancient Yang sect from Gucci, right?" Without thinking much, Protector Li knew that Gucci must have used the ancient kingdom-blessed land and the ancient Yang sect to intimidate Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded slightly and said, "I heard from Gucci that your sect is under the Yang Empire. Logically speaking, you are also a subject of the ancient Yang sect." Hu Daoli chuckled and said, "The reason is exactly the same as the current situation in the Feather Kingdom." Jiang Ming was stunned, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "You mean, the royal family of the Yang Empire?" "That's right, it's the imperial family of the Yang Empire. They do not wish to entrust their fate and future to the ancient Yang sect. I believe that you don't know that the ancient Yang sect has crippled countless emperors and palaces of the Yang Empire over the years. They even have the power to appoint a new emperor and crown prince. The current emperor, Emperor Yuan Chong, was established by the ancient Yang sect 300 years ago. In that case, had the emperor who was supposed to be the puppet of the ancient Yang sect already begun to rebel? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. It had to be said that when the imperial family and the most powerful sects of a country collided, it could cause great changes in the entire country and even the world. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up. He said very seriously, "If that's the case, what are your plans?" He understood that the other party would not come looking for him for no reason. He was probably trying to pull him into his team, which was under Emperor Yuan Chong. In addition, there is one thing that I don't quite understand. Why would you work with Emperor Yuan Chong to serve the imperial family of the Yang Empire? Shouldn't the Holy Lands, the ancient sects, and the other sects be united to suppress the imperial family? Hearing this, Protector Li chuckled and said, "Master Ning, you have underestimated the imperial family of the Yang Empire. Or perhaps, you have underestimated our emperor. You have to know that both I and my sect are actually Emperor Yuan Chong's men. When Emperor Yuan Chong became the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, which was more than 300 years ago, he had already planted spies and people in many forces. Many of them had already mixed into the upper and middle levels of the various large forces. Many of them went on to be as prolific as our Holy Lord." At this point, Protector Li's eyes were filled with pride, causing Jiang Ming's heart to tremble. He never thought that Emperor Yuan Chong would have such great ability. In just 300 years, he had actually accomplished such a feat. Phew. Jiang Ming let out a long sigh and asked seriously, "However, the flower fruit sect is weak. Aren't you taking a step back by asking us to cooperate? To be honest, Jiang Ming did not want to get involved in this kind of thing. Not to mention the high-level internal strife in the Yin-Yang Empire. Jiang Ming could not even be bothered to get involved in the dispute between the political parties in his own kingdom. No one knew how big the risk was. If he was not careful, he would have to pay a hefty price. Everyone could understand Jiang Ming's thoughts. Protector Li was quite old. Therefore, he naturally could see through Jiang Ming's inner thoughts. He immediately smiled and said, "Master Ning, there is no need to worry so much. Our purpose for coming here this time is very simple. We hope that you can join us. As long as you can make a great contribution, you will be treated with great courtesy when you come to the Yin-Yang Empire in the future." He certainly had a way with words. Jiang Ming's lips twitched. Not only was Protector Li's cultivation base high and his combat strength impressive, but he was also an expert at persuasion. It had to be said that Protector Li had a silver tongue. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be convinced. However, Jiang Ming was not an ordinary person. He just kept smiling and did not give Protector Li a clear reply. Protector Li frowned. He had thought that no matter how powerful Ning Kaichen was, he was still a young man and would be easily persuaded. However, now it seemed that this was not the case. Ning Kaichen seemed to be as shrewd as a fox. If I want to deal with a fox like him, I can't just make some grandiose statements. I have to give him something substantial. Protector Li's mind was racing like crazy. He clapped his hands and said, "Master Ning, how much do you know about the antique industry?" Antique industry? Jiang Ming was stunned. This was the world of immortal cultivation. People lived for hundreds of years here. Why would anyone be bothered with antiques? Master Ning, I'm not talking about regular antiques. In the vast lands outside the Feather Kingdom, there are many hidden places, forbidden lands, and countless ancient grotto heavens and blessed lands. Among them, there are many supreme treasures and so on. These things are collectively called antiques, and naturally, many cultivators and factions want to obtain these antiques. As time passed, the antique industry naturally formed. Protector Li felt strange when he saw that Jiang Ming knew nothing about the antique industry. Wasn't this person from a holy land? Why didn't he know anything? However, now that he had a favor to ask of him, he naturally could not say much. He could only continue, the ancient kingdom blessed land and a few other factions have secretly supported the imperial family of the Yin-Yang Empire to form an auction house called the Sky Harmony Auction House. Right. Now, we lack talented cultivators. In my opinion, you're incredibly talented and are suitable to be the representative of our auction house in the Feather Kingdom. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. This could be a profitable business. He immediately nodded and asked curiously, "I wonder what the specific role is?" It's very simple. The Sky Harmony Auction House wants to establish a branch in the Feather Kingdom. We originally planned to arrange for our own people to manage it. However, we were unable to find a suitable leader. Originally, we wanted to find the person from the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. However, now that the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and the royal family of the Feather Kingdom are in constant conflict, we naturally need to find a new representative. And the most suitable person right now is undoubtedly you, Master Ning. Only someone as highly talented as you can suppress all enemies, intimidate everyone in the Feather Kingdom, and ensure the growth of the sky. Harmony auction house in the Feather Kingdom. No one could resist such flattery. Jiang Ming also looked as if he had been blown away, which made Protector Li smile mockingly. After all, he was still a young man. It was easy to lure him into a trap. Little did he know that Jiang Ming was also sneering in his heart. He was trying to use this thing to trap him? What a joke! However, Jiang Ming did not intend to decline. After all, the antique industry was very profitable. In addition, if the flower fruit sect wanted to establish a force and lay an incomparably solid foundation in the Feather Kingdom, they would need some other streams of income. Of course, the key to this was to accumulate connections. The 3 great grotto heavens, 6 blessed lands, and other big factions have connections and backers outside of the Feather Kingdom. As for the flower fruit sect, we naturally can't fight alone. It's normal for us to need some external help. When Jiang Ming thought of this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He asked again, Protector Li, may I ask how the flower fruit sect will cooperate with your operation? Seeing that Jiang Ming had finally fallen into his trap, Protector Li was even more delighted. He immediately said, it's very simple. As long as you can do your best to help us encircle and annihilate the ancient Yin-Yang sects. Exploration team that came in this time, it's enough. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Is it that simple? I'm more curious as to why you're targeting the exploration team of the ancient Yin-Yang sect this time. Why would the entire ancient Yin-Yang sect send an exploration team for such a trivial matter anyway? It is indeed a trivial matter. However, we are exploring the general's tomb. This time, it is the burial place of a great general of northern Yansmurong family 1,000 years ago. There must be many mysteries and treasures hidden within. The Sky Harmony auction house naturally needs these. Therefore, we must not let the people of the ancient Yin-Yang sect interfere. Otherwise, our profits will shrink by a lot. I have a mother question. How strong is the exploration team from the ancient Yin-Yang sect this time? Jiang Ming could not be bothered to waste any more time and immediately asked another question. Protector Li immediately replied, 3 soul formation realm cultivators led the team. They are all at the early stage of the soul formation realm. There are 5 or 6 half-step soul formation realm cultivators, dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators across all the levels, and as many as 100 golden core realm cultivators. Jiang Ming could not help but gasp. This was probably not a joke. Such a lineup was definitely not weak in any faction. They even had the capital to crush and destroy the flower fruit sect. This team alone was definitely at the level of the 3 grotto heavens in the Feather Kingdom. Any exploration team from an ancient sect is comparable to the 3 grotto heavens. Looks like I underestimated these holy lands and ancient sections. Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. He had always felt that no matter how powerful such factions were, there was a limit to their strength. However, now, it seemed that the strength of these factions was far beyond their imagination. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He asked again, then what do you plan to do? My plan? Protector Li looked confused, making Jiang Ming want to smack his head. What I mean is that you're the only soul formation realm cultivator here from the ancient kingdom blessed land. Even if you include our sect leader, there are only 2 of you. Besides, there are quite a number of forces from the Yin Yang Empire that have entered this time. How can you guarantee that they will not stand on the side of the ancient Yang sect? Also, do you want to make sure that they won't expose your actions? Jiang Ming fired question after question. Protector Li could not help but grimace slightly. He never expected Jiang Ming to consider things so carefully. This guy looks like a naive child with no knowledge of antiques. But now, he seems like a cunning old fox. The questions he asks are actually so comprehensive. At this moment, Protector Li realized that he could not easily see through Jiang Ming. The other party seemed to have multiple personalities. No matter how he looked at him, he could not see through him. Jiang Ming naturally saw through Protector Li's thoughts. He immediately chuckled and said, Protector Li, since you want to cooperate with the flower fruit sect, you have to give me something more substantial. I want something that will benefit me greatly. However, I won't be cannon fodder for others. Lastly, why don't we be honest with each other? Protector Li's mouth twitched again. He was speechless and could only grit his teeth and say, Master Ning, you're right. Since we are going to cooperate, we naturally have to be honest with each other and talk about everything. Then, he pondered for a long time and raised his eyebrows slightly. The forces that came this time seemed to be related to the ancient Yang sect. However, they are actually divided into 3 categories. The first category is comprised of the Purple Cloud Sword sect, which is similar to the ancient Kingdom Blessed Land and serves the imperial family of the Yang Empire. Although it is a swordsmanship sect, its strength is not inferior to any holy land or ancient sect. Secondly, there are some neutral factions. They won't get involved in anything at all. Finally, there are a few other factions. They seem to be following the ancient Yang sect. However, they are actually quite cunning and seem to be on nobody's side. They only sent a soul formation realm cultivator. They are purely fishing in troubled waters. Fishing in troubled waters. Jiang Ming chuckled and nodded. I understand the situation based on what you said. When are you guys going to make your move? It should be at a critical moment. You don't say. Even a fool would do that. However, when is the critical moment? Jiang Ming asked gloomily. Protector Li was really something else. He just wanted to lure him into a trap. If he did not pay attention while working with such a person, he could die at any time. After pondering for a moment, Protector Li pointed ahead. There will be a large hall ahead. That place is actually a special space that leads to an ancient battlefield. We will take action at that time and use the ensuing battle on the ancient battlefield to attract the attention of the ancient Yang sect and the others. Then, it's convenient for you to attack me, right? Alright, I understand. When the time comes, the flower fruit sect will do our best to cooperate. Jiang Ming nodded. His appearance and words made Protector Li frown. Jiang Ming was ridiculous. If it were not for the fact that he needed the flower fruit sect as an ally, Protector Li would have given Jiang Ming a few slaps. Wait a minute. Can I take the Holy Sun away? Protector Li suddenly asked. Guqi's eyes lit up, and he revealed an extremely expectant expression. You can't, Jiang Ming said concisely. Protector Li did not hesitate. He nodded and said, okay. Then, he left. The whole process was so fast and unexpected that Guqi almost froze. Stop being upset. You're our hostage. If we let you go, our cooperation will never be formed. Jiang Ming patted Guqi's cheek, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was also at this moment that another voice suddenly rang out. Bro, I feel that we can make use of this matter. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and sent a voice transmission. The ancient kingdom blessed land doesn't want to use the flower fruit sect to eliminate the exploration team of the ancient Yin-Yang sect. Then we can help the ancient Yin-Yang sect in turn. We might even be able to obtain the friendship of the ancient Yin-Yang sect. Wouldn't that be the best? Jiang Ming was stunned. He never expected the Black Sword to suggest such a thing. No, we don't know anything about the ancient Yin-Yang sect. How can you be so sure that we can maximize our benefits by helping the ancient Yin-Yang sect? We don't even know if the ancient Yin-Yang sect will appreciate it. Jiang Ming shook his head. This was a difficult problem. However, the Black Sword was right about one thing. The flower fruit sect was a key point. If they joined Protector Li's side, the exploration team of the ancient Yin-Yang sect would definitely suffer heavy losses or even be completely wiped out. After all, the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land were all cunning. They were particular about attacking others for their own gain. The people of the ancient Yin-Yang sect were clueless. No matter how powerful they were, they would not think that someone would plot against them. Bro, do you believe that the people of the ancient Yin-Yang sect know nothing about this? Considering how they were able to survive in the Yin-Yang Empire for so many years, it is impossible for the ancient Yin-Yang sect not to know about the situation in the ancient kingdom blessed land. It is even more impossible for them not to know what Emperor Yuancheng is thinking. Therefore, I feel that the ancient kingdom blessed land will definitely be the loser this time. If we help the ancient kingdom blessed land, it is very likely that we will also be in trouble. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. This reminded him that if the people of the ancient Yin-Yang sect were the masterminds behind the scenes, he would be courting death if he helped the ancient kingdom blessed land. Therefore, if he wanted to succeed, he needed to plan carefully and see which side was safer. At the same time, on the other end, Morong Xianglin's face was extremely gloomy. He had used a lot of strength to try to kill Jiang Ming and the others. However, it was to no avail. It was as if Jiang Ming and the others were immortal. I have to think of a more comprehensive way. I can only use it. His attention fell on an undead soldier. This was an undead soldier that he had carefully nurtured. It had devoured cultivators and had absorbed a large amount of fear. Its strength had long reached an unfathomable level. I'm counting on you now. Go. Destroy Tuoba Kuei. He did not dare to deal with Wu Ming. The latter was a soul formation realm cultivator, and he was definitely no match for him. At the same time, Wu Ming took a step forward, and an incomparably terrifying aura spread out from his entire body. Its attacks also became increasingly stronger. Bang! 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 With such a series of attacks, Jiang Ming and the others could not help but feel their hearts tighten. Oh no! Tuoba Kuei was the first to react. However, he was too weak, and he was instantly carried away from where he was. Tuoba Kuei. Hua Wudao could not help but laugh when he saw this. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Kuei, right? You wanted to torture me, and now it's your turn to suffer. I am a prodigy. How can a piece of trash like you be able to compare Hua Wudao laughed wildly, causing many people to look over with strange expressions. Why was he showing off? He was not in a favorable position either. In the next moment, another figure dashed out and charged straight at Hua Wudao, causing the lips of many people to twitch. That was his retribution for being so smug. Hua Wudao's expression turned ugly as he roared, "Elders! Save me!" Two elders of the Indulgence sect took a step forward in unison, wanting to intercept this sudden figure. In the end, they were killed. They're at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Someone in the crowd screamed. Although the previous two were only ordinary elders of the Indulgence sect, they were not weak. They were only half a step away from becoming core elders. They were also at the level of first-rate combatants in factions like the Divine Occult. However, they were killed so easily. When the others saw this, their eyes widened, especially Hua Wudao. His face turned extremely pale. He had to flee. Hua Wudao wanted to make use of the time to run into the distance. However, his ankle was grabbed tightly in the next moment and he was pulled in another direction. That place was like an abyss. However, to Hua Wudao, it was like a purgatory. "Ayaya!" Hua Wudao screamed. The two elders were both late-stage nascent soul realm experts. They were stopped just as they were about to attack. Now, there were another two undead soldiers. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. How could so many powerful undead soldiers gather here? Rao Wuqing's expression turned extremely ugly after he read through the book carefully. The previous undead soldiers have merged together to form more powerful undead soldiers. Their strength is extremely shocking, and we can't fight them. That's right. If we provoke them, we'll probably be instantly killed. In the flower fruit sect, aside from Wu Ming, none of us have the ability to fight back. Everyone was terrified. The people around them were terrified as well. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Bang! Boom! Immediately after, many figures appeared. Each and every one of them had an incomparably terrifying and shocking aura, causing one's heart to tremble uncontrollably. "Protect the master!" Rao Wuqing roared. The undead soldiers that appeared behind him were at least in the peak of the Golden Core realm, and there were even a few in the nascent soul realm. There were many nascent soul realm cultivators in their camp. However, they were no match for so many undead soldiers of the same level. Jai Tianfeng was sweating profusely. He was playing with his sleeves. Looking at his loyal disciples, Jiang Ming felt a warm feeling in his heart. Ever since he came to the world of immortal cultivation, Jiang Ming rarely participated in such team activities. It had been a long time since he had felt what true unity was. Now that he felt it again, he was naturally very happy. However, soon, Jiang Ming suppressed his excitement and shouted, "All of you, step back and let me deal with these guys." "Master!" Jai Tianfeng looked up in shock and looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. The others also opened their mouths to persuade him to abandon such a decision. They did not want Jiang Ming to put himself in danger. "No, it's still the nascent soul realm cultivators who are going to fight. I'm just lending you my lightning power." He had the desolate dragon bloodline and the 9 heavens dark lightning. The fusion of these two lightning powers could naturally produce an extremely shocking effect. However, everyone knew that this kind of power also depended on the strength of the user. Unless there was a huge difference in talent between the two sides, it was Definitely more convenient for cultivators of a higher realm to use the same divine technique. The same principle applied to the use of lightning power. As the situation developed to this point, Jiang Ming's mind kept racing. He was thinking about how to inject the power of lightning into the bodies of these nascent soul realm cultivators. At this time, a voice was heard. Master, you can pass through the spirit transference formation. Zhai Tianfeng said. Spirit transference formation? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. This was a new term. He did not say much and just watched Zhai Tianfeng fiddle with the array formation. After a few minutes, Zhai Tianfeng finally finished setting up the array. He stood up and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He smiled and said, Master, the arrangement has been completed. Please activate this array formation. Jiang Ming glanced at it. Although he did not practice the art of arrays, he could tell that this array formation was quite mysterious and complicated. It was definitely not an ordinary array formation. It seems that not only has your level increased, but even your skills have also improved greatly to be able to set up such a complicated array formation in such a short period of time. Jiang Ming could not help but praise him. Zhai Tianfeng chuckled and said, I have to thank you for this, Master. Without your grace, it would be very difficult for me to improve my skills. It would have taken me decades to reach this level without your guidance. There was one more thing that he had not said, and that was that it was very likely that he would not learn anything at all if it were not for Jiang Ming. The path of array formations emphasized one's aptitude and comprehension. It was not like the path of immortal cultivation or martial arts, where one could rely on pills, resources, and so on. Jiang Ming nodded and did not say anything. He went forward and stabilized the core of the array formation. With the help of the array formation, he continuously put out strong magical power and transmitted the lightning power in his body. Bang! 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 As the lightning power was released, the corners of some people's lips twitched. Clearly, they had already felt the lightning power enter their bodies. That's great. With this, it'll be easier to deal with these undead soldiers. The corners of someone's lips curled up. Then, he suddenly formed seals with his hands and used this as a basis to kill the undead soldiers. His consequent attacks made people's hearts tremble. Boom! 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 At this moment, everyone could not help but be stunned on the spot. They had never expected that their sect master's lightning power would be so powerful that it could actually raise their combat strength to the extreme in an instant. Bang! As a bolt of lightning struck down, one of the undead soldiers was severely injured. Immediately after, a few more undead soldiers suffered serious blows, and their auras became dispirited. It was obvious that lightning was their natural enemy, and it would be extremely fatal if they were to come into contact with it. It was also at this moment that waves of powerful energy poured out continuously, making people's hair stand on end. These guys in the flower fruit sect are all ruthless. It was obvious that accepting other people's power would hurt them. However, in the end, they did not care at all. Why are they so loyal? Many people did not understand. It was all for their own interests. Who would sacrifice their own interests for the interests of a sect? As this group of nascent soul realm cultivators fused with the power of lightning and launched attacks again and again, most of the undead soldiers in front of them were wiped out. Clap! Clap! Clap. Suddenly, a round of applause was heard, and everyone was cheering. Just now, a large number of undead soldiers had appeared and had been wiped out with Jiang Ming's help. The group of nascent soul realm cultivators also turned around and said, "Respectfully, thank you for your gift, Master." Jiang Ming waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. We are a family now. Let's go." Jiang Ming did not want to waste time on these trivial matters. He led everyone and prepared to go deeper. At the same time, on the other end, Protectorly returned to the array formation. He glanced at the ancient Yang Sect's exploration team in front of him and immediately lowered his voice. "I have already contacted Ming Kaichen of the Flower Fruit sect and explained everything clearly. When the time comes, we will have them offend the ancient Yang sect and use the ancient Yang sect to eliminate Ming Kaichen and the others." When Song Qingshu heard this, he smiled slightly. He said, "Once a conflict breaks out between the ancient Yang sect and the Flower Fruit sect, and as long as we can hold off one of the soul formation realm cultivators and use the other members of the Flower Fruit sect to weaken the ancient Yang sect, we can take advantage of the situation and completely destroy the Flower Fruit sect. We can also take control of the ancient Yang sect's exploration team. We can use this opportunity to use the others to explore the general's tomb, which is enough to reduce the losses of our sect. We'll be killing two birds with one stone. Actually, this isn't just killing two birds with one stone. Ming Kaichen is hiding a huge secret and has an extraordinary inheritance. We can finally see what kind of foundation the Flower Fruit mountain has." As these words left his mouth, the entire place instantly fell into a deathly silence. After hearing this, many people lowered their heads as if they were thinking about something. At the same time, on the other end, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. "Master, don't continue forward. No one knows what's ahead." Saying that there might be thousands of undead soldiers in this pitch-black area is not an exaggeration. Wu Ming and Rao Wuqing took a step forward at the same time, wanting to stop Jiang Ming from continuing ahead. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ming slowly said, "I get what you're trying to say. However, aren't we here this time to find treasure even at the risk of our lives? If we stop here, then how will the Flower Fruit sect improve?" At this moment, everyone was speechless. They never expected Jiang Ming to say such words. However, they had to admit that what Jiang Ming said made sense. For a moment, many people lowered their heads, and their eyes lit up. Boom! 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 Jiang Ming's heart was pounding in tune with the repeated explosions. However, after thinking about it carefully, he still made an important decision. It doesn't really matter. At most, I'll die. Let's go. Everyone strode forward, and their eyes were filled with ice. Since Jiang Ming, the master of a sect, was not afraid, then what were they afraid of? At this moment, everyone entered the ancient battlefield space. Looking at the endless battlefield, Jiang Ming suddenly fell silent. He knew that he would soon have to make a decision. Would he side with the ancient kingdom-blessed land or the ancient Yang sect? Bro, don't be so conflicted. Just stand on the side of the ancient Yang sect. I have a feeling that Protector Li isn't a good person. The Black Sword's voice rang out. Jiang Ming nodded. He had decided from the start that he would never stand on the side of the ancient kingdom-blessed land. However, I won't help the ancient Yang sect either. Since it's a fight between two major powers, I might as well take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The ancient kingdom blessed land's promise was indeed very tempting. Becoming the head of the Sky Harmony auction house in the Feather Kingdom was enough to earn an endless amount of spirit stones. However, the key problem was that the flower fruit sect did not have the right to occupy this position yet. Although the flower fruit sect was comparable to the 6 blessed lands in the Feather Kingdom and was not much different from the 3 grotto heavens, the main takeaway was that the flower fruit sect's foundation outside the Feather Kingdom was too shallow. If they suddenly appeared to be very friendly with outside forces, it was very likely that they would suffer. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming made a decision. Friend, once you've entered the base, try your best to stir up trouble with the other members. If I'm not wrong, the ancient kingdom blessed land is trying to use us as cannon fodder. The two of them were extremely intelligent. They could guess the true thoughts of Protector Li and the others in a few moments. At the same time, Protector Li and the others had just arrived. They looked at Jiang Ming and the others with a hint of mockery in their eyes. However, they maintained a veneer of politeness. When an elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect saw this scene, he immediately asked curiously, "Doesn't the flower fruit sect have a grudge against you? Why are you still so polite to them? Our holy son is still in their hands. To ensure his safety, we can only be on friendly terms for the time being. However, don't worry. We will definitely stop the flower fruit sect and the other forces from disrupting your plans." The elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned his gaze to a group of people not far away. "I didn't expect that this time, we would attract the people of the Zhuyan Palace." At the mention of the Zhuyan Palace, the elder of the ancient sect was annoyed. Jiang Ming and the others also noticed the group from the Zhuyan Palace and immediately looked at Rao Wuqing. The Zhuyan Palace is the royal family of the ancient Zhuyan nation. It is also a force similar to a sect. To be precise, it is divided into 3 levels: the inner sect, the outer sect, and the saint sect. The saint sect is the foundation of the royal family. The name Zhuyan Palace represents 2 things. The first is the territory of the forces of the ancient Zhuyan nation. And the second is the imperial palace of the ancient Zhuyan nation. This unity is enough to prove that the ancient Zhuyan nation was extremely powerful. Rao Wuqing's words made Jiang Ming nod repeatedly. Whether it was the Feather Kingdom or the ancient Yin Yang Empire, it seemed that there was a huge estrangement between the orthodoxy and the imperial family. However, this was not the case for the ancient Zhuyan nation. The imperial family was the orthodoxy, and vice versa. There was no such thing as a division of power, and this was enough to make a tremendous contribution to the cohesiveness of an ancient nation, and also enough to raise the strength of an ancient nation by several levels. After the cultivators of the Zhuyan Palace arrived, they stood to the side and observed the ancient battlefield. They had no intention of communicating with any of the forces. "They're so arrogant." Zhai Tianfeng pursed his lips and said disdainfully. Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. The people of Zhuyan Palace are not insufferably arrogant. On the contrary, they are being humbled by coming here without creating a spectacle." It was Jiang Ming's first time seeing such a powerful force behave so inconspicuously, and he had other thoughts that he did not voice. It was also at this moment that some cultivators from Zhuyan Palace walked over. Young man, can we talk? The representative of Zhuyan Palace spoke. It was a white-haired old man with a hunched back. Beside him was a young man and woman. They looked dignified and imposing. However, it was obvious that although this young man and woman were prodigies, they did not have an air or arrogance about them. They appeared rather approachable. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and looked around. Are you talking to me? That's right. The representative of Zhuyan Palace nodded. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and then said, if you have anything to say to me, say it here. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not trust him, the old man didn't get angry. He just smiled and said seriously, I've long heard of your reputation. Even the Empire of Slaughter has set their eyes on you. We've wanted to visit you many times before. However, we ran into you today. You're extraordinarily talented. All right, old man, there is no need to flatter me. You definitely have something important to discuss. Why don't you say it as soon as possible? At this moment, the young female cultivator said, we don't have anything important to say. We just want to tell you that Protectorly of the Ancient Kingdom Blessed Land is trying to harm you. That's all. The young male cultivator nodded and said seriously, Protectorly wants to use you all to provoke the ancient Yin-Yang sect and weaken them. He also wants to use the ancient Yin-Yang sect to eliminate you. Thus, killing two birds with one stone. They spoke calmly and seemed to have no ulterior motives, which stunned Jiang Ming. You came to me just to tell me this? Yes. The old man nodded and said with a smile, we can see that you're a genius. Moreover, you took the lead to fight for your subordinates. You are destined to be a hero. People like you must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, the world of immortal cultivation will be very boring in the future. After saying that, the old man left directly, leaving Jiang Ming standing rooted to the ground. What was going on? Jiang Ming kept rubbing his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It was also at this time that the old man and the other two returned to the Zhuyan Palace camp. Elder Mo, why are you helping Master Ning? The young female cultivator was confused. The young male cultivator explained, you should understand that there are countless people in the world who are good at divination. Elder Mo is one of the best. He is a seer who can be compared to Gongye Jiao. The reason why Elder Mo is so concerned about a stranger is enough to show that this stranger has a great connection with the Zhuyan Palace. Moreover, it is a positive connection. Elder Mo, am I right? Elder Mo laughed and nodded. You're absolutely right. I've seen glimpses of his future through the heavenly eye. Although I can't see further, I can see that he will help the Zhuyan Palace reach a higher level in the near future. Moreover, his power is not limited to the South Continent. By befriending this young gentleman, we are also paving the way for the future of the Zhuyan Palace. The young female cultivator's expression changed. How is that possible? We're essentially the ancient Zhuyan nation. How is a strange young man qualified to help the Zhuyan ancient nation reach higher peaks? At this moment, the young female cultivator wondered if Elder Mo had gone senile. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. Elder Mo smiled but did not answer. The young male cultivator at the side said, Qing Yuan, stop talking nonsense. Elder Mo's divination skills have been perfected. How can you question him like this? I didn't. The young female cultivator's expression changed again. She was afraid that Her words would cause a misunderstanding. All right, simmer down. Qi Lian, you have to cultivate your temperament. You can't be so rude to women. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a cultivation partner in the future. Elder Mo smiled. The corner of the young male cultivator's lips twitched. However, he did not say anything else. He looked in Jiang Ming's direction with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Obviously, for him, Jiang Ming might be the chosen one mentioned by Elder Mo. However, it did not mean he would not see him as competition. I wonder how strong Ning Kaichen is to warrant so much praise from Elder Mo. Even I, the top prodigy of the outer sect, hardly get any praise from Elder Mo. As a man, he would naturally have a competitive nature. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Friend, did you hear that? The Black Sword returned and recounted the previous conversation between the three of them in detail, which stunned Jiang Ming. I can't believe Elder Mo is another expert at divination. A strange light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. If he met another person as good in divination in the future, would he be in trouble? Bro, I don't think you need to worry. After all, you are the master of disguise. The Black Sword spoke very seriously, causing the corners of Jiang Ming's lips to twitch uncontrollably. Alright, there's no need to spew nonsense. Jiang Ming pretended to be angry and immediately raised his eyebrows. According to Elder Mo of the Zhuyan Palace, Protector Li is going to do exactly what I guessed before. Amazing. He really does look down on me. Before this, Jiang Ming was still somewhat uneasy, afraid that he would lose everything if he miscalculated. However, now it seemed that his decision was the best one. If that's the case, then we can make use of this time to make arrangements and prevent those scoundrels from taking the lead. We'll be at a disadvantage. Then, Jiang Ming's mind was racing. After a long pause, he finally figured everything out. He immediately got up and strode toward the other side. Everyone. He was meeting the group of people from the ancient Yin sect. An elder of the sect narrowed his eyes and asked disdainfully, "Who are you?" They were arrogant and did not respect anyone at all. Of course, this did not include the people from Zhuyan Palace. Jiang Ming's approach stunned everyone in the ancient Yin sect. Brat, what are you trying to do? An elder of the ancient Yin sect asked. This was the second time he asked. In the distance, in the camp of the ancient kingdom Blessed Land, Protector Li was fuming. What is this Ning Kaichen trying to do? The current situation is still chaotic, and he's already in a difficult situation. Does he want to directly challenge the ancient Yin sect? Protector Li frowned. Another nascent soul realm expert snorted and said disdainfully, he's just an extremely stupid fool. If he starts a fight with the ancient Yin sect now, he'll be courting death. That's right. Although we are waiting for the two sides to fight and reap the benefits, this is not the right time. Yeah. Ning Kaichen is a complete idiot, he's ruining our plans. These people were all fuming, as if Ning Kaichen was actually going to die and their plans were going to backfire. In the next second, the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth curled up slightly and he said, everyone, I have only come for one thing. I just want to tell you a part of the historical truth about the general's tomb. This time, the elders of the ancient Yin sect were all stunned. A prodigy from the ancient Yin sect walked out slowly and snorted coldly. You know part of the historical truth of this general's tomb? Kid, don't joke around. You're just a person from a minor sect. Do you actually think you know more than us? For a moment, many people chuckled. Obviously, they looked down on Jiang Ming. On the other hand, Jiang Ming was also angry at being ridiculed like this. Instead, he said with a smile, "Your words are really reasonable. Logically speaking, I should not know anything more than you. However, the problem is that I know quite a few things. For example, the fact that there is a descendant of the Morong royal family hidden among us." In an instant, the experts here were stunned on the spot, and they sized up Jiang Ming in disbelief. At this moment, the chief representative of the ancient Yin-Yang sect asked, "What's your name?" "Ning Kaichen," Jiang Ming replied in a calm manner. The chief representative of the ancient Yin-Yang sect pondered for a while. After confirming that he had never heard of this name, he immediately asked, "You just said that there is a descendant of the Morong royal family hidden in the general's tomb. Is that true?" He stared at Jiang Ming as if he wanted to find out what was going on. After all, as the largest orthodoxy in the Yin-Yang Empire, the ancient Yin-Yang sect naturally hid many secrets and tyrannical techniques. Therefore, it was normal for someone to want to take advantage of them, and Ning Kaichen was no exception. Jiang Ming did not bother to explain and continued, "I believe that everyone has some understanding of the matter regarding the descendants of the Morong royal family. The Morong bloodline is a royal bloodline, and everyone knows the terrifying potential it contains. However, the most important thing now is that this descendant wants to fuse with other bloodlines, including everyone else's. I'm sure you understand how serious the consequences are." The other party's eyelids twitched. If they really let the descendant of the Morong royal family succeed in his plan, it would definitely cause a huge mess. Once the matter developed, it was very likely that they would all be killed here. The more he thought of this, the chief representative of the ancient Yin-Yang sect could not help but shudder. The other elders of the ancient Yin-Yang sect were also terrified. When the other forces noticed the change in the expressions of the experts from the ancient Yin-Yang sect, they were stunned. They could not help but size up these people from the ancient Yin-Yang sect as their eyes lit up. What did Ning Kaichen say? How could it make these people so flustered? Right? The people of the ancient Yin-Yang sect have always held their heads high. However, they're terrified now. Something big must have happened. Damn it, we couldn't even hear it clearly. Ning Kaichen is also keeping it a secret from us. On the side of the ancient kingdom blessed land, Protector Li's expression turned ugly. Could this guy have reported us? Song Qingshu's face fell, and he gritted his teeth. Could that be a possibility? We agreed to work together. However, did Ning Kaichen go back on his word? What a despicable person. The people from the ancient kingdom blessed land were cursing endlessly. However, they did not realize how hypocritical they were being. After all, they had planned to throw Jiang Ming under the bus. Now that it was their turn to be plotted against, they were furious. Jiang Ming noticed the reactions of the cultivators from the ancient kingdom blessed land, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He would not betray these people for no reason. He wanted them to give themselves away. It was also at this moment that the chief representative of the ancient Yin-Yang sect suddenly said, "Did you tell us this important information so that we can protect you and your people?" He raised his eyebrows. His cultivation was at the early stage of the deity transformation realm. However, in terms of combat power, he could fight a mid-stage deity transformation realm expert. He was one of the strongest people in this batch. Therefore, it was normal for Ning Kaichen to ask for their protection. However, to his surprise, Jiang Ming just shook his head and a playful look flashed in his eyes. No, I'm just informing everyone. After all, I've also informed the Zhuyan Palace about this. The chief representative was stunned. He glanced over and saw Rao Wuqing walking back from the Zhuyan Palace's camp. His heart sank. Did the people from the Zhuyan Palace look down on them? Did Jiang Ming want to curry favor with them? He wanted to curse. However, he could not get angry. He could only say in a stiff voice, "All right. I understand. You can leave now." All right. Jiang Ming did not hesitate. He turned around and left. When he passed by the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land, he gave them a mysterious smile. With this, Protector Li's heart sank. Ning Kaichen must have reported us. He could not help but hold his sword tightly, wanting to suddenly attack at this moment. However, in the next moment, Song Qingshu grabbed Protector Li. Protector Li, now is not the best time to attack. Why don't we go up and sow discord? See if you can defend us. After all, we and the ancient Yin sect belong to the Yin Empire. They will definitely trust us more. If we lose their trust, then even if we suddenly launch a sneak attack later, it will be very difficult to bring them down. Hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows, especially Protector Li. After pondering for a long time, he finally nodded in agreement and said, "All right. Let's do that." Protector Li had made a huge decision. He was going to sow discord. Chief. When he arrived before the ancient Yin sect's chief representative, Protector Li revealed a respectful expression. They were both at around the same level and came from top-notch sects. However, Protector Li was clearly inferior to the chief representative of the ancient Yin sect. The chief representative glanced at Protector Li and asked, "What do you want?" "I want to tell everyone not to believe any of Ning Kaichen's words. He's a scoundrel who wants to sow discord and destroy the trust between all the forces in the Yin Empire," Protector Li said righteously. Upon hearing these words, the chief representative of the ancient Yin sect subconsciously raised his eyebrows. He did not refute directly and said, "Tell me everything. I want to hear how Ning Kaichen will sow discord." "Chief, Ning Kaichen is definitely trying to sow discord between us. He must have said a lot of bad things about the ancient kingdom blessed land. In fact, he's been trying to slander us ever since we defeated him some time ago." Protector Li said a lot of things, causing the experts of the ancient Yin sects to frown. Seeing this, the people of the ancient kingdom blessed land were overjoyed. They were sure that the people of the ancient Yin sect believed their claims and were beginning to feel dissatisfied with Jiang Ming's side. "Protector Li, are you daydreaming? Ning Kaichen never tried to sow discord between us. He only told me some information about the general's tomb. You were the one who suddenly brought this up. Could it be that you have something on your mind?" They were all cunning foxes. No one could deceive anyone here. The ancient Yin sect's chief representative naturally noticed Protector Li stiffen, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This time, Protector Li stood stiffly on the spot. He had never expected the chief representative of the ancient Yin sect to say such a thing, which caught him off guard. The chief representative of the ancient Yin sect spoke again, "Protector Li, I don't know what kind of grudge you have between you two. However, I want To remind you not to have any bold ideas. This kid is very smart. Moreover, he has a deep relationship with the Zhuyan Palace. He has also made the ancient Yin Yang sect owe him a favor. You can target him. However, you must not act under the watch of our sect. Otherwise, we will not sit by and do nothing. Do you understand? Protector Li could not help but curse. He did not know what Jiang Ming had said. However, he understood that the people of the ancient Yin Yang sect wanted to be a neutral party here. Unfortunately, no matter how angry Protector Li was, it was useless. He could only smile apologetically and say, as you wish. He knew very well that the ancient Yin Yang sect would most likely not attack Jiang Ming and the others. It was also obvious that the ancient Yin Yang sect did not want to protect Jiang Ming. They wanted to get rid of Jiang Ming. However, they did not want to do it themselves. Therefore, they wanted the ancient kingdom-blessed land to do it. Therefore, if the ancient kingdom-blessed land did not do it, they would definitely offend the ancient Yin Yang sect. If that's the case, all my previous plans will fall through. Moreover, it's a dispute between us and the flower fruit sect. Protector Li gritted his teeth. Ning Kaichen was really meddlesome. If he had not done this, things would not have developed to this stage. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming's gaze suddenly turned over and met Protector Li's gaze. Both of them sneered. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out, and the entire space underwent a huge change. Waves of shocking power came with a bang, as if they wanted to crush the entire battlefield. What's going on? Someone raised his head in shock, not quite understanding what had happened. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming noticed that there seemed to be a huge sandstorm in the distance. Retreat. Jiang Ming did not have time to think. He called everyone to go in one direction. On the other side, the people of the Zhuyan Palace also chose to retreat. Of course, they were the fastest. The other forces were a little late. However, they still chose to retreat. Jiang Ming could not help but raise his eyebrows a few times. He shuddered. Obviously, things were much worse than he had imagined at the beginning. The sandstorm collided with the battlefield explosively. Jiang Ming's figure kept retreating and wandering outside the sandstorm. Master! Rao Wuqing and the others shouted. Jiang Ming waved his hand to signal them not to worry. The reason why he stopped at the end was to see if there were any secrets hidden in the sandstorm. As expected, Jiang Ming soon saw something strange hidden in the sandstorm. Jiang Ming looked at the sandstorm in astonishment. There was a sword buried in the center. It was a gleaming sword. Just by looking at the material, it's extremely extraordinary. Perhaps it's an unimaginably powerful sword. At this time, Jiang Ming's mind started racing, and his eyes were filled with a strange look. There was a series of sonorous sounds that finally turned into a dragon's roar. Jiang Ming's eyes widened and turned into shock. Obviously, there was an amazing secret hidden behind all this. The sword hidden in the sandstorm was actually engraved with many ancient characters. This seems to be the ancient language of Northern Yin, right? Moreover, this was definitely not an ordinary person's sword. Could it have been the sword of a high-ranking general of Northern Yin on this ancient battlefield? Jiang Ming's mind kept racing, and then he instinctively reached out to grab the sword. However, he was blocked. The power contained in the sandstorm was almost like a wind blade. It was as if it could tear Jiang Ming apart. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming's heart suddenly trembled. The bloodline power in his body seemed to have sensed something and roared desperately, echoing with the ancient sword in the sandstorm. No, this is definitely not an ordinary sword. Jiang Ming's mind was racing. Unlike most magical tools in the world, swords were divided into two types. One was forged in the form of magical tools, and the other was a special system that was independent of magical tools. From the least to the most powerful, there were mortal swords, common swords, spirit swords, famous swords, cultivation swords, divine swords, and immortal swords. The sword in front of him had already surpassed the scope of mortal swords and common swords and reached the level of spirit swords. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but suck in a few breaths of cold air, and his heart trembled in anticipation. He had to get this sword and see what was going on. The reason why Jiang Ming was so obsessed with this sword was that he did not have any suitable weapons to use. Now, a figure slowly walked over. His eyes were shining. It was the prodigy from the ancient Yin sect who had mocked Jiang Ming previously. "Brat, get out of the way!" The prodigy of the ancient Yin sect shouted at him, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. What was this guy trying to do? At this moment, Jiang Ming had already pulled out more than half of the sword. His arm had already been injured by the wind blades to the point of bleeding. At this moment, he was frozen in place by the man's shouting. "What did you just say?" He looked at the prodigy of the ancient Yin sects in disbelief. Was he trying to rob him? He had endured the pain to take out the sword. However, this prodigy wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. "Hee hee, kid, this is the supreme treasure of the Yin ancient sect, the spiritual sword. You don't have the right to steal it. Now, move aside, or don't blame me for hurting you." The prodigy of the ancient Yin sect sneered. He raised his hand and shot a flame at Jiang Ming, as if he wanted to burn Jiang Ming into ashes. "Get lost." Jiang Ming snorted coldly. He was being ridiculous. He raised his hand and swung his fist. With a few bangs, the other party was sent flying. The prodigy of the ancient Yin sects was smacked into submission. He was instantly dumbfounded. He was such a powerful cultivator. How could he be smacked around like this? The result was the opposite. "Did you actually just hit me?" The prodigy of the ancient Yin sect stared at Jiang Ming, who snorted again. "Can you stop with this nonsense? You were going to kill me. Did you expect me to be nice to you?" He did not kill the other party because he was unable to deal with him now. Otherwise, he would definitely have taken his life. It was also at this moment that another majestic power swept out. A buzzing sound resounded in the air, causing many people to tremble. Above the ancient battlefield, the sound of galloping hooves resounded throughout the air. It was as if countless warhorses and soldiers had appeared. It's the undead soldiers of the Northern Yan dynasty who have been dead for countless years. Jiang Ming frowned and subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, he was forced back a few steps. It was also at this moment that another powerful force swept over, setting off ripples that made people tremble in fear. A huge warhorse swept over and stared at Jiang Ming and the others in front of him. "Who are you? Hurry up and join the team. We are about to start a war with Heli and Xia. Are you planning to become deserters?" As if these words had awakened the general's thoughts, he immediately shouted. "Deserters have no place in this world. Die." Immediately, the general wanted to raise his spear and attack, shaking the entire arena. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly looked up into the distance. His eyes lit up and he immediately replied, "Sir, he is someone from Helian Xia. I am only here to make him stay." The prodigy was confused. He had never thought that Jiang Ming would be so cunning. He had immediately made him out to be an enemy. As expected, the Northern Yan general's face darkened when he heard this. How disgusting. Die. The general of Northern Yan attacked brazenly. A tyrannical aura burst out and engulfed the prodigy of the ancient Yin-Yang sect. Not even his corpse was left. In the distance, the experts of the ancient Yin-Yang sect saw this, and their faces turned pale. This Northern Yan general isn't weak. He's definitely at the insightful emptiness realm. The Northern Yan dynasty used to be a powerful force, even more powerful than the comprehensive national strength of the Yin-Yang ancient nation. Every time there was a battle, there would be ruthless experts appearing, and there were even quite a few soul formation realm cultivators. If we get involved, we will definitely die. The experts of the ancient Yin-Yang sects all lowered their voices and started discussing. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. What's wrong? Someone curiously asked a question. It was Rao Wuqing. They had met this Northern Yan general before and were tacitly acknowledged as soldiers of Northern Yan. At this moment, the Northern Yan general shouted, "Return to your positions. Quickly. The battle is about to begin. Don't drag us down, or I won't forgive you easily." Jiang Ming immediately nodded and bowed. "As you command, General." The Northern Yan general left in satisfaction. However, Jiang Ming's expression darkened. "Master, don't put on such a sour face. What exactly happened?" Zhai Tianfeng's heart was almost in his throat. He did not understand why his master was like this. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ming pointed into the distance. "We are now the soldiers of Northern Yan by default." However, Tuoba Kuei said before that this war had ended in a crushing defeat for Northern Yan. There were even a few battles where the entire army was wiped out. Tuoba Kuei, can you tell us which war this is in the history of Helian Xia? Everyone's eyes were on Tuoba Kuei. Tuoba Kuei pondered for a while before he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the third war against Helian Xia. The great general of the Northern Yan dynasty, Lu Shi, led the battle against the Helian Xia general, Su Dingyuan. It was called the Battle of the White Horse River. In this battle, the entire army was wiped out. More than 300,000 people had died in battle. Countless people gasped. This was a replay of the war, which meant that this was a real war and not an illusion. Can you find a way to leave this place? Jiang Ming asked in a low voice. Tuoba Kuei shook his head, and Zhai Tianfeng also frowned with a helpless expression. It was obvious that they had to participate in this battle. At this moment, another group of people walked over. They were people from the indulgent sect. Hua Wudao. Tuoba Kuei's eyes turned red when he saw Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao wanted to kill Tuoba Kuei. However, the situation was very dangerous. For his own safety, Hua Wudao decided to let him go for now. Master Ning, right? I've come this time to put aside my past grudges against you. Why not join forces to resist this war? Hua Wudao looked sincere. However, Jiang Ming sneered. If it were the people from the ancient kingdom-blessed land, I would consider it. However, Hua Wudao, you are a terrible person, and you don't have much foresight. I'm worried that if I work with you, I'll be stabbed in the back at any time. Therefore, there was no need to talk about joining forces. Jiang Ming ignored him, which made Hua Wudao look ashamed and angry. How blatantly humiliating. Ning Kaichen really deserved to die. Hua Wudao was furious. However, Jiang Ming did not care at all. He turned around and looked at the other forces. Do you have any intention of cooperating with the flower fruit sect? When everyone heard this, they immediately revealed overjoyed expressions. Yes. From the fact that the flower fruit sect was able to resist the joint attack of so many forces, it was enough to show that the flower fruit sect was definitely not weak. They were afraid that the flower fruit sect would take revenge on them for their behavior earlier. However, it seemed that these worries were obviously unnecessary. Seeing this, Jiang Ming nodded with a slight smile. All right, everyone, let's start now. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. They did not understand what Jiang Ming meant. What was he doing? What was he going to do? At this moment, Jiang Ming slowly took a step forward. He held an ancient sword in his hand. The ancient characters of the Northern Yan language were engraved on it. They translated it into the modern language. Dragon Abyss. That's what it says. It's actually a replica of the 7-star Dragon Abyss. Rao Wuqing and the others widened their eyes. The 7-star Dragon Abyss was one of the famous ancient swords, and its grade was far superior to ordinary spirit swords. However, the spirit sword was not a sword which one injected spiritual energy into. It had a spirit within it. At this moment, the black sword's voice rang in his ears. Bro, there is definitely a spirit hidden in the body of this imitation sword. If we can awaken it, our combat strength will definitely increase by a lot. Jiang Ming pursed his lips and sent a voice transmission to him. If you weren't so weak, why would I go through so much trouble and even get seriously injured to snatch the sword? The black sword was speechless. Its grade was so high that Jiang Ming could not use it at all. It was better to use a spirit sword. I hope that one day, I will be able to reach the stage where I can use you. For now, I will use the Dragon Abyss imitation sword to make do. However, how should I wake up the sword spirit that is sleeping inside? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the black sword snorted, and the Dragon Abyss imitation sword instantly trembled as if it had encountered an extremely terrifying existence. Is this absolute suppression? Jiang Ming was stunned. As expected of the black sword, it had only used a few casual moves to force the Dragon Abyss imitation sword to move. One had to know that the Dragon Abyss imitation sword was simply pretending to be asleep. Kid, this is my friend. He's going to be one of the most powerful people in the world in the future. You have to serve him well. If you make him unhappy, I will beat you up every day. The black sword acted like a tyrannical older brother, causing the sword spirit to tremble uncontrollably. It did not dare utter a single word. It was also at this time that they finally encountered the first batch of Hellion Xia soldiers. There were 300 to 400 people. If they only looked at numbers, Jiang Ming's side definitely had the advantage. After all, they had more than twice the number of people. However, their side was just a motley crew, while the other side was an excellent unit that had undergone rigorous training. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. They did not know what to say. And no one dared to make the first move. Jiang Ming looked at this crowd and could not help but shake his head a few times. The team that I just pulled together is ultimately inferior to these troops. Wu Ming, it's up to you now. Understood. Wu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and shouted, "Die." Without any hesitation, Wu Ming instantly drew his sword and waved it. He wanted to kill the group in front of him. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming chose to move and pointed the dragon abyss imitation sword at these people. Is that the dragon abyss imitation sword? Who are you? The leader of the Hellion Xia army stared at Jiang Ming for a long time. However, in the next second, his head fell to the ground. It was Wu Ming's doing. You're only at the nascent soul realm, yet you had the audacity to yell in front of me? The leader's side was not as serious as theirs. Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but ask, you mean, he was at the nascent soul realm? It was impossible for a person leading 300 to 400 people to be a great general. It was very likely that he was a Hellion Xia general who was on the verge of being promoted. However, he had the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Yes. However, that's normal. That era's combat strength was shocking. They were no less powerful than the Yuan Wei era 10,000 years ago. The Black Rock ruins were also a part of the Yuan Wei Empire. There were also other aristocratic families and sections. Tuoba Kuwei walked over and spoke in a serious tone, which made Jiang Ming's heart tremble. Was such a powerful dynasty destroyed? Of course. The Yuan Wei Empire had been established for more than 20,000 years. The Northern Yan Empire had been established for about 7,000 years. The history of the Hellion Xia dynasty is even shorter, only a little over 2,000 years. However, it must be mentioned that the Hellion Xia dynasty's military power was famous for being terrifying. If the Northern Yan dynasty had not joined forces with the Ascension Divine Kingdom, it would have been the Northern Yan dynasty that was destroyed. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows again and asked, 1,000 years ago, the Northern Yan and Hellion Xia dynasties were destroyed one after another. Was this the doing of the Ascension Divine Kingdom? It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. After all, the Northern Yan dynasty was too powerful back then, and the Hellion Xia dynasty was even more terrifying. However, they were destroyed one after another. Within 100 years. Only the Ascension Divine Kingdom could do such a thing. However, Tuoba Kuwei shook his head seriously and said, no, no. The destruction of the Hellion Xia dynasty was caused by the alliance of the Northern Yan dynasty and another nation. However, the one who truly destroyed the Hellion Xia dynasty was actually the current Yin Empire. What the hell? Jiang Ming was stunned. To be able to completely destroy the Hellion Xia dynasty meant that the power of the Yin Empire was naturally extraordinary. How could it have weakened to such a state after 1,000 years, allowing the power of a leader of the ancient Yin sect to be so corrupt? Seeing the confusion in Jiang Ming's heart, Tuoba Kuwei immediately spoke again. The reason why the imperial court of the Yin Empire declined was initially because of the heavy losses they suffered when they destroyed the Hellion Xia dynasty, and secondly, because of the Northern Yan dynasty. One had to know that the Yin Empire's national strength was far inferior to the Xia dynasty's strength. It was only because the Xia dynasty was heavily injured that it was destroyed. Even though the Yin-Yang Empire destroyed the Xia dynasty, it did not have the time to recuperate. Instead, it ushered in a great war with the Northern Yan dynasty. The war between the Yin-Yang Empire and the Northern Yan dynasty lasted for 100 years. Logically speaking, the Northern Yan dynasty would have definitely won. However, who would have thought that at the critical moment, a mysterious existence would appear from the Yin-Yang Empire and kill a prominent commander of the Northern Yan dynasty at that time, causing their battlefront to collapse instantly? After that, that mysterious existence led an army to attack the capital of the Northern Yan dynasty and slaughtered more than half of the Northern Yan's imperial family. And that mysterious existence is none other than the ancient saint of the ancient Yin-Yang sect. The ancient saint of the ancient Yin-Yang sect. After Jiang Ming heard this, he fell into a daze. Wasn't this ancient saint of the ancient Yin-Yang sect purely the founder of the orthodoxy? Or did he also lead troops into battle? However, this also explains why the ancient Yin-Yang sect has such a high status in the Yin-Yang Empire. Jiang Ming rubbed his temples, and his eyes flashed. What happened after the Northern Yan dynasty was destroyed? Why didn't the Yin-Yang Empire occupy their territory? Tuoba Kuei's face suddenly darkened. He slowly said, "We'll have to ask Reverend Mo about this." What do you mean? What does it have to do with Mo Lingche? Jiang Ming could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt that was not smart enough to understand this. At this moment, Tuoba Kuei took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You should know a little about the fact that Reverend Mo is the reincarnation of an immortal." Yes. However, Mo Lingche didn't just reincarnate once. His previous name was Yi Busho. Yi Busho? Jiang Ming was stunned. At this moment, Rao Wuqing said, "I know a little about this secret. It is said that Yi Busho was a very arrogant thief. His strength was extremely extraordinary, and he has done countless terrible things. He has massacred several cities and countries. These small countries were definitely weaker than the Feather Kingdom. Just having nascent soul realm cultivators was a feat for them." Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. He had never expected Mo Lingche to have such a past life. However, in this life, Mo Lingche seems to have transformed into a great benefactor who helped the world. He is in charge of protecting the peace of the Feather Kingdom. How was he actually so cruel in his previous life? Wu Ming asked. It is said that the Yi Busho of the previous life was overpowered by Mo Lingche's evil thoughts, while the Yi Busho of this life was overpowered by good thoughts, thus forming two completely different personalities, Rao Wuqing replied. Jiang Ming shook his head. He did not think that Mo Lingche was truly a good Samaritan now. He could only say that he was hiding his true personality well. In front of outsiders, he appeared to be a good Samaritan. However, he could feel that Mo Lingche was a very shrewd person. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. After confirming that the Xia soldiers had been killed, he immediately looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming, I'll have to trouble you to scout ahead. You must ensure that we don't encounter more powerful enemies. Wu Ming nodded. If he were alone, it would be easy for him to escape. However, if they brought everyone forward, they would definitely suffer heavy losses if they encountered an enemy that was too powerful for them. As for all of you, form a battle formation. If you encounter the Hellion Xia troops, cut through them and end this battle as soon as possible. Jiang Ming knew very well that the historical battle of the White Horse River was extremely cruel. This time it was clearly the battle of the White Horse River. However, it was different from the past. The people here were all undead soldiers and generals. Once they stayed in this place for too long, they would definitely be tainted by the netherworld chi. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. Boom. 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 After the explosion sounded, Jiang Ming quickly led everyone forward. Along the way, they encountered many troops of the Hellion Xia army, and they were quickly killed. However, there were also significant losses. Master Ning, we can't afford to lose so many people. I think it's more convenient for you to lead us. After all, your strength is sufficient. With you leading the way in front, we can also replenish our strength better at the back. A powerhouse from the giant rock sect came forward. He was spewing nonsense. Without needing Jiang Ming to do anything, Wu Hen immediately went forward and aimed his spear at the powerhouse's throat. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. This time, the face of the powerhouse from the giant rock sect suddenly darkened. He never thought that before Jiang Ming could speak, a golden core realm cultivator from the flower fruit sect would dare to attack him. There's definitely something wrong with these people's brains if they think that spewing such nonsense is appropriate. Gucci sneered. Sha Luo, who had already woken up, chose to remain silent. After a long while, he suddenly said, Holy Sun Gucci, do you think we should surrender to Ning Kaichen? What do you mean? Gucci was startled and cried out, Don't joke around. You are a seed of the Hall of Slaughter, the future Prince of Slaughter. Is there a need to do something so foolish? Sha Luo shrugged and said indifferently, I have always admired the strong. Before this, I thought that Ning Kaichen was just average and that I could easily destroy him. However, after fighting with Ning Kaichen time and time again, I realized that I was no match for him in every aspect. Most importantly, haven't you noticed that Ning Kaichen treats his people very well? How does that matter? You and I are not ordinary people. You are a slaughter seed, and I am the top holy son of the ancient kingdom blessed land. We are both prominent people. Why should we care about Ning Kaichen? Gucci felt that there was something wrong with Sha Luo's brain. Otherwise, he definitely would not have asked such a question. However, Sha Luo's gaze was exceptionally firm. These are just my thoughts. Since you want to surrender, why don't you choose the most reliable person to surrender to? Obviously, Ning Kaichen is the most reliable person here. This time, Gucci was about to explode from anger. He had never thought that Sha Luo would say such words. This was simply a disgrace to the Hall of Slaughter. However, Sha Luo did not care. Therefore, Gucci could only say in a muffled voice, then, go ahead and surrender. You have to surrender too, or I'll kill you. Gucci was rendered speechless. At this moment, Jiang Ming came over and happened to overhear their conversation. Sha Luo, are you prepared to surrender to me? Even Jiang Ming was surprised. Why did Sha Luo suddenly want to surrender to him? At this moment, Gucci's lips twitched. How good was this guy's hearing? The two of them were talking in such a low voice. However, Jiang Ming could still hear them. Sha Luo ignored Gucci and looked at Jiang Ming seriously. He said slowly, That's right. I want to surrender to you. After all, I have always admired strong and outstanding leaders. Even if I return and become a candidate for the Prince of Slaughter, unless I get the position, I'm destined to serve them. I know that I am not strong enough, it's very likely that I'll become cannon fodder. In that case, it would be better to choose another wise master. And you, Ning Kaichen, are undoubtedly the best choice. Sha Luo's gaze was exceptionally firm, as if he were completely convinced. This was the first time Jiang Ming was called wise by his former enemy. Therefore, he felt a little embarrassed. However, after thinking for a while, he said seriously, "You can surrender to me. However, you have to surrender to me completely. You should understand what I mean." Understood. Let's do it. Sha Luo did not hesitate. Sha Luo, are you actually willing to let someone plant a soul slave seal on you? Gucci was roaring at the side. He had never thought that Sha Luo would be able to do this and allow Jiang Ming to plant the seal. Gucci, trust my instincts. I have never made a decision I regret in my life. Be it becoming a slaughter seed or submitting to Master Ning. Sha Luo smiled faintly, as if it was a great thing to have Jiang Ming plant a soul slave seal on him. Gucci was so angry that he almost passed out. After planting the seal, Jiang Ming fine-tuned it and said indifferently, "Gu Qi, have you made your decision? Ning Kaichen, don't even think about making me submit to you. What qualifications does a commoner like you have to make me submit to you?" Ah. In the next second, the crisp sound of a slap rang out. It was Sha Luo slapping Gucci. "How dare you be so disrespectful to Master? You deserve to be beaten, tortured, and killed." Sha Luo shouted coldly, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, Gucci was also stunned on the spot. He had never thought that Sha Luo would suddenly slap him, almost causing him to pass out. It was also at this moment that Gucci finally reacted. "Sha Luo, did you foresee something?" "Foreseeing?" Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Sha Luo, who immediately explained, "Master, my physique is a little special. Sometimes, when I'm in a desperate situation, I can foresee some things and avoid the danger. This time, I foresaw that I could only survive by submitting to you. Of course, if that was solely the case, I wouldn't have submitted to you. The main reason is that I can only obtain what I want by following you." Jiang Ming was stunned and asked instinctively, "What do you want?" Sha Luo said seriously, "I only want one thing, and that is to obtain enough power to be on par with the Prince of the Hall of Slaughter." Obviously, Sha Luo still wanted to fight for the position of Prince of Slaughter. However, it was also obvious that he could not do this just by relying on himself and the forces behind him. However, if he submitted to Jiang Ming and obtained his help, then he had a solid chance. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ming was silent for a while, then nodded seriously and said, "All right, since you are willing to submit to me, I will not treat you unjustly in the future." "Thank you, Master." Sha Luo was overjoyed. He looked at Gucci, "Gucci, since you know about my innate ability, you should understand how important my words are." Gucci was silent for a long time before taking a few deep breaths. He then lowered his head and said seriously, "Greetings, Master." This time, Gucci did not hesitate and immediately chose to submit. Jiang Ming nodded. These two had the aptitude of a top-notch prodigy and were at the same level as Tuoba Kue. I didn't expect to recruit 3 top-notch prodigies in one go this time. Moreover, Gucci is a holy son. If I brought them back, I would definitely be able to crush the younger generation of the Feather Kingdom. Jiang Ming made some decisions. However, he had to wait until he left the general's tomb before he could implement them. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly looked up in a direction. Wu Ming had also returned at this moment. Master, we can't continue. Although there are no troops ahead, there is a camp with 2 Soul Formation Realm generals and more than 20,000 Hellion Xia soldiers. They are not weak and we are definitely not their match. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming took a deep breath and said in a serious tone. If that's the case, then let's get ready and see if the Hellion Xia camp can be broken through. Jiang Ming figured that this dangerous battlefield was definitely not a simple replay of history. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunities awaiting them would be. It was also with this thought that Jiang Ming's mind raced and finally came up with a decision. Wu Ming froze on the spot and looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Master, are you joking with me? Jiang Ming glanced at him. Do you think this is an appropriate time to joke around? Wu Ming quickly waved his hand and said seriously, Master, the other party has more than 20,000 troops, and among them, there are as many as 8,000 experts. There is no lack of Foundation Establishment Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators, and they even have hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators. Jiang Ming sneered and said disdainfully, Do you think I'm going to charge in without a plan? Wu Ming was stunned and immediately asked, Then, Master, are you preparing to? Jiang Ming glanced into the distance, and the corners of his lips curled up into a playful smile. Aren't the people from the ancient kingdom blessed land here as well? We can use them to scout the way for us. They're all going to die anyway. Therefore, why don't we make their deaths more valuable? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Protector Li could not help but sneeze, a strange look in his eyes. How did you become so weak? Are you actually sneezing? Another elder jokingly said, Could it be that someone is talking bad about you behind your back? Ha ha ha. Don't say it. It's possible. Ning Kaichen is a terrible person. He must be thinking of a way to deal with us. Damn it, I originally wanted to stir up a dispute between Ning Kaichen and the ancient Yin Yang sect to at least get rid of one side. In the end, this scoundrel didn't play according to the rules and actually killed a prodigy of the ancient Yin Yang sect, causing the ancient Yin Yang sect to fly into a rage and order us to be pawns to avenge them. Protector Li clenched his fists, his face filled with hatred. As a soul formation realm cultivator and a protector of the Holy Sun, when had he ever failed so spectacularly? When the others saw this, they all shook their heads. They all felt that the people of the ancient Yin Yang sect were too ruthless. How could they actually harm the ancient kingdom-blessed land like this? It was also at this moment that Protector Li's expression changed. No. There seemed to be quite a number of powerful auras ahead. This meant that there are hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators, thousands of golden core realm and foundation establishment realm cultivators, and as many as 20,000 chi refinement realm cultivators. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Did they run to the base camp of the Hellion Xia army? While Protector Li and the others were still in a daze, a series of clanging sounds came from the Hellion Xia army camp. Powerful auras surged out, and soon, thousands of elite Hellion Xia soldiers emerged. At this moment, Protector Li and the others could not help but gasp. They instinctively took a few steps back. However, they were quickly blocked by a large number of Hellion Xia soldiers. In an instant, the ancient kingdom-blessed land's retreat was blocked, and they could only stare at the Hellion Xia soldiers. Protector Li instinctively took a step forward and lowered his head. He crossed his arms and said, "We are just ordinary cultivators passing by. I hope that you can let us off." "Shut up. You have no right to speak here," a general bellowed, causing Protector Li's expression to change. Although the other party was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm, Protector Li still felt immense pressure. At this moment, another 1,000 soldiers walked up, their faces extremely cold. "Ordinary cultivators? Judging from your size, you should be a holy land from the Northern Yan dynasty. Since you are from the Northern Yan dynasty, you should stay here. You can either die here or kneel down and beg for mercy and serve us. There is no other choice." This was the style of the Hellion Xia army. They were famous for being domineering. Protector Li's face turned ashen. "Although we're just passing by and don't want to have a conflict with you, we hope that you won't go too far." A moment later, Protector Li's aura spread out. Shockingly, he was a soul formation realm cultivator. Any ordinary cultivator at the peak nascent soul realm would have feared him. However, the general was no ordinary cultivator. He was an elite general of the Hellion Xia army, and he led 1,000 troops. In the Hellion Xia army, although there were generals and captains who were both in charge of leading troops that had thousands of soldiers, they were fundamentally different. A general was a true blue officer of the military, while a captain was more like a handyman without an official establishment. The strength and status between the two sides were worlds apart. Most importantly, almost every one of the 1,000 soldiers under the command of the general was an elite cultivator. There were even some nascent soul realm experts on the team. "Get into formation." Soon, thousands of elite soldiers got into formation, forming a powerful battle formation that no one could look at without trembling. At this moment, Protector Li's expression darkened. He had never expected these Hellion Xia soldiers to be so ruthless and decisive. They seemed to be ready to attack. The Hellion Xia army soldiers glanced at the other party mockingly and said indifferently, "Is the soul formation realm that amazing? If you're able to come and test our power, how about it?" When these thousands of elite soldiers were in formation, the lethality they possessed would be unimaginable to ordinary people. Ordinary soul formation realm cultivators would have to retreat in front of them. "Aya!" Protector Li roared in his heart. Just as he was about to continue, another powerful force swept out and quickly condensed into a gust of wind. After the gust of wind blew out, Protector Li's heart suddenly trembled, and his rising morale came to a halt. "They're so strong." He did not dare to continue fighting back against them. He could only grit his teeth and choose to temporarily retreat. Otherwise, if he continued to fight with these soldiers, the consequences would be unimaginable. The general sneered and waved his hand, "Bring him back." "Wait." Suddenly, Protector Li roared, causing the general to be extremely displeased. The latter's blade was so sharp that it seemed like it could chop off Protector Li's head in the next moment. "Sir, I know that there are quite a number of forces nearby that are assisting the Northern Yan army in the battle. For example, there is a sect called the Flower Fruit sect. I believe that you will need to capture and encircle these people so that the Hellion Xia army can better penetrate the enemy camp and defeat the Northern Yan army, isn't that right?" Protector Li smiled, causing the general to be stunned. Oh? He revealed a curious expression and immediately waved his hand to signal for the soldiers to retreat. He asked, "Do you have a grudge against the flower fruit sect?" Yes. However, the main reason was that they had helped Northern Yin greatly. I think you are also aware that the immortal cultivation and the imperial court are not on good terms. However, the flower fruit sect is a loyal dog of the Northern Yin imperial court. If we can take them down, it will greatly benefit us. Protector Li's loyalty and concern for the Hellion Xia dynasty made the corners of the Hellion Xia general's mouth curl up slightly. Alright, lead the way now. As long as we can take them down, I will naturally credit you. I don't deserve such merit. Being able to serve you is an honor. I don't want to ask for merit. Protector Li smiled as he turned them down. However, he was roaring in his heart. What kind of trash did they think he was? If it was not for the sake of survival, who would be willing to mingle with these ghosts? Soon, the group continued forward and arrived at their destination. Jiang Ming looked at Protector Li with a murderous glint in his eyes. You guys are really irritating. In order to eliminate us, you actually got involved with these ghosts? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Jiang Ming snorted coldly. However, Protector Li smiled nonchalantly and said, "As long as I can get rid of you, I'll use any method. Ning Kaichen, you're too mysterious. If I can kill you and examine your body, I'm sure my cultivation will soar." He was not an idiot. To be able to let an individual cultivator like Wu Ming advance to the soul formation realm and increase Zhai Tianfeng's array skills by several levels was enough to prove that Jiang Ming had a huge secret. There was only one way to deal with such a person. As long as I can become stronger, my status in the sect will definitely rise. At that time, even if I kill you, the flower fruit mountain will not make things difficult for me, because I have the ancient kingdom blessed land behind me. In this world, there are countless geniuses who have died young. However, there are very few who have reached a very high level of strength. Once I reach the deity transformation realm, what level do you think my status in the sect will reach? When Jiang Ming heard this, he could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. In the top sects here, soul formation cultivators were the cream of the crop. However, in the Holy Lands, they were only average. However, once Protector Li reached the deity transformation realm, his status would change drastically. After all, deity transformation realm cultivators were extremely rare. It was very likely that they would become grand elders or even the core elders of the sect. The corners of Protector Li's lips kept rising. He looked like a cunning old fox. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and pulled out the Dragon Abyss imitation sword. If you want to fight, then fight. The Hellion Xia general sneered. Brat, let me give you a piece of advice. Surrender obediently, or you'll die. Why don't you take a look at what's behind you? They're just a motley crew. Do you think you have the power to fight me with these people? Jiang Ming glanced behind him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Indeed, these troops were no match for him at all. Jiang Ming shook his head, and his gaze turned slightly to Wu Ming. Wu Ming, are you confident in killing these people? Wu Ming shook his head and said in a low voice, these undead soldiers of the Hellion Xia can form a battle formation. Once the formation is formed, I won't have the ability to fight them at all. There's a high chance that I'll be seriously injured. When Jiang Ming heard this, he nodded. Then, he looked at Zhai Tianfeng behind him. Don't panic. They have a battle formation. However, so do we. Tianfeng, get ready. Yes, sir. Zhai Tianfeng's eyes lit up and he immediately began to set up the array formation. Of course, the inhabitants were all members of the flower fruit sect. Very soon, a square array formation was formed, causing many people to tremble in fear. The Helian Xia general's face darkened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What battle formation is this?" In his impression, such a powerful array formation did not seem to exist. What was going on? Many people subconsciously looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The soldiers of the Helian Xia army were in an uproar. They could feel that the battle formation of the flower fruit sect was obviously more advanced, as if it contained considerable power. What should we do next? Another general asked. Although they were both generals, the latter's status was slightly lower. The Helian Xia general narrowed his eyes and said decisively, "Retreat." Protector Li's smile froze as he watched the Helian Xia army retreat in disbelief. "Sir, why are you retreating?" He did not understand what had happened and why the Helian Xia army had suddenly retreated. The Helian Xia general glanced at him in disgust and shouted coldly, "Do I need to explain myself to you? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for an answer from me?" Protector Li was shocked, speechless. He was a dignified sect elder, yet he was being reprimanded like this? Protector Li took a deep breath and glanced around him. He said coldly, "You'd better sit tight. One day, I'll definitely destroy you, Ning Kaichen." He then left in large strides. When the others saw this scene, they all lowered their heads and revealed incredulous expressions. What was going on? Even Jiang Ming himself was a little stunned. He did not quite understand why the Helian Xia army retreated so quickly. Even if we were to fight in the array formation, we would not be able to scare them away in an instant, right? Jiang Ming muttered to himself. However, it seemed useless no matter how much he thought about it. He could only shake his head and wave his hands. At present, it seemed that no more Helian Xia troops would appear in the short term. In this case, they could take a good rest. Seeing that the flower fruit sect was actually resting, the experts of the ancient kingdom blessed land, who were whipped into the distance, were instantly enraged again. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Ning Kaichen, die. With a loud shout, a powerful nascent soul realm aura whizzed over. It's an expert from the ancient Yang sect. This was a great expert in the peak of the nascent soul realm. Such a loud shout made many people's hearts tremble. It was like a lion's roar that resounded throughout the entire arena. Protect the master. Many nascent soul realm experts surrounded Jiang Ming and protected him. A white-robed old man slowly approached. He was the fifth person in the ancient Yang sect's team. He was an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm and was at the half-step soul formation realm. His aura was somewhat unfathomable. Jiang Ming looked at this person and vaguely understood why he was doing this. He should be here for the prodigy of the ancient Yang sect. Previously, during the fight for the Dragon Abyss imitation sword, there was a prodigy of the ancient Yang sect who wanted to intercept him. However, he was killed by Jiang Ming. From then on, Jiang Ming knew that the ancient Yang sect would come to seek revenge. However, until now, no one from the ancient Yang sect came to find him. Jiang Ming felt that it was quite strange. Logically speaking, the other party should have come to find him long ago. However, now it seemed that things were even stranger. We clearly know that our side has Wu Ming and many nascent soul realm cultivators. However, in the end, such a person came. He's probably not here to kill me. It was also at this moment that another powerful aura spread out. It was a prodigy of the Jiyan Palace. However, it was obvious that this was a prodigy of the previous generation. He had matured a long time ago and possessed the cultivation and combat strength of the peak of the nascent soul realm at a young age. Zhu Aci, are you here to stop me from killing this person? Seeing this prodigy of Jiyan Palace, the elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect could not help but narrow his eyes and shout. Zhu Aci shook his head calmly and said, I'm only here to see you kill him. Jiang Ming was stunned, and so was the elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect. They did not understand what Zhu Aci meant. At this moment, Zhu Aci spoke again, Ning Kaichen, let me see your strength and talent. Let me see your potential. Do you have the qualifications to gain the trust of the Jiyan Palace? No one is allowed to make a move. Let Ning Kaichen fight alone. Otherwise, I'll kill whoever makes a move. This time, Wu Ming could not take it anymore. He slowly stood up, his gaze as cold as a blade. Are you looking for death? This time, Wu Ming's eyes were filled with a cold glint, as if he could tear Zhu Aci apart in the next moment. That's right. You seem very suspicious. What's this talk about trust? It's ridiculous. Rao Wuqing snorted coldly. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Coupled with all sorts of powerful techniques, he wanted to fight Zhu Aci and see how capable he was. At this moment, the atmosphere was somber. Only Zhu Aci stood there with a calm expression, completely out of place. Zhu Aci's attitude was very unpredictable. Jiang Ming could only look around and slowly lower his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Good. Jiang Ming vaguely understood that this must be someone sent by Elder Imo to test his strength. However, this guy's attitude was too unpleasant. He was snobbish, and he looked down on everyone as if they were ants. However, Zhu Aci was obviously not afraid of Wu Ming. It was enough to see that the other party had a deep foundation. Perhaps he had some powerful trump cards on him. If he used them all, his combat strength would definitely be exceptionally shocking. If that's the case, then I can't let Wu Ming and the others attack. If anything happens, the flower fruit sect won't be able to bear the losses. Jiang Ming's mind was racing. After confirming that flower fruit sect was indeed not in a situation where they could take a gamble, he immediately took a few deep breaths. Get ready. Everyone, retreat immediately. Do not engage in any conflict with Zhu Aci. Jiang Ming warned them. The expressions of Wu Ming and the others changed drastically. Master. Wu Hen took a step forward and said with a cold expression, Master, you can't. You have a precious physique. You must not put yourself in danger. Hee, what precious physique. I'm just an ordinary person. Jiang Ming waved his hand, then his gaze fell on Zhu Aci. You can't do anything to my people. Got it? He was sure that Zhu Aci had not come alone. He must have been protected by a soul formation realm cultivator from Jiyan Palace, and his combat strength was probably far beyond that of a soul formation realm cultivator like protectorly. Hearing Jiang Ming's question, Zhu Aci couldn't help but pout and say disdainfully, I, Zhu Aci, will not do such a despicable thing. Good. Jiang Ming immediately clapped his hands and looked at the other party. Seriously. His eyes gradually lit up. In that case, we have reached an agreement. In addition, once I die, can the Zhuyan Palace confirm the safety of my people? Jiang Ming seemed to be talking to his sect members. Wu Hen and the others gritted their teeth and glared at Zhu Aci. Zhu Aci nodded without hesitation and agreed to Jiang Ming's request. Okay, I promise you. However, I want to make sure that you are really dead. Don't even think about faking your death and making these people join the Zhuyan Palace. And be under our protection, understand? Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Aci was indeed not an ordinary person. He could actually understand his thoughts in a short period of time. Whoosh! Jiang Ming took a deep breath and nodded seriously. His gaze immediately fell on the elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect not far away, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Come on. When the elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect saw this, he immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly chose to attack brazenly. In the blink of an eye, he attacked several times, causing the entire scene to be deathly silent. At this moment, Jiang Ming also attacked brazenly. After a head-on clash, he spat out a mouthful of red blood, dyeing the entire ground red. The entire place was silent. At this moment, everyone could not help but be stunned on the spot. They never expected Jiang Ming to be so stubborn. With his late-stage golden core realm cultivation, he fought head-on with a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Not to mention them, even Jiang Ming did not expect it. He stared at the elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect opposite him. Just now, I only wanted to move my body to the side and pretend to attack. In the end, he easily saw through my trick and dealt me a major blow in an extremely short period of time. This person cannot be underestimated. Jiang Ming's brain was working rapidly, as if he wanted to see the true background of this ancient Yin Yang sect elder. However, it was obvious that the latter was extremely powerful. He could not see through him at all. He has a deep foundation and is extremely mysterious. I'm no match for him. I can only choose to run. Jiang Ming did not hesitate and immediately chose to run to the back. The elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect was not surprised. In his opinion, Jiang Ming could only choose to escape. Do you seriously think you can escape? Ridiculous. The elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect sneered and took a step forward. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he continued to force his way toward the other side. He wanted to use a member of the flower fruit sect as a hostage to force Jiang Ming to come back. However, he was blocked the very next moment. Are you looking down on me? Wu Ming coldly stared at the ancient Yin Yang sect elder in front of him. The latter was immediately stunned. His expression immediately changed wildly as he roared, "Brat, I advise you to move aside. Otherwise, you will be offending the ancient Yin Yang sect. If you are willing to make way, I can consider letting you join the ancient Yin Yang sect. This is a great opportunity for you. Don't make the wrong choice." The elder of the ancient Yin Yang sect seemed to be threatening. However, his words were filled with pride. Clearly, he believed that Wu Ming would obediently make way because no one dared to offend the deadly ancient Yin sect, and no one could resist the temptation of joining the ancient Yin sect. Before Wu Ming could speak, a voice sounded, "Elderly, you really don't respect me. Don't forget, I promised Ning Kaichen that I would ensure the safety of the people from Flower Fruit sect. If you dare touch even a hair on their heads, I don't mind killing you myself." Zhu Asi's voice rang out, causing Elderly's expression to darken. "Zhu Asi, what do you see in Ning Kaichen? Why would you speak up for him?" He found it unbelievable. Zhu Asi was a top-notch prodigy with the talent of a divine son. Was there a need to treat Ning Kaichen in such a special way? Obviously, Zhu Asi was not someone who liked to waste his breath. He stared coldly at Elderly, causing the latter to grit his teeth for a long time, before he could only choose to leave with his tail between his legs. At this moment, Zhu Asi suddenly glanced in a direction. "The people of the ancient Yin sect are really interesting. They arranged for Elderly to deal with Ning Kaichen while the others were just watching the show. It is said that the ancient Yin sect and the royal family of the Yin Empire are at odds. However, who would have thought that the members of the ancient Yin sect were also constantly scheming against each other? How long can a sect full of internal strife last?" Benign competition was naturally a good thing. However, this kind of strife could blow up in their faces at any time. Perhaps the founder of the ancient Yin sect back then never had expected that his disciples would actually be such terrible people. The history of the ancient Yin sect will soon come to an end. At the thought of this, Zhu Asi's smile grew wider, making people feel a little fearful. At this moment, Jiang Ming was running away incredibly fast. The elders of the ancient Yin sect were chasing after him with all their might. "Ning Kaichen, stop struggling. You are just a mere golden core realm cultivator, and I am a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. There is a huge difference between you and me." Elderly sneered as if he could kill Jiang Ming the very next moment. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately chose to take another path. Soon, he went in and threw several punches. Bang! 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 Elderly, who was on the opposite side, was also stunned as he heard the sounds of collisions. What was he doing? When they reached the nearby area, Elderly could not help but take a deep breath. He saw Jiang Ming hitting a huge mountain with all his strength. Is this kid crazy? Did he actually choose to attack a mountain wall? Does he want to punch through a mountain and escape? He found it hard to imagine. Just as he was about to take another step forward, a majestic force suddenly swept in, shaking Elderly so much that he took a few steps back. Immediately, his eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! A huge vortex appeared on the mountain wall, and the powerful gravitational force sucked Jiang Ming into it, rattling him terribly. Elderly did not feel good either. However, he still gritted his teeth and stepped into it. Unfortunately, he could not see Jiang Ming. Did he run away? Elderly raised his eyebrows and strode inside. If he did not kill Jiang Ming today, his reputation would suffer. When he returned to the ancient Yin sect, he would be laughed at by the other elders. Therefore, Jiang Ming had to die. However, he could not find any trace of Jiang Ming. He could only stumble around blindly. He could not help but roar, "Ning Kaichen, you're going to die today." Little did he know that his roar was heard clearly. Jiang Ming was walking not far ahead. When he heard this, he could not help but smile. Whatever. Even if you die, no one would care. You're just a coward. If Elderly heard this, he would explode out of anger. However, Jiang Ming did not dare stay there for too long. He continued to run into the distance. This coward is from the ancient Yang sect. His trump cards are definitely extraordinary. Moreover, he has many powerful techniques. It will definitely be very difficult to kill such a person. Most importantly, he is a cultivator. At the peak of the nascent soul realm. How should I deal with him? Jiang Ming was temporarily free of Elderly's clutches. However, he knew that this was not a long-term solution. If he could not completely get rid of Elderly, then he would still die. Also, what is this place? Friend, help me out. Jiang Ming's voice rang out. The black sword was the one who told him about this strange place. Looking around, it was obvious that this was a forest. At a glance, it was filled with trees, and it was easy to get lost. Bro, don't panic. Actually, I don't know where this is either. However, it's definitely another special space in the general's tomb. What is going on here? I'm sick of it. Jiang Ming could not help but complain, which made the black sword a little confused. What was he screaming about? Ignore that. Anyway, tell me how to get out of here first, understand? Jiang Ming shouted. At this moment, his heart trembled slightly. He instinctively tilted to the left and avoided a powerful attack from a beast. This was a fierce tiger, no, to be precise, a demonic tiger. It's at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Ming was stunned. There was actually a demonic tiger hidden in this special space? At this moment, Jiang Ming's mind was racing. He took a deep breath and chose to take a step forward. Die. Jiang Ming threw multiple punches. The demonic tiger was also extremely powerful. It pounced forward directly, and the two sides soon started fighting. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions rang out. Jiang Ming vaguely realized how powerful this demonic tiger was. He naturally understood that this was definitely not an ordinary demonic beast at the peak of the Golden Core realm. It was likely to be the descendant of some kind of ferocious beast. The bloodline power in its body was powerful and terrifying. Jiang Ming exhaled gently and instinctively took another step forward. This time, he integrated some mysterious cultivation runes into this punch. Then, he threw out multiple punches again, slamming into the beast's body with all his might. The demonic tiger was also roaring wildly. It was obvious that Jiang Ming's punches were hurting it. Should I eat it? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately planned to punch it again. However, this time, he missed. The demonic tiger used some strange method to easily dodge. Was that an afterimage just now? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. They should be on similar levels of strength. However, with its powerful bloodline, it seemed that this was not the case. Thus, Jiang Ming's heart was also filled with curiosity. After staring at it for a long time, he immediately nodded and shouted, "Die." This time, he threw a punch at the tiger. The impact of the punch sent it flying away. The demonic tiger ran quite a distance. However, it did not forget to turn around and roar again. It did not expect Jiang Ming to follow it and punch its head. Bang! The demonic tiger felt dizzy. However, its footsteps did not stop. Instead, it ran forward even faster. Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. How powerful! He had never expected that this demonic tiger's vitality would be so strong. It had run so far in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, his punch just now was not light. However, it did not kill the tiger. It did not even cause the tiger serious injuries. This demonic tiger definitely has the bloodline of some powerful ferocious beast. Moreover, its teeth were almost as sharp as swords. It seemed to be a saber-toothed tiger. The black sword could not help but exclaim. Soon, demonic beasts with powerful auras ran out at a blinding speed. Jiang Ming looked around and realized that the tiger's roar was to call forth its companions. Incredible! Just as Jiang Ming was in a daze, the demonic beasts slowly walked out and stared at Jiang Ming ferociously. They were all demonic tigers. Damn it! Jiang Ming's expression changed. He saw several demonic tigers in the half-step nascent soul realm and one in the nascent soul realm. Jiang Ming could not help but take a deep breath. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he slowly lifted the dragon abyss imitation sword in his hand. A series of clanging sounds erupted. The demonic tigers were stunned for a while before they reacted and pounced at Jiang Ming. You're courting death! Jiang Ming roared in anger. With the dragon abyss imitation sword in hand, he rushed over and killed one demonic tiger after another. As the demonic tigers pounced, Jiang Ming waved his sword and killed many of them. His blood was boiling. However, it was obvious that his stamina was declining. There are too many of them. Jiang Ming stared at the approaching demonic tigers and felt exhausted. He almost fell to the ground. He panted heavily and moved forward step by step. He raised the dragon abyss imitation sword and killed two demonic tigers before completely losing his mobility. Bang! He almost fell to the ground. However, his strong willpower supported his body, ensuring that he could go on. The remaining demonic tigers nearby also approached, and among them were two demonic tigers in the half-step nascent soul realm. Brat, I found you. It was also at this moment that a sinister laugh was heard. It was elderly. Hearing his voice, Jiang Ming's face turned extremely gloomy. Damn it! At this moment, Jiang Ming stopped, and he almost fell to the ground. However, he immediately steadied himself. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to fall. Bro, I'll take you away. The black sword reacted and immediately dragged Jiang Ming away. What the hell? His sword can actually take the initiative to protect its master? Elderly narrowed his eyes and realized that Jiang Ming must have hidden a treasure. His eyes immediately lit up. Ming Kaichen, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures on you. He. It seems that killing you is imperative. I must get rid of you. At this moment, Elderly's killing intent toward Jiang Ming rose. Jiang Ming also felt great pressure at this moment. He never thought that Elderly would find him at this critical moment. Fortunately, the black sword was there. Otherwise, he would definitely have died. Bro, don't worry. Although I can't kill this old fart, I have more than enough power to shake him off. The black sword's voice rang out, and he shouted out. In an instant, countless beams of sword chi pervaded the air, transforming into a huge and indestructible wall that firmly cut off Elderly's path of pursuit. What the hell? Elderly was stunned. He did not expect the black sword in Jiang Ming's hand to have such abilities. Just what kind of treasure is this? It really makes people envious. Jiang Ming's mind could not help but race. He seemed to have found something and was about to pounce over. Unfortunately, the black sword did not give him the chance. He blocked his way with the great wall of sword chi. Elderly stood still and roared, B*****. Damn you, Ning Kaichen. Why don't you just stand there and let me kill you? Although Jiang Ming's breathing was weak, his consciousness was still clear. When he heard this, he smirked. Was there something wrong with Elderly's brain? At this moment, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh a few times. His eyes also flashed with a burst of light. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, and spiritual energy gathered toward him. Condense. Jiang Ming roared and circulated the cultivation technique in his body to the extreme. He kept absorbing the endless spiritual energy around him, forming streaks of powerful golden core realm mana. Boom! Jiang Ming finally completed the last step of advancement and reached the peak of the golden core realm. Now, I am no longer afraid of those demonic tigers. However, facing Elderly, Jiang Ming was still under a lot of pressure. He could only grit his teeth and walk toward the other side. His expression gradually turned ugly. At this moment, a majestic force swept over, crushing all the demonic tigers present until they could not raise their heads. Let me join in the fun. The black sword was a little excited. He immediately broke through the great wall, turning into a sharp streak of sword chi that surged down and killed one powerful demonic tiger after another. Die. 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 I've been waiting for a chance like this. The black sword was so excited that Jiang Ming could not help but smile. He lowered his voice and said, "Friend, don't go too far. Just muddle along. Don't attract the king of the demonic tigers later." As soon as he finished speaking, a roar resounded through the vast forest. A chill pierced into Jiang Ming's heart. Damn it, the king is here. Jiang Ming could not help but complain, I told you not to be so arrogant before. However, you insisted on being arrogant. Now, we've completely provoked the king. Countless demonic tigers charged out, and there was no lack of nascent soul realm tigers among them. There were even quite a few tigers at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Wait. Has the demonic tiger king reached the deity transformation realm? The black sword was also filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he definitely would not have been so arrogant. At this moment, even Elderly's expression changed wildly as he roared, Ning. You little B*****. Of all the people you provoked, why did you have to provoke these beasts? You're simply courting death. While cursing, Elderly also fled frantically. Not to mention the king, just these nascent soul realm beasts alone could take his life. After all, there were quite a number of them mixed in. Jiang Ming could not help but grit his teeth at this time. If we continue to run like this, we will definitely not be a match for a large number of demonic tigers in the nascent soul realm. We have to think of a way to deal with them, or we will definitely die. A large number of demonic tigers roared and attacked Elderly until he wailed endlessly. Ning Kaichen, you really don't know how to stop. Why did you provoke these demonic tigers for no reason? Now, even their king was lured out by you. I want to see how you will deal with it. Elderly cursed endlessly. On the other end, Jiang Ming blinked a few times and then looked calm. Didn't we just kill a few little tigers? How could we lure out a big monster? Friend, hurry up and think of a way out of this. If it weren't for you, the king definitely wouldn't have appeared. The black sword also suffered a huge loss. It said somewhat unhappily, "You can't blame me for this. I didn't know that things would develop to this extent. I know I can't blame you. However, the key now is how to deal with these things, understand?" Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on. If he could, he wished he could smack the black sword right now. After all, the black sword talked too much. It was also at this moment that the black sword's body suddenly trembled as it suddenly thought of something. Bro, let's run southeast. What did he mean? Jiang Ming was stunned. He glanced in the southeast direction, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Are you trying to kill me? The southeast is the habitat of another species of demonic beasts. Although he did not go deeper, Jiang Ming could tell at a glance that the place was the habitat of another species. It would definitely be illogical to go there. One had to know that creatures like demonic beasts were very territorial. If the black sword made him enter the depths of the southeast, it would be able to isolate the demonic tigers from killing them. This was enough to prove that there was another group of demonic beasts there, and the strength of this group of demonic beasts was definitely high. No, there seems to be a giant python hidden in that place. Bro, your body contains the desolate dragon bloodline. Once you enter that place, you can completely rely on the desolate dragon bloodline to subjugate the creature. When Jiang Ming heard this, he thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. He immediately nodded and replied, "All right." He no longer hesitated and immediately chose to rush in that direction. In a short while, he arrived at his destination. Countless demonic tigers roared as if they were filled with endless anger. Jiang Ming turned around and glanced at them. He could not be bothered to deal with those demonic tigers. His eyes lit up, and the next moment, he suddenly erupted with his desolate dragon bloodline power. A giant azure python roared. However, it stopped halfway and lay on the ground. It did not dare to resist at all. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Looks like the desolate dragon bloodline is really amazing. It is actually able to do this. But how did you know that this is an azure python? Jiang Ming was especially curious. Even he, who had the bloodline of the desolate dragon, could not detect the existence of the python here at first glance. How did the black sword know? Hee, this is my innate divine ability. By the way, the dragon abyss imitation sword in your hand also contains some kind of flood dragon's power. If you can use it well, combined with your desolate dragon bloodline power, the effect will be unexpected and terrifying, the black sword said seriously. Jiang Ming nodded subconsciously. He had known the black sword for quite a long time. However, this was the first time he had seen the black sword be so serious. Then can I command this azure python? Jiang Ming asked again. However, before the black sword could speak, he tried to move the azure python. The azure python was huge. However, at this moment, it was leaning against Jiang Ming like a child. Good. Jiang Ming was overjoyed, and his eyes twinkled. He quickly went further away. And the azure python followed behind him. Roar. A nascent soul realm demonic tiger roared as it arrived. It obviously did not care about the issue of territory division. In the next second, it was entangled by the azure python. Jiang Ming did not continue to move forward. He stayed behind to observe the situation. He wanted to see how powerful the azure python was. Soon, the azure python had squeezed the demonic tiger to death. The entire scene became deathly silent. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Under the same level, the strength of the azure python is enough to crush the demonic tiger. The demonic tiger is not weak. This shows how strong the azure python is. It is probably not weaker than the dark water mystical snake, and its cultivation base is higher. If it can be trained, it might become a powerful warrior at the soul formation realm. Jiang Ming's mind was racing. He finally thought of a brilliant idea. He planned to bring the azure python out and train it to its peak. At this moment, another azure python with a powerful aura slowly arrived. However, it was even larger. "I think they're twins," the black sword said in disbelief. After Jiang Ming carefully examined the other party, his eyelids twitched a few times. It was at the half-step deity transformation realm. However, no matter how strong it was, it could only lie on the ground. Obediently when facing Jiang Ming. The advantage of the desolate dragon bloodline is too obvious. He smirked again. Soon, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Since they are twins, I will bring them out together. They will be two great weapons." He looked around, looking for Elder Li's traces. He wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Elder Li in one go. However, he did not expect that. Elder Li had already found a secret place to hide. What happened? Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned. He did not quite understand what was going on. Elder Li had been arrogant and despotic before while clamoring to kill him. Why was he nowhere to be seen at this moment? The reason was simple. Damn it, Ning Kaichen actually caused me to be chased by 3 of the demonic tigers. At this moment, Elder Li wished that he could kill Jiang Ming. After all, he was in a sorry state and did not have the bearing of a big shot of the ancient Yin Yang sect. All of this was thanks to Jiang Ming. However, Elder Li knew very well that if he did not get rid of these demonic tigers as soon as possible, he would still be doomed in the end. He was destined to have no way out. Elder Li was in an extremely sorry state at this moment. He turned around and blinked in disbelief. Ning Kaichen is probably dead. No one could withstand being attacked so fiercely. Anyway, I guess I've avenged my disciple. Alas, it's a pity that I couldn't strip Ning Kaichen of his storage ring and figure out his secrets. Elder Li revealed an unhappy expression. He had tried everything to take Ning Kaichen's treasures. However, he had encountered these beasts. Now, it would be next to impossible to find Ning Kaichen's corpse. He was infuriated. Elder Li cursed and prepared to leave. Since Ning Kaichen was already dead, and the demonic tigers were still coming after him, he had to leave as soon as possible. However, a voice suddenly sounded, causing Elder Li to instinctively pause. When he looked up again, his eyes immediately widened in disbelief. "Ning Kaichen, you're still alive." Elder Li could not believe this. How could a nascent soul realm cultivator like him be pushed to the brink of death while Ning Kaichen stood there unscathed? Was it a ghost? Just as his mind was racing, a sudden voice slowly spoke. It was chilling. Elder Li was terrified. He stared at the 2 azure pythons in front of him. And he became uneasy. "Are you joking with me?" Elder Li swallowed hard. How had this kid provoked 2 azure pythons? Ning Kaichen, even if you want to kill yourself, don't take me with you. You. He wanted to say something. However, Ning Kaichen pointed at him. Swallow him. What the hell? Elderly was stunned. He turned his head and saw the half-step soul formation. Realm Azure Python whistling toward him. It looked as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Damn it. The Azure Python's body contains the bloodline power of the ancient Azure Python. This beast can easily defeat a soul formation realm cultivator. It can even crush a group of soul formation realm cultivators. A few people ran away in terror. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming smiled slightly. Defeating Elderly was only one of his goals. He had something else to do. There was a heavenly treasure called the Seven Aperture Exquisite Grass nearby, and Jiang Ming was here to find it. The Seven Aperture Exquisite Grass is a top-grade alchemy material. If I don't find it, I don't know when I'll have the chance to find another one. Jiang Ming's mind kept racing as he commanded the other Azure Python to attack. Although this Azure Python was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm, about the same level as Elderly, its strength naturally far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Elderly was terrified. He screamed, Ning Kaichen, not being able to kill you. Today is my greatest mistake. Just you wait. When I get out, I'll definitely find a chance to kill you. At this moment, Elderly was truly furious. Hearing his promise, Jiang Ming wanted to roll his eyes. Do you think a piece of trash like you can kill me one day? It was not that Jiang Ming looked down on Elderly, but Elderly's performance today was terrible. A dignified expert in the peak of the nascent soul realm had behaved so stupidly. Jiang Ming paced around for a long time and finally determined the location of the Seven Aperture Exquisite Grass. After staring at it for a long time, he suddenly wobbled. There was actually a sealing force nearby. Thus, Jiang Ming almost fell down just now. Jiang Ming could not help but take a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a cold light again. Then, he took a few steps forward, and a powerful aura fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate erupted from his body. Get lost! Jiang Ming shouted. Soon, many figures left the vicinity. They were not afraid of Jiang Ming but of the desolate dragon bloodline in his body. They're all little demonic snakes. However, there are plenty of them at the Golden Core realm. Jiang Ming could not help but raise his eyebrows a few times. It seemed that there were many strange things in this dense forest. There were many Golden Core realm demonic beasts. Jiang Ming continued to go deeper for a long time and finally picked the Seven Aperture Exquisite Grass. However, he did not leave because he found that there were more stalks of the Seven Aperture Exquisite Grass in the deeper parts. Most importantly, the thing hidden in the deepest part is actually the Nine Aperture Exquisite Grass. Jiang Ming was petrified. The Seven Aperture Exquisite Grass was a rare treasure, not to mention the Eight Aperture Exquisite Grass, which was even rarer. The Nine Aperture Exquisite Grass was a heavenly treasure that was next to impossible to find. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Jiang Ming instinctively looked up and saw a large group of armored soldiers walking over. They seemed to be from the Hellion Xia army from the looks of their armor. Jiang Ming was stunned. Then, he heard a rustle on the other side. The Northern Yan army had also arrived. Jiang Ming could not help but swear. 2 teams of ghost soldiers had arrived. And both of them were led by half-step soul formation realm cultivators. There were several nascent soul realm cultivators, and there were as many as 20 golden core realm cultivators. How could he go up to face them alone? However, what Jiang Ming was more concerned about was that the number of people in northern Yen was obviously several times less than that of the Helianxia army. However, it seemed that their morale was much higher than that of the Helianxia army. Are the northern Yen soldiers that powerful? When the general of the Helianxia army saw the northern Yen army, his face darkened. People of northern Yen, you're being a little presumptuous. This secret realm belongs to the territory of the Helianxia undead army. How dare you trespass? You're courting death. The northern Yen general glanced at them with disdain and said calmly, "This is clearly northern Yan's territory. It's you who trespassed and tried to steal our treasures. How shameless!" The general of the Helianxia army became even more furious. He seemed to have thought of something and could not help but laugh. You are ridiculous. You lost the rights to this territory back then. In the end, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were killed in the Battle of the White Horse River. Now, you have the audacity to say that this is your territory. How ridiculous. Fortunately, Marshal Ding Fong isn't here. Otherwise, you northern Yen ********* would only be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The general of the Helianxia army looked smug, and Jiang Ming could not help but scoff. Before he could do anything, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire venue. The 9-aperture exquisite grass belongs to the northern Yen army. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind personally killing you all. A loud shout sounded, causing everyone's hearts to tremble slightly. Jiang Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person slowly descending. Although he was only in the half-step soul formation realm, it made the expressions of the Helianxia soldiers change drastically. Zhao Wangsun, you actually came. The pride of the Zhao family, the most powerful family in northern Yen, has actually come. It seems like you're serious about getting the 9-aperture exquisite grass. Zhao Wangsun, you've been dead for so many years, why do you need to serve northern Yen? Why don't you join the Helianxia army? We will definitely put you in an important position. Why do you have to force yourself to lead a small army? The Helianxia soldiers opened their mouths one after another. They had never expected Zhao Wangsun to come. Zhao Wangsun? Jiang Ming hid in the dark and thought for a while. However, he still could not figure out who Zhao Wangsun was. However, the soldier's words were enough to show that Zhao Wangsun was extremely strong and could easily make the Helianxia army afraid. It's very likely that he's a genius who has the ability to fight a true soul formation realm cultivator. This kind of person is no ordinary character. At this moment, Jiang Ming's mind was racing. He vaguely understood that he was no match for Zhao Wangsun. At this moment, Zhao Wangsun suddenly said, "Who is it? Why are you hiding in the dark like a rat? Come out." Jiang Ming's body trembled, but he still did not step out. Soon, Elder Li's figure appeared. He had been dragged out by Zhao Wangsun. Of course, Zhao Wangsun also glanced in Jiang Ming's direction, but did not make a move. It was obvious that he was afraid of the 2 azure pythons. "Sir, I am just passing by. I hope that you can spare me." At this moment, Elder Li no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. He was almost cowering in fear. Jiang Ming glanced over and could not help but sneer. However, his expression was also particularly ugly. Obviously, elderly behaving like this was enough to show that Zhao Wang's son was extremely powerful. Elderly was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Although he wasn't a half-step soul formation realm cultivator, he was born in the ancient Yin Yang sect. Naturally, he had many trump cards. If he wanted to escape, it would be easy. However, in the end, he was easily captured. Zhao Wangsuan's combat strength is probably not at the level of an ordinary soul formation realm cultivator. Jiang Ming could not help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. He knew that the other party was afraid of his azure pythons, or else he would have been taken by force. At this moment, Zhao Wangsun said, "A stranger? Why are there strangers here?" "General Zhao, let me explain. Recently, a large number of people swarmed into the general's tomb. They thought that there were endless treasures here. However, they did not know that the general's tomb was actually a door that led to another world, the 9 netherworld realm." "This is the netherworld?" Elder Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing Elder Li's expression, the Hellion Xia general could not help but laugh. They don't even know the real situation here, and they still had the guts to come here. They really are a bunch of people who have lost their common sense. Because of greed. That's right. It's really annoying. However, with this guy around, it means that there are other living people in the vicinity. Why don't you let me take a look?" The general of the Hellion Xia army nodded at Elder Li and looked around with a sinister smile. He quickly caught sight of Jiang Ming and immediately roared. "What a powerful stranger. Looking at how your blood qi is rolling, you're another martial arts prodigy. I'm sure it'll be marvelous to have your blood qi nourish me." However, before he could finish speaking, the general of the Hellion Xia army stiffened. He had lost his life, causing the entire place to fall silent. Everyone's eyes widened. They had never expected things to develop to this stage. How had a half-step deity transformation realm general of the Hellion Xia army died in such a mysterious manner? At the same time, on the other end, many figures were slowly approaching. It was the Azure Python clan. There were more than a dozen Azure Pythons. The strength of the leader was unknown. However, the ones behind them were at least at the nascent soul realm. Among them, there were 2 or 3 Azure Pythons at the soul formation realm. This Jiang Ming could not help but take a deep breath. He instinctively turned around and glanced at the 2 Azure Pythons he was leading. He could not help but ask, "What's going on?" The Azure Pythons could not speak. They could only sway their bodies a few times in reply. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. Because the dozen Azure Pythons all bowed down to Jiang Ming with respectful expressions. Elder Li's expression was dark. How the hell had this brat recruited an army of Azure Pythons? It was also at this moment that Zhao Wangsuan's face darkened. The 9 aperture exquisite grass has matured. He had never expected that the 9 aperture exquisite grass would actually mature at this moment. Thinking of this, Zhao Wangsun could not help but gulp. He subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ming and the others, and immediately understood what he should do. Retreat. "General, we came here for the 9 aperture exquisite grass." "Why are we retreating?" someone asked in confusion. At this moment, Zhao Wang's son, could not help but curse in a low voice, "Idiot. Didn't you see the creatures around that stranger? Those were azure pythons. And they were still alive. If they were dead, I could still use a seal to order them around. However, they are all alive, and I can't order them around at all. If we continue to stay and fight with them, only we will die. Do you understand?" The soldiers of the Northern Yan army felt their hearts tremble. They hurriedly chose to retreat. They did not dare to stay here for a moment. They knew very well that if they continued to stay here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Ming also let out a long sigh at this moment. It was great to have someone backing him up. Elderly was left behind. He stood stiffly on the spot, not daring to move. There were so many azure pythons. If he dared to move, he would definitely be torn into countless pieces. After a while, Elderly squeezed out an ingratiating smile. "Master Ning, what do you need me to do?" As a nascent soul realm cultivator, facing so many half-step soul formation, realm and peak nascent soul realm azure pythons, Elderly could only kneel before Jiang Ming like a coward. At this moment, a voice was heard, "Elderly, it doesn't matter what you do. After all, I won't let you off." Jiang Ming's words were concise and ruthless. Elderly's expression changed drastically as he stared at Jiang Ming. "Master Ning, I've already given up on chasing after you. You should do the smart thing and let me go. If you attack me, you'll provoke the ancient Yang sect. I believe that you and your sect do not have the power to contend with the ancient Yang sect, right?" Elderly's face was particularly gloomy. Jiang Ming scoffed. Then, he shook his head and said helplessly, "Since you think that I don't have the guts to attack you, I need to prove you wrong. Kill him." Little Qing was the first azure python that he had come into contact with. At this moment, it whistled out and was about to kill Elderly. Its majestic aura spread out, and Elderly trembled. The asterisk starred, "You really don't know your place at all. Do you really want to harm yourself and the entire flower fruit sect?" He started fighting Little Qing. Bang! 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 After such a commotion, Jiang Ming could not help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. He never expected that Elderly would be able to match Little Qing in a fight. Little Qing is an azure python, and its ancestor is one of the mutated beasts of the mountains and seas. The bloodline power in its body must be extremely powerful. However, why can't it take down Elderly? I guess Elderly isn't as useless as I thought he was. Originally, in Jiang Ming's eyes, although Elderly was from the ancient Yang sect, he was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm at his advanced age. He should not be considered a prodigy. Thus, his prowess in battle should be very average. But now, it seemed like all of his estimations were wrong. Elderly was extraordinarily strong. He was also quite advanced at swordsmanship. Looks like I can't underestimate these cultivators from the ancient Yang sect in the future. Little Tian, go up and help Little Qing kill the other party. Jiang Ming shouted, and another azure python pounced out with a bang, causing Elderly's expression to darken. He never thought that Jiang Ming would want to kill him so badly. Wasn't Jiang Ming afraid of offending the entire ancient Yang sect by killing him? At this moment, it was a one-on-two battle, especially when there was a half-step soul formation realm azure python among the opponents. Elderly was obviously no match for them. In just an instant, he was in danger. He was about to be killed. At this critical moment, Elderly made up his mind and threw out a talisman. Open! In the next second, Elderly tore through the air and disappeared from where he was. Jiang Ming was stunned, and his brows were tightly knitted. Elderly actually used a void talisman just now. He used a void talisman to open a void passage. How is this possible? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched a few times. He never thought that Elderly's trump card would be so amazing. Moreover, this should not be Elderly's strongest trump card. Perhaps he really does have the ability to kill me, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. His guess was right. Elderly still had a talisman that could attract ancient experts to increase his combat strength. He dared not say that he could deal with the azure pythons here. However, it was more than enough to kill Jiang Ming. Of course, once he did this, he would definitely be killed by the azure pythons. That was why Elderly chose to use the void talisman in the end. Jiang Ming could not help but let out a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up as he looked around and said with a strange look, "All of you, follow me in. I want to obtain that 9-orifice exquisite grass." Before he could finish his sentence, little Tian suddenly stuck out its head and rubbed against Jiang Ming, as if it was stopping Jiang Ming from moving forward. Jiang Ming could not help but be startled and instinctively looked to the other side. "Sir, there is a powerful existence guarding the 9-aperture exquisite grass. Over there. We might not be a match for it." The Soul Formation Realm Azure Python opened its mouth, causing Jiang Ming to lower his head. This was within his expectations. After all, it would be unrealistic if there was nothing guarding the grass. The 9-aperture exquisite grass was extremely precious. It was not something that ordinary natural treasures could compare to. But I must get it. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Ming waved his hand and asked, "Do you have any connection with that powerful existence?" The azure python that had clearly gained intelligence and could speak human language paused for a moment before saying, "Sir, I suggest that you use the bloodline power in your body to negotiate with it. There might be a chance to obtain the grass." "Are you talking about the desolate dragon bloodline? What do you mean?" Jiang Ming was still puzzled. Was there any connection between the powerful existence in the depths and the dragon race? Never mind. Jiang Ming strode into it and soon saw the 7-aperture exquisite grass and 8-aperture exquisite grass. Above them all was the 9-aperture exquisite grass. The 7-aperture exquisite grass is already very valuable in the outside world, not to mention the 8-aperture exquisite grass. As for the 9-aperture exquisite grass, in a sense, it's enough to be considered an immortal treasure. Jiang Ming could not help but take a few deep breaths, and his eyes flashed. He vaguely realized that this might be a good opportunity. There seemed to be nothing in the depths, but it gave Jiang Ming a sense of fear that he did not dare to look straight at. How terrifying! Jiang Ming took a deep breath, unwilling to move. He could only stay where he was and wait. Suddenly, black shadows appeared one by one, causing Jiang Ming's eyelids to twitch. Damn it! There are dozens of them. Jiang Ming immediately wanted to retreat. However, something unknown suddenly rushed over and caught Jiang Ming before he could retreat. F***CK. Jiang Ming could not help but curse in his heart. He wanted to retreat but was almost attacked instead. Fate was cruel. A humanoid figure slowly appeared, and Jiang Ming was stunned. Was this a transformed demonic beast? Moreover, he seemed to be quite powerful. Otherwise, the soul formation realm. Azure Python outside would not be so afraid. At the very least, his cultivation level was at the deity transformation realm or even the insightful emptiness realm. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. He was interrupted just as he was about to speak. Kid, who are you? I can see that you're only around 300 years old. So why do you have such a powerful vitality? You're a golden core realm cultivator. At most, they only live to see 500 if they don't break through to the nascent soul realm. Despite being middle-aged, you're still full of vitality like a young man. Jiang Ming's heart trembled. Had his secret been seen through? Fortunately, the other party's next words were, could it be that you're also a transformed demonic beast? The power of the desolate dragon bloodline in you is somewhat interesting. However, you still have a human body. There's only one possibility. You've eaten some sacred medicine or even some immortal sacred medicine. Jiang Ming knew about sacred medicine. It was related to the transformation of some heavenly saints after they passed away. It could be said that it was a treasure formed after people reached the final peak of their cultivation. Immortal sacred medicine was even harder to find. It needed to be contaminated with an immortal characteristic to be classified as such. Of course, this medicine did not make one truly immortal. Even if they swallowed the immortal sacred medicine, they would still die. However, their lifespan would increase. For example, a nascent soul cultivator could live for 800 years. After consuming the immortal sacred medicine, their lifespan could reach 900 years or even 1,000 years. It could allow some cultivators who were in their twilight years to continue living and even break through to a higher realm. This was enough to show how rare the immortal sacred medicine was. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ming said loudly, Sir, you really have a sharp eye. You can see through me with a single glance. That's right, I've indeed swallowed some immortal sacred medicine. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to possess such astonishing vitality. Although he said that, Jiang Ming felt extremely uneasy. The immortal sacred medicine was incredibly rare. Many people would try their best to find those who had obtained the immortal sacred medicine or even those who had swallowed it. They would target the former to snatch the immortal sacred medicine. However, their reason for targeting the latter was even more ruthless. They would directly refine the person who consumed it into a medicinal pill. Although the medicinal effects were clearly much weaker, it would still make people go crazy for it. As someone who was suspected to have taken the immortal sacred medicine, Jiang Ming had painted a target on his back. He was very worried that the person in front of him would be ruthless and refine him into a medicinal pill. Fortunately, after hearing all this, the person was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he revealed a smile. Interesting. You look so young. However, you've actually taken some immortal sacred medicine. One must know that many deity transformation realm or even insightful emptiness realm experts couldn't do this. However, you, a golden core realm cultivator, could find the immortal sacred medicine and consume it safely. It seems that you are a person with great luck. The more Jiang Ming looked at this guy's smile, the more uneasy he felt. The black sword was also trembling. No matter how arrogant it was, it would Not dare show even a shred of arrogance in front of an old monster who was at least at the deity transformation realm. Damn it, if I hadn't lost my cultivation base, I would have been able to crush this guy. The black sword pondered silently. However, it did not dare say anything out loud. At this moment, Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths and revealed an ingratiating smile. Sir, I can't be considered a person with great luck. I would say I'm only a little luckier than the average person. Haha, you brat, there is no need to belittle yourself. You are already very talented to be able to reach this step. The Golden Core realm lets cultivators live up to 500. However, you can live for 600 to 700 years. With your aptitude, you could break through this limit and advance to the nascent soul realm. When the time comes, you could cultivate again and hope to advance to the soul formation realm in the future. This is nothing outside of the Feather Kingdom. However, you'd be considered a prodigy in the Feather Kingdom. I wonder what the situation in the Feather Kingdom is right now, to actually be able to give birth to an incredibly lucky person like you. There were many talented people. However, people with great luck were very rare. Jiang Ming was silent for a while, then he said slowly, Sir, can you put me down first? Only then did the mysterious person release Jiang Ming. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming saw the whole situation clearly and immediately sucked in a few breaths of cold air. This is what had bound him just now were actually countless tentacles. Jiang Ming could not help but be taken aback, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. What kind of existence was this person? As if he could read Jiang Ming's mind, the other party smiled and said, You should have heard of my name, Yu Tianhua. Yu Tianhua? Jiang Ming looked incredulous. The wise king of the Feather Kingdom is also the founder of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. He is one of the 2 generations of saints of the past. Sect masters. He is now called Saint Lord Tianhua. Oh? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Yu Tianhua was stunned. He said with interest, Is this how the people outside talk about me now? That's right. Jiang Ming nodded. However, he was still shocked. He did not expect to meet the most stunning person in the history of the Feather Kingdom in such a place. Even in the current era, where all kinds of monstrous geniuses had surged up, the reputation of the wise emperor of the Feather Kingdom still did not diminish in the slightest. One had to know that he was the most heroic and strategic ruler in the history of the Feather Kingdom. He was also the founder of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. No matter how much the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven targeted the royal family of the Feather Kingdom, they did not dare say anything to Yu Tianhua. They were terrified of him. Otherwise, with the current strength and foundation of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, they could easily crush the royal family. At this thought, Jiang Ming could not help but think of a problem. The Feather Kingdom was founded 2,000 years ago, and this person is an ancient person from 1,700 years ago. Even a soul formation realm cultivator only has a lifespan of 1,200 years. Then how did this person survive? He should have reached the deity transformation realm. Amazing. That's as strong as a holy lord. When Jiang Ming thought of this, he could not help but feel even more shocked. Was the former king of the Feather Kingdom actually that powerful? One had to know that even Reverend Mo, who was known to be a rare genius in the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, could not do this. Not to mention that Reverend Mo himself was the reincarnation of an immortal. His advantage in Cultivation was monstrous. Yu Tianhua guessed what Jiang Ming was thinking about and smiled. Insightful emptiness realm? Hee, in my eyes, the insightful emptiness realm is nothing much. You have to at least reach the cultivation integration realm to be qualified to be called a fellow cultivator with me. Jiang Ming was completely speechless. He had never seen people this narcissistic. Yu Tianhua was really something else. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Sir, I have something to tell you." "Speak." Jiang Ming quickly recounted the current intense conflict between the royal family of the Feather Kingdom and the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. Yu Tianhua could not help but nod and praise him, making Jiang Ming feel a little awkward. He had thought that Yu Tianhua would fly into a rage. Don't forget that I am the ancestor of the Feather Kingdom and the founder of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. In a sense, I have long transcended these two identities. As long as the Feather Kingdom is safe, I don't care who is in charge of the Feather Kingdom. Then, he paused and suddenly said, "Friend, do you want to be the new king of the Feather Kingdom?" Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. This guy had a wild imagination. He thought Yu Tianhua would be angry with him, so he never expected him to say this. "Alright, you don't have to worry about my true intentions. Friend, my goal has always been very simple. I want to ensure that a shocking secret in the Feather Kingdom is safe. As for who the king of the Feather Kingdom is, I don't care at all." A secret within the Feather Kingdom? Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched. This was the first time he heard this. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Sir, it's better not to mention this matter to me." "No worries." Yu Tianhua looked like he did not care and said in a clear voice, "Did you see the 9-aperture exquisite grass?" Jiang Ming nodded. "This 9-aperture exquisite grass was planted by me. In your eyes, it is indeed something extraordinary, but in my eyes, it is just an ordinary heavenly treasure. The reason why I am here is to prevent the rebellion in the general's tomb. These undead soldiers and generals of Northern Yan and Helian Xia have been restless all these years, especially those from Northern Yan. They have been relying on this place to accumulate strength, hoping to restore the glory of the Northern Yan dynasty one day. They even want to steal the homeland of the Helian Xia dynasty and establish a great dynasty. You should know that this area does not just belong to the Feather Kingdom. There are also small countries like the Jiang Kingdom and a kingdom called Daliang. It is a dynasty that has been passed down since 5,000 years ago, second only to Northern Yan and Helian Xia. However, what you don't know is that the ruler of Daliang is no longer a descendant of the Liang family, but a descendant of the Murong family of Northern Yan. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned when he heard this. Jiang Ming had naturally heard of the Daliang kingdom. However, it was an extremely law-abiding and low-key kingdom that had always been located north of the Feather Kingdom. The Daliang kingdom had also been the mediator between several small countries and thus prevented them from starting a war. However, who would have thought that the royal family of Yuan Wei's homeland, the only remaining great country, had already changed? However, since they have already replaced the Liang family as the new rulers of the Daliang kingdom, why don't they start a war to destroy all the small countries around them and take over the homeland of Yuan Wei? Jiang Ming asked in confusion. The reason is simple. Although the fake king had been in power for many years, he did not dare to act rashly. This was because the old royal family in Dalian had the power to keep the balance. This was only an internal reason. From the outside, it looked like the balance between the two ancient nations. The Yinyang Empire and the Zhuyan Empire had always coveted the homeland of Yuan Wei due to its power and geographical advantage. It was precisely these two internal and external factors that caused the fake king of the Dalian kingdom to not dare to rashly use his troops. Of course, there was another crucial factor, and that was the Feather Kingdom. At this point, the corners of Yu Tianhua's mouth curled up slightly as if he had recalled something that made him happy. Back then, I had a son with a princess of the Ascension Divine Kingdom. Now that I think about it, he is also a very important figure in the Ascension Divine Kingdom. As my son, he is naturally the ancestor of the Feather Kingdom and will naturally help the Feather Kingdom not be invaded by the Dalian Kingdom. Therefore, the Dalian Kingdom would not dare to use troops against the Feather Kingdom easily. Jiang Ming pursed his lips. As expected, there was a reason that things were the way they were now. The Feather Kingdom's ancestor really had slept with a woman of high status in the Ascension Divine Kingdom, and she even gave birth to a son. Looks like this guy was also a playboy when he was young. Jiang Ming quickly threw away these thoughts and asked in confusion, since the Feather Kingdom has such a strong background, why not suppress the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and support the royal family? Also, you said that you wanted me to become the new king of the Feather Kingdom. With this big shot from the Ascension Divine Kingdom holding down the fort, how could I have this opportunity? Wrong, you have a great chance. Yu Tianhua said directly, my son's true mission is to protect the secret of the Feather Kingdom, the Feather Village. The Feather Village? That's right, it's the Feather Village. That's the place where the Feather Kingdom and the Ascension Divine Kingdom made their fortune. It's the ancestral land. And the Feather Village is still within the borders of the Feather Kingdom. There are countless experts in Feather Village. That was the true core of the Feather Kingdom. Compared to it, the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven and the royal family of the Feather Kingdom are nothing. What you have to do is to go to the Feather Village and subjugate all the experts in the Feather Village to prepare for the future confrontation with the Ascension Divine Kingdom. Jiang Ming was even more confused. The two kingdoms' ancestors came from the same source? Then how did you get married and have children? He did not say his last few thoughts out loud. However, after thinking about it carefully, so many years had passed, and the blood relationship had long since been watered down. It was no longer considered a marriage between close relatives. Whoosh! Jiang Ming took a deep breath and asked, the Feather Village is so strong. How can I defeat everyone in there? Just pull out the Feather King sword. Yu Tianhua said bluntly, whether it's the natives of the Feather Village, the current royal family of the Feather Kingdom, or the royal family of the Ascension Divine Kingdom, their ancestors are actually members of the Feather race. In a sense, we are not humans, and this is the biggest secret of the Feather Kingdom. Jiang Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Yu Tianhua in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Jiang Ming had an incredulous look on his face, and then he stood stiffly in place. The royal family of the Feather Kingdom and the royal family of the Ascension Divine Kingdom were not humans in a sense. They were the Feather race. I have no intention of joking with you. The reason why I'm telling you this is precisely because I love the human race. The princess of the Ascension Divine Kingdom, whom I had a relationship with back then, was not actually a relative of the Ascension Divine Kingdom. She was a human and was also used. Therefore, I love the human race very much, but I could not give up my identity as a person from the feather race. Therefore, I could only place my hopes on you. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and asked bluntly, Sir, why don't you just tell me what you want me to do? I want you to become the Feather King, a new king who can make the humans and the people of the feather race live in peace. Yu Tianhua said boldly, although I can't see through you and feel that your aptitude is very ordinary, I can see that you are a person with great luck. Your temperament is also particularly strong and tenacious, and this is more convincing than any heavenly aptitude. You are more likely to become a prodigy of your generation. Therefore, I want you to take over the Feather Village and become the new king of the Feather Kingdom. From there, you can reach the point where the Ascension Divine Kingdom can compete with you. Then, you can destroy the Ascension Divine Kingdom and completely dissipate the ambitions of those who want to destroy the human race or turn the human race into slaves. This world shouldn't be a place where any race stands high and mighty. It should be a world and era where all races stand equally. At this moment, Yu Tianhua displayed the demeanor of a saint of the past, which almost intoxicated Jiang Ming. However, he soon sobered up and took a few deep breaths. He said in a serious tone, I understand now that you put it that way. But aren't you afraid that I, as a human, will use the feather race to destroy the entire feather race? Of course, I'm not afraid, because once you bear the Feather King sword, along with your desolate dragon bloodline and your human identity, you'll be a special existence that stands between everything else. That's why I've chosen you. Otherwise, based on your sin of trespassing here, I would have killed you long ago, and I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to you. Jiang Ming was stunned. In the end, it was the desolate dragon bloodline that saved his life. Jiang Ming scratched his head and nodded seriously. Since you trust me so much, it is naturally not good for me to shirk responsibility. I will head to the Feather Village and pull out the Feather King sword. Alright, since that's the case, I'll give you this 9-aperture exquisite grass. Also, if you can pull out the Feather King sword and become the new Feather King, come back. I'll teach you some techniques and give you some treasure so that you can destroy the Dalian King's lineage, as well as the Morong family of Northern Yan and the Helian family of Helian Xia. Yu Tianhua said seriously, remember, don't be soft-hearted. In the future, there will be turmoil in the Feather Kingdom, and the Morong family and Helian family are the biggest hidden dangers. Besides that, you also need to be wary of those people from the immortal Feather Grotto Heaven. From what you said, Reverend Mo may not have any nasty thoughts, but his descendants might not be the same. I have a feeling that the Mo family is likely to be your biggest opponent and that Reverend Mo will be your #1 rival. After Yu Tianhua said this, Jiang Ming's heart trembled a few times. He had always had this premonition, but he thought that his premonition was wrong. Now that he thought about it, perhaps his premonition was not wrong from the beginning to the end. Yu Tianhua was at the level of a heavenly saint. In addition to Gongya Jiu's divination abilities, the outbreak of war in the Feather Kingdom, or even the destruction of a country, is probably a matter that is set in stone. I wonder what level it will develop to and whether it will involve other dynasties and countries. That's not right. Dalian will definitely be involved. Jiang Ming felt a lot of pressure at this moment. He did not want to accept this mission, but he was afraid that Yu Tianhua's attitude would change if he did not agree. What would he do if Yu Tianhua killed him? When he walked out of this place, Jiang Ming's expression was particularly ugly. Although he had obtained the 9-aperture exquisite grass, his mood was extremely uneasy. Am I really going to become a chess piece for these guys? Gongye Jiao, Mo. Lingche, and now, Yu Tianhua. They all see me as a pawn and want to use me to achieve their goals. It's not a good thing to make me a pawn. The tables might turn one day, and I'll become the player. Jiang Ming took a deep look at the cave and left without hesitation. He took all the azure pythons with him. At this moment, Yu Tianhua's face darkened. A figure slowly walked out. Yu Tianhua, you're really interesting. You actually said that I'm his greatest enemy. Does he even deserve to be my enemy? It was none other than Mo Lingche. If Jiang Ming was here, he would definitely be shocked. Mo Lingche was acting so arrogantly. It was as if he were a heavenly saint. Yu Tianhua glanced at him and said coldly, I only promised you that I would nurture him into what you want. That doesn't mean that I can't have my own selfish motives. Speaking of which, it's also ridiculous. You didn't personally nurture him, but instead asked me to do it. It seems that you're very afraid of this kid and don't want to face him directly. Yu Tianhua's eyes were filled with ridicule, causing Mo Lingche's face to darken. Yu Tianhua, aren't you a little too arrogant? Don't forget, although you are a famous saint in the history of the Feather Kingdom and the founder of the Immortal Feather Grotto Heaven, without me, how could you have reached this step today? Do you think you could have done it with a crippled spirit root? If someone was present, they would definitely be shocked. In history, Yu Tianhua was the most accomplished monarch in the history of the Feather Kingdom. However, in Mo Lingche's words, he was a cripple. You're a prince with a crippled spirit root who doesn't receive any favor. If I didn't give you the opportunity, how could you have reached this step today? If it weren't for me, the Feather Kingdom would have long been destroyed by the Ascension Divine Kingdom back then. You wouldn't have reached this day at all. As these words were spoken, the smugness on Mo Lingche's face became more obvious. It was also at this time that Yu Tianhua's expression changed slightly. However, it was not gloomy. Instead, he had a playful smile on his face. Yu Tianhua's playful smile made Mo Lingche particularly unhappy, but he couldn't question him. Yu Tianhua, you better remember this. You are below me. Know your place. Mo Lingche stared at Yu Tianhua, his words threatening. At this moment, Yu Tianhua suddenly took a step forward. His eyes also flashed with a sharp, cold glint. Mo Lingche, let me warn you. I'm doing this for the future of the feather race and world peace. I have high hopes for Ning Kaichen. You can do whatever you want with him, but don't hinder him. Do you understand? The atmosphere between the two became particularly somber. It was also at this time that Jiang Ming finally walked out of there and returned to the ancient battlefield. Coincidentally, a group of people arrived. It was none other than Wu Ming and the others. Master. Everyone stepped forward. Zhuanan, in particular, threw herself into Jiang Ming's arms and cried, Mister, I thought something had happened to you. Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. He ruffled the little girl's hair and said softly, Don't worry, I'm fine. I killed Elderly too. Although he had used the azure pythons, Elderly had indeed died at his hands. This time, Jiang Ming brought out quite a number of azure pythons, including the Soul Formation Realm Azure Python. Zhu Asi's expression changed when he saw this. A Deity Transformation Realm Azure Python. This is a demonic beast at the Demon King rank. Ning Kaichen was hunted down, but he was still able to subjugate such a powerful demonic beast. What kind of luck is this? Zhu Aci had seen many people with great luck, but he had never seen someone this lucky before. He could not help but gasp for breath. It took him a long time to stabilize himself. It was also at this moment that many people were stunned because another group of people had arrived. It was Hellion Xia's undead troops. At this moment, the general's gaze was as cold as a knife as his eyes swept across the entire battlefield. It was as if he were about to wave his hand and order everyone to charge out. But at this moment, a voice stopped him. Wait. Don't make a move. Upon seeing the person who had come, the Hellion Xia general immediately lowered his head with a respectful expression. My lord. This was obviously a marshal of Hellion Xia, whose cultivation had reached the Soul Formation Realm. My name is Hellion Bo. Hellion Bo looked at the crowd, and his gaze slowly fell on a figure behind Jiang Ming. Wu Ming. Are you a descendant of Hellion Xia? Although he was undead, he could feel the bloodline power flowing in Wu Ming's body. It was the bloodline of the Hellion royal family of Hellion Xia. Wu Ming was silent for a while, before nodding and replying, that's right. Jiang Ming glanced at this scene. His gaze was a little strange, but he quickly returned to normal. The Morong family of Northern Yan has been stirring up trouble, and I'm dealing with them. As for Hellion Xia, I had hoped that they wouldn't cause any trouble. Hellion Bo sized Wu Ming up seriously and sighed. Although you're from the direct line of descent of the Hellion family, too many generations have passed, and no experts have been born. As a result, the level of your bloodline power is not high. Your bloodline power is only at the level of a branch family now. Hellion Bo was obviously a relative of the royal family of Hellion Xia. Now, he was able to determine the power of Wu Ming's bloodline just by looking at him. This undoubtedly disappointed him. But soon, Hellion Bo's gaze fell on Jiang Ming, and he looked back and forth between Jiang Ming and Wu Ming. He finally confirmed one thing. Is this guy your master? Not really. He is the sect leader of the flower fruit sect, and I am the founder and the ruler of the flower fruit sect, Jiang Ming said loudly, not afraid of this person at all. It did not matter if Wu Ming was at the Soul Formation Realm. There were at least 3 or 4 Soul Formation Realm Azure Pythons on Jiang Ming's side, and there was even a Deity Transformation Realm Azure Python. That was a Demon King ranked beast. Hellion Bo was obviously aware of this, so his tone was relatively polite. May I ask you for a favor, master? Can you return the descendant of the Hellion family to us? Jiang Ming smiled and said with a sneer, your request is quite audacious. What do you mean by return? Although he is a descendant of the Hellion Xia royal family, you can't control him. If you want him, I don't mind, but I'll have to ask him for his opinion. After all, he's my subordinate, not my slave. Jiang Ming had a lot to say, but his meaning was clear. He meant that Wu Ming had the right to choose. The people of Hellion Xia had to understand this. Hearing these words, Hellion Bo could not help but raise his eyebrow. He let out a deep breath. I understand. If it was not for the fact that Jiang Ming's side had so many great demons and even a demon king, Hellion Bo would have slaughtered this group of people in front of him long ago. However, it was different now. He did not dare to make things difficult for the other party, but he did not dare to do anything to Wu Ming either. They were both at the soul formation realm, but he felt that as an undead soldier, he might not be a match for Wu Ming, who had the bloodline of the Hellion Xia royal family. Therefore, Hellion Bo quickly thought of another way. He turned his gaze to Wu Ming and said with a smile, "Young man, are you willing to return to the Hellion family?" Wu Ming fell silent. No one said anything. They just looked at Wu Ming quietly, as if they were waiting for Wu Ming's answer. It was also at this moment that a voice slowly sounded out, causing one to shudder. "He can't leave. Don't even think about leaving." This time everyone took in a few breaths of cold air, because the people who came were none other than the Morong family's men. The commander was a famous prince in the history of Northern Yen. He was a deity transformation realm cultivator. You have an azure python at the demon king rank. Although you're quite powerful, this is not the outside world. This is the netherworld battlefield, which is a part of the netherworld. You're in our territory now. Morong Jue laughed coldly. He was extremely ruthless. It was as if he wanted to kill everyone here. It was also at this moment that everyone froze. They had never expected that the people of the Morong and Hellion families would gather together at this time. The atmosphere was somber. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected the decisive battle to start so quickly. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows a few times before rubbing his temples. A strange look flashed across his eyes. This is a battle that was initiated by General Zhong Gekang, who was from the Northern Yen dynasty. Although it's said that the Hellion family won the battle, the details of the battle couldn't be found in General Zhong Gekang's records. This is not a real battle in history. I'm afraid that it will end with the victory of the Morong family and the Northern Yen dynasty. However, the Morong family did not push the battle forward. Instead, they kept dragging it out. They even lost time and time again. This is enough to explain many things. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but take a few deep breaths of cold air, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. All of you, be prepared. Remember, do not be cowardly. The battle between the two armies here will definitely be a fierce battle. If you act according to your own interests, we will not be able to secure our victory. Jiang Ming was quite the strategist. His words were clear and logical, which stunned the others a little. Master, do you know how to mobilize troops? Someone looked surprised. Jiang Ming could not help but purse his lips and say, I'm an old man. What's wrong with me having military experience? For a moment, everyone was stunned. They did not know what to say. It was also at this moment that Morong Jue roared impatiently, all right, I don't have much time to waste. Now, prepare to die. Boom. 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 Clang. 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 As the sound of explosions and clangs reverberated, their group became silent. Everyone was stunned. You guys. A cultivator from one of the forces had just opened his mouth to berate him. But he was immediately killed. The cultivators from the other forces were speechless. They were frightened by the Northern Yen army's decisiveness. At this moment, Hellion Bo narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Morong Jue, do you think you're the only deity transformation realm cultivator? Wu Ming is a descendant of the Hellion family, and his master has a deity transformation realm demon king by his side. Our general is also watching. Don't blame us for being ruthless if you cross the line. This time everyone was shocked. This was no ordinary battle. It involved 3 powerhouses of the deity transformation realm. The Azure Python King narrowed its eyes and quickly transformed into its human form. It looked around coldly, but it was always by Jiang Ming's side. Master, don't worry. With me around, I definitely won't let anything happen to you. The other Azure Pythons also surrounded him. It was also at this moment that a hissing sound could be heard. It was Minnie. By White King. The Azure Python King's expression changed once again when it saw Minnie Bai. The Azure Python King widened its eyes in disbelief. At this time, Jiang Ming let out a deep breath. Obviously, although the Azure Python tribe had submitted to him, it was built on the foundation of the desolate dragon bloodline. However, they would unconditionally submit to Minnie Bai. The Azure Python King knelt down again with a respectful expression. At the same time, its gaze was extremely cold. If you want to fight or kill each other, go ahead. However, I hope that none of you will harm my master. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying you. It was talking about Minnie Bai. At this moment, the killing intent of the Azure Python King poured out from its body, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. The soldiers of the Northern Yin and Hellion Xia armies shuddered as if they had been frightened by the Azure Python King's words. They had never expected the Azure Python King to be so angry. Morong Jue's expression changed a few times before he exclaimed in disbelief. Could it actually be a white serpent? Could it be a descendant of Emperor Bai, one of the 2 emperors of the ancient snake family? The Azure Python did not continue to speak, but its meaning was clear. The majestic demonic chi that spread out made people shudder. Morong Jue's expression changed several times before he finally made a decision. Kill them. Destroy them. At this moment, Morong Jue waved his hand. He chose to ignore the threat of the Azure Python King. On one hand, he wanted to completely eliminate a portion of the elites of the Hellion Xia army. On the other hand, he wanted to eliminate Wu Ming, the descendant of the Hellion Xia royal family. Of course, now there was another reason. Snatch that white serpent for me. That is the descendant of an extremely powerful ancient demonic snake. Its bloodline is incomparably powerful and vigorous. It is definitely a peerless tonic for Morong Beiyan, our commander-in-chief, to rise to the next level. Morong Jue laughed wildly as if they had already taken down Minnie Bai and obtained absolute victory in this battle. In response, Hellion Bo's expression changed several times. Wu Ming, are you willing to come with us or not? As long as these people cover the rear, we can retreat to the base camp at the first moment. Why waste time here? Someone shouted loudly, wanting to take everyone away, but he was quickly stopped. You want to leave? No way. It was Morong Jue. He planned to destroy the Hellion family first, then free up his hands to deal with the Azure Python King and snatch Minnie Bai. Minnie Bai, come back, Jiang Ming whispered, trying to get Minnie Bai to obediently return to the storage ring. The current situation was extremely bad. Once the conflict escalated, the consequences would be unimaginable. As whistling sounds continued to erupt, Minnie Bai did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, she raised her head and looked around with interest. What exactly happened? Jiang Ming was puzzled. Minibai was usually very obedient. Why did she become like this now? Perhaps there's some treasure nearby that has caught her eye. The Azure Python King looked around the area and finally, his gaze fell on a group of people not far away. What's that? Some people turned their heads in bewilderment and saw demonic beasts slowly approaching them from the darkness. Morong Jue's expression changed drastically. It was as if he had seen something terrifying that he should not have seen. On the other end, Helian Bo's expression was also dark. He had never thought that things would develop to such a stage one day. What exactly happened? Someone asked in confusion. They could not understand where the silent cavalry came from and what kind of power they had to make the ruthless people of northern Yan and Helian Xia so terrified. The silent cavalry? It was a famous army during the era of the Yuan Wei Empire. It said that there were only 800 men, but they were able to fight against an army of 1,000,000. Most importantly, the legendary silent cavalry are not only astonishingly powerful, but they are also good at tomb raiding and traveling in the netherworld. Therefore, their power in the netherworld will be even more shocking. Helian Bo could not help but gulp. He could not care less about taking Wu Ming back and immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Morong Jue did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand and said, "Retreat." Both sides retreated simultaneously, but the silent cavalry seemed to have sensed something. They started advancing faster. They split into 3 groups and swept toward the 3 groups. Jiang Ming looked at the silent cavalry, which had less than 100 people, and his expression became especially ugly. "Do you have the ability to deal with these fellows?" he asked the Azure Python King. "No. They also have a deity transformation realm cultivator, and he's already in the state of a netherworld ghost cultivator. His current combat strength is astounding. I'm definitely not his match." At this moment, the Azure Python King could not care less. It picked up Jiang Ming and the others and sped into the distance. The others also used various methods to get away from the battlefield. At the same time, the silent cavalry had descended. They swung their swords down, killing powerful cultivators one after another, causing everyone to tremble. None of them had expected that things would develop to this stage. It was also at this moment that Jiang Ming turned around and glanced at the battlefield that was littered with corpses. A strange look flashed across his eyes, and the Azure Python King happened to see it. "Master, please listen to my advice. Do not think of subjugating the silent cavalry. They only obey the descendants of the Yuan Wei imperial family." What a coincidence. We have a descendant of the Yuan Wei imperial family here. Jiang Ming smiled. The Azure Python King froze with an incredulous expression. "Master, are you joking with me? First, he had a descendant of the Helian royal family, and now, he had a descendant of the Yuan Wei imperial family, too? How many amazing people did he have on his side? Tuoba Kue. It's time for you to shine. If you don't use your trump card, all of us will be finished." Tuoba Kue looked over when he heard this. His eyes flickered a few times before he stopped hesitating. He immediately shouted, "All of you stop and listen to my orders." The commander of the silent cavalry suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the war beast beneath him roared a few times, almost causing people to go deaf. "You are The commander of the silent cavalry looked at Tuoba Kuei. After blinking a few times, he suddenly knelt on the ground. "Greetings, young emperor." "Young emperor?" Even Jiang Ming was shocked, but Tuoba Kuei calmly turned around and explained. "I've already accepted the supreme inheritance of the Tuoba tribe. In addition, my bloodline is extremely rich, so I was conferred the title of young emperor." Of course, this was just a nominal title. However, it's finally come in handy. Before this, he did not dare to call himself Yuan Wei's young emperor. But now, with nearly 100 silent cavalry kneeling on the ground, Tuoba Kuei was the well-deserved young emperor of Yuan Wei. Phew! Jiang Ming could not help but take a deep breath and sigh. With a powerful bloodline, you can easily defy the heavens and change your fate. Before this, Tuoba Kuei was nothing. At most, he had some talent. But now, he had instantly become the highest-ranking member in the entire arena. Even if he was facing the generals of the two armies, it would not be a problem for him. At this moment, the Azure Python King suddenly raised its eyebrows. "There's more than one soul formation realm cultivator here. There are 10 soul formation realm cultivators here, and there is even a deity transformation realm cultivator following them. I'm afraid that among the 800 or so silent cavalry, there are insightful emptiness realm cultivators. Moreover, they are the kind of insane prodigies whose combat skills are top-notch and far superior to those of the same level. In that case, this force cannot be underestimated. We might not be their match. Fortunately, a Yuan Wei emperor appeared on your side, or we would have died." At the same time, it lowered its voice and said, "Master, the Northern Yan and Helian Xia armies have suffered a crushing defeat. Their generals have also suffered heavy losses. Should we take this opportunity to destroy these two armies?" Jiang Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. "Don't worry about Helian Xia. Our focus should be on Northern Yan's Murong family." "Why?" "This is the general's tomb, and Northern Yan's Murong family has caused quite a stir in the outside world. If we leave them alone, the consequences will be unimaginable." Jiang Ming still remembered Yu Tianhua's words. He knew very well that the people of the Murong family were restless. If he did not defeat them as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone was stunned. Soon, they fell silent. Were they going to turn the spearhead toward the Murong family? At this moment, another voice rang out, causing everyone to tremble. "Die." It was a silent cavalry soldier who had killed a nascent soul realm cultivator, as well as several golden core realm cultivators of the Helian Xia army. He rushed over. "Commander." The moment the commander arrived, all the silent cavalry soldiers knelt on the ground with respectful expressions. Then, the commander immediately introduced Tuoba Kuei to them. "Tuoba Kuei? No, you should call yourself Yuan Kuei now. Do you understand?" The commander glanced at Tuoba Kuei. The latter was startled at first, but he quickly nodded to show that he understood and said, "Yes. I'm Yuan Kuei." After seeing his response, the commander no longer acted arrogantly and immediately knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Your Highness." More than 100 silent cavalry soldiers knelt on the ground, showing their respect for Tuoba Kuei. Everyone froze again. In just a split second, Tuoba Kuei had shot up the ranks. Tuoba Kuei looked at Jiang Ming. "Master, what orders do you have now?" The commander's expression darkened slightly when he saw the young emperor address Jiang Ming in such a manner. Just as he was about to snap, Jiang Ming suddenly asked, "What is your relationship with Yu Tianhua?" Jiang Ming's sudden words made the others confused, but the commander's eyes widened as he sized up Jiang Ming in disbelief. "You know Lord Tianhua?" It was obvious that this person was an old acquaintance of Yu Tianhua, and this made Jiang Ming heave a sigh of relief.